TESDA ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo. Sa kaibigan, pagkatanim, paabot ang lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kalayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Sabot ng TESDA ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kalayunan at sa kauntukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA ng TESDA ang Pilipinas na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Mahirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay. Kami narito, handang umalalay. Sumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkatanim, abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kalayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo. buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay. Kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng testa ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay. Kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam probinsya. Abot ng TESDA ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkatanging abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkatanging abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA iyong probinsya. Lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkatanging abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkatanging abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA iyong probinsya. nandyan na kaibigan, abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan, abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan, abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan, abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan, abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan, abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan, abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan, abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. manggagawang Pilipino sa may kanayunan at sa kahuntukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng testa ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino sa may kanayunan at sa kahuntukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino sa may kanayunan at sa kahuntukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng testa ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino sa may kanayunan at sa kahuntukan. Magparamdam ka lang, lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahuntukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahuntukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA iyong probinsya. Lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahuntukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahuntukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kalayunan at sa kahuntukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Abot ng testa ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kalayunan at sa kahuntukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kalayunan at sa kahuntukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Abot ng testa ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap. Kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap, magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo. Aming kaibigan, pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Abot ng testa ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap. Kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap, magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo. Aming kaibigan, pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Abot ng testa ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkatani, abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA yung probinsya. Pagkatani, abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA yung probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA yung probinsya. Abot ng TESDA ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita laging matamlay, kami narito handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkatanim, abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA yung probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkatani, abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA yung probinsya.
Asan ka na?
Pagkatani, abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA yung probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA yung probinsya. Abot ng TESDA ang Pilipinas.
Good morning. A gentle reminder
to all participants. Kindly follow the naming convention as shown on the screen.
Ka sa
Thank you.
iyong buhay, handang umalalay, tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkatanging abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkatanging abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng testa ang Pilipinas.
A gentle reminder to all participants, kindly follow the naming convention for us to acknowledge you properly. Also, for your attendance, please accomplish the registration form as shown on the screen. Kindly scan the QR code or you may click the link provided in the chat box. Thank you.
Kaibigan, pagkatanging abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ng probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng testa ang Pilipinas.
A gentle reminder to all participants, kindly follow the naming convention for us to acknowledge you properly. Also, for your attendance, please accomplish the registration form as shown on the screen. Kindly scan the QR code or you may click the link provided in the chat box. Thank you. May we request everyone to settle down. Our program will start shortly.
Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkatani, abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa
Good morning. A gentle reminder to all participants, kindly follow the naming convention for us to acknowledge you properly. For your attendance, please accomplish the registration form. You may click the link provided in the chat box. Thank you. May we request everyone to settle down. Our program will start in 5 minutes.
lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng testa ng testa ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay. Kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang Pilipinas.
Good morning to all our guests and participants. We are very pleased to welcome you to the Batch 3 of the National Deployment of newly promulgated training regulations, competency assessment tools, and assessment fees. I'm Barbara Jane Reyes.
And I'm Myroly Baloloy, and we will be your MCs for today's event.
So before we start, may we remind our participants on the virtual meeting protocols. Okay, so first, please note that the activity is recorded. So you will see on your screens, it's been recorded na po. We request everyone to please check your internet connection, your headsets, your microphone, and camera if they are working properly. Okay. We would also like to request to please keep your microphone on mute when not speaking. If you would like to talk, click the hand raise icon. You will see that below the screen of the Zoom window. Or you may say permission to speak, then wait for the facilitator to acknowledge you. So for those that sometimes there's an accident unmuting of your microphone, our secretariat will mute you should you are not aware of those kind of incidents. Next slide, please. You may also use the chat box for deployment-related questions or inquiries. Of course, we would like to request everyone to please be fully present and participate actively during the discussions. We also request everyone to please stay focused and avoid multitasking. This is a whole day event, so hopefully your attention is with us until the end of this activity. And as reminder earlier by my co-host, by Miss Mai,
kindly accomplish the attendance. The link is in the chat box. So for those who haven't, kindly please accomplish that attendance form. The evaluation forms or the customer feedback form will be sent later on before the end of the program. Next slide, please. Okay, again, we would like to remind everyone to please kindly follow the naming convention as seen on your screen right now. We would like to request everyone to first place your region, okay, and then the name of the institution you're affiliated with, your designation, and then your full name. In this case, we would like to acknowledge everyone, no? Especially those who will raise their questions. So if you have any technical problem in renaming your names in the Zoom, kindly PM or send a direct message to anyone with QSO in their name. So anyone with QSO in their first name or the secretariat. Okay. So I think that's it for our reminders for the virtual meeting protocols. So to start our program, we would like to invite everyone for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem to be followed by a prayer. Ilagay na po natin ang ating mga kanang kamay sa ating kaliwang dibdib at sabay-sabay awitin ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, dalas ng sinangalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng bangaw, ay hinagang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidinig. Luman ang araw ng walhagit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya na pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Mga kababayan,
Ama namin, sumasalangit ka, sambahin ang ngalan mo. Mapasa amin ang kaharian mo, sundin ang loob mo. Dito sa lupa para ng sa langit, bigyan mo po kami ngayon ng aming kakanin sa araw-araw. At patawarin mo kami sa aming mga sala, para ng pagpapatawad namin sa nagkakasala sa amin. At huwag mo kaming ipahintulot sa tukso, at yadya mo kami sa lahat ng masama. Sapagkat sa'yo ang kaharian,
On behalf of our TESDA Director General, Secretary Isidro S. La Peña, we would like to give our sincerest appreciation and gratitude to everyone for your support and participation in this key activity. In these challenging times, we are all navigating through uncertainty, and we hope everyone is staying safe and healthy.
Yes, I couldn't agree more with what you said, Miss Mai. We are indeed in a very challenging times, but we are very fortunate because through our TTIs and TVIs, through the unwavering support from our industry association partners, and with the passion and exemplary skills from our TVET trainers and assessors, TESDA is coping and able to deliver our services to our fellow Filipino citizens. Okay, Ms. Mai, please proceed in presenting the program of activities.
Thank you po, Miss Barbie.
Okay,
So, flash on your screen is our program for today's event. After the national anthem, prayer, and a run-through on the virtual meeting protocols is the acknowledgement of the participants. Next will be the statement of purpose to be given by the Qualification and Standards Office Acting Executive Director, Director Lorenzo Emanuel L. Guillermo. To be followed by the opening message from our Deputy Director General from Policies and Planning, DDG Rosana A. Urdaneta. And the keynote message from our dear TESDA Director General, Secretary Isidro S. La Peña. After the keynote message from our Secretary, the executive offices will provide their guidance and directives, and then we will have a lunch break before continuing the remaining guidance and directives from the executive offices. After their presentation, a 30-minute question and answer portion will be held. The next part of the program will be the presentation of the TESDA Circular number 55, series of 2021. This will be followed by the deployment proper of the promulgated training regulations, competency assessment tools, and assessment fees of Emergency Medical Services NC3, the Speed Limitation Device Servicing NC2, Automotive Servicing Chassis Repair NC2, Automotive Servicing Electrical Repair NC2, Automotive Servicing Engine Repair NC2. After the presentations, there will be another 30-minute question and answer portion, which will be followed by the presentation of instructions of action planning. The program will be concluded by the way forward. Ms. Barbie.
thanks, Mai. So now we are pleased to acknowledge the presence of our participants. So joining us today are our administrators and representatives from TESDA Technology Institutions, our dear TTIs. Good morning and welcome. We also have our representatives from Technical Vocational Institutions, of course, our TVIs. Magandang umaga po. And thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning po. Salamat po for attending.
Morning.
We also have
Good
our
morning.
representatives from the industry associations, of course, our partners in the industry. Good morning and maraming salamat po for joining us. We also have today, we are very fortunate that our assessment centers administrators and representatives are also here. So bukod po dito sa Zoom link natin, we are live streaming in YouTube. So for those na baka may makilala po kayo na doesn't have access to our Zoom, they can access our national deployment through the YouTube live stream. And of course, the last but not the least, our accredited trainers and assessors, good morning po, are here also to join us today in our batch 3 of the national deployment. Good morning, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat.
Magandang umaga po, ma'am.
So our participants for today are from all over the Philippines kasi nga po since this is a national deployment activity. So talaga pong sa buturan ng aming puso, maraming salamat po at napagbigyan niyo po kami sa aming invitation for you to join us today. So again, good morning to everyone, and thank you once again for joining us. Okay, so to present the statement of okay. So also we'd like to acknowledge, of course, po, no, although our dear executive directors from the central offices are busy right now because of some um, equivalent important activity in our office, we would like still to acknowledge them. Our acting executive director from our office, the Qualifications and Standards Office, is here with us, si Director Lorenzo Emmanuel Guillermo. Good morning, Sir Jojo.
Good morning, Barbie.
Ako. We would like to acknowledge the support given to us by other executive directors. So there's Director David Bungalyon, the Executive Director for NITSD, Director in charge for the Regional Operation Management Office, Director Angelina Carion, Executive Director for Partnerships and Linkages Office, Director Sonia Lipio, and of course, the Executive Director for Certification Office, Director Maria Susan P. De La Rama. So yung kanila pong support sa aming office is talaga naman para po maging successful itong activity na to. Okay, of course, we would like to give our sincerest thanks din po sa aming Deputy Director General for Policies and Planning, Deputy Director General Rosana A. Urdaneta. We'll hear her message later on po. And of course, last but not the least, the TESDAT Director General, Secretary Isidro S. La Peña, who we will hear his keynote message later on. Okay, so to present the statement of purpose for our activity today, please give a warm virtual welcome to our dear QSOs, Director Lorenzo Emmanuel Guillermo. Good morning, Sir Jojo.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Barbie. Thank you. Thank you. Also, my respect to our dear Director General of TESDA, Secretary Isidro S. La Peña. Likewise to our Deputy Directors General, especially our DDG for Policies and Planning, where we are, where QSO is under her supervision, and DDG Rosana Urdaneta, my fellow executive directors of the different executive offices in the TESDA Central Office who have given their support for the conduct of this activity. And this is the third batch that we are having. The regional directors and the provincial directors for their support, making sure that you will be attending during this activity today. Of course, our participants this morning, as presented already by Barbie, who are attending this third batch. To everyone, a pleasant morning, and I hope that you are all safe and in the best of health. Likewise, everyone in your respective institutions, assessment centers, no? And in your respective industry sectors. We are having this third batch. This is the third batch of the national deployment. And this is the first time that we have included this group, because in the previous years, the national deployment will only be confined to the POs, the focal persons. So we have expanded it, and I'll share this development with you later on. So as a background, the Qualification and Standards Office is the office with primary responsibility for the development and deployment of training regulations and competency assessment tools as provided in our operating procedures. QSO-01 revision number 1, and the formulation of assessment fees. So of all the offices in TESDA, executive offices, it is the qualification and standards office that has the primary responsibility in developing this training, the training regulations and competency standards and assessment tools, and at the same time deploying them now to the field. So we are having this formal activity to make everybody know in the field that these training regulations are ready for implementation in our training institutions and assessment centers. Next slide. So the TRs, the CATs, and the assessment fees are major components in implementing and sustaining the effectiveness and quality assured TVET system. So this is what makes all our trainings and all our national assessments standards, standardized, covered with the similar standards. That's why all anyone who holds a national certificate carries with him the quality assured document that such training follows the standards set forth by TESDA as developed by the Qualification and Standards Office. The stakeholders must have common and clear understanding of the implementing guidelines, development process, and contents of the document. Hence, we are conducting this deployment activity so that you will understand what is behind the story of each training regulation. For us to be able to implement very well and properly any training regulation or any competency assessment tool, it is necessary that we understand what are the requirements and what should be followed as we conduct the training or conduct the assessment. Next slide. Now, the deployment process seeks to ensure the effective and efficient application of the content of the TR's CATs relative to the implementation of program registration and certification. So this is your best opportunity for you to ask questions pertaining to program registration insofar as these 5 qualifications that will be deployed are concerned. No? So you can ask your questions pertaining to the trainer's requirement, pertaining to the CBC, pertaining to the conduct of assessment, pertaining to the accreditation of centers and assessors, no? So that we can all be uniform and we can all be we will all be following the same set of standards, hindi na nagkakaiba-iba. At if there are ambiguous provisions in the policies and guidelines, this is your best opportunity for you to raise your clarification or your question. Next slide. So you are here, administrators, AC managers, representatives of industry boards, and other participants. So this is our profile as presented earlier. No? So next slide. Now, the overview, to give you an overview, but this was given to you a while ago. No? So what happens during this deployment? Okay, we have our opening activity. Then we had, I am now giving the statement of purpose. Then the Deputy Director General for Policies and Planning and our dear Secretary, Isidro Isla Peña, will give their messages. And in order that their presence, their messages can be heard by everyone, can be received by everyone, we saw to it that these are recorded. So we will be sharing with you their messages for you. And then one thing that makes this deployment now different from the previous years is that we saw to it that all the executive offices will take active part in the deployment process. Because if we are going to look at the process, ang role namin sa QSO is pagkatapos ito na-deploy, na-receive ng field, then that ends our responsibility. However, we consider our role beyond where we could have just ended, no? So, and there are other key players that are supposed to participate in the implementation of our training regulations and our competency assessment tools. And this involve the NITESD, the PLO, the Certification Office, and ROMO, particularly with the Scholarships Management Division. Also, we are going to deploy, we are deploying in this batch, no, in the previous as well, in the previous two batches. That's the circular number 55 series of 2021, and as provided in the guidelines, this will take effect tomorrow, because that is the day after the deployment. We included this because we received a lot of questions pertaining to those qualifications, 75 qualifications that are covered in TESDA circular number 55. Those qualifications with amended trainers requirements, tools, equipment, and the materials. What do you call this? That are listed in the qualification, in the application for program registration, as well as in the conduct of national assessment. So then, after we deploy the circular number 55, we will formally deploy the 5 training regulations, CATs. No, the assessment fees will still be presented later. Then after that is the action planning, but you are not going to do it here. It will be a take-home activity. And then the two chiefs of QSO, Ms. Marisa and Ms. Sol, of the two divisions, will provide the way forward. So what do we expect to, the results that we expect to achieve as a result of these deployments? We expect that you will be given, provided the necessary guidance, directions, and instructions pertaining to these TRs, these qualifications, these 5 qualifications, and then you will become aware on the contents of these TRs and the CATs and other relevant policies. You will also become aware on the cost items in the assessment fees, and clarify issues and concerns that may affect the implementation, the registration of these programs, or the accreditation of the assessment centers, and even the accreditation of competency assessors. That's why we have expanded this. No, now the participation of the different executive offices are meant to help address the relevant issues and challenges that the field, those in the field, normally encounters as they implement the program. One on pertaining to curriculum and training delivery. That's why if you have questions pertaining to curriculum and training delivery, we have representatives from the NITESD. Questions pertaining to program registration, assessment, and certification arrangements, we have from the certification office. I have seen Director Janet and Abasolo and Miss Ida. Sa NITESD, I think Agnes is around. Then for the scholarship, I hope that the scholarship management division will be able to participate now, yet they are still preoccupied with a lot of concerns. But nevertheless, if we have questions, we are going to capture them and address them, provide them, so that they can be included in the advisory that we will be issuing after this deployment. So all your concerns, you can raise them, type them on the chat box, so that if by due to time constraint your questions may not be addressed here during the deployment, still we can look into them and provide you the necessary guidance and assistance, technical assistance. And then we have also involved the Partnership and Linkages Office with I hope Director Sonia is around, and Assistant Executive Director Joy will be able to participate because we believe that our training regulations should also be implemented right in the industry, right in the companies, right in the workplace. So those who would like to undergo training in the workplace may do so. So we are encouraging companies and establishments to register their programs under UTPRAS. We will not only focus on the internship and the apprenticeship and the OGT. However, we are looking forward, and this is the direction that the Secretary would like us to pursue, that there will be trainings that will be provided by our companies and our enterprises, because they are the authentic learning situations. So it is through these companies, the training, when they implement the full qualification, where we are assured that we are able to provide higher impact TVET. So that's why we have invited the industry boards, so that you can consider directions and actions, future directions, where you can have companies that will register the programs as enterprise-based training. So yung mga mag-aaral, yung mga magte-training, hindi na sila pupunta sa TVIs o sa mga TTIs, but they are going to take their training with the industries. And this is highly encouraged. This direction is highly encouraged to cater to those second courses or professionals, no, who would like to undergo training, formal training in TVET, and they will be inspired to take them right in the workplace. That's why we have we are asking the help of the Partnership and Linkages Office. So these 4 executive offices are the ones supporting the Qualification and Standards Office, so that the training regulations and the competency assessment tools that we are developing in QSO can be properly implemented in the field. Okay, so all these activities could not be made possible without the support of our officials in TESDA. Our Director General, Secretary Isidro Isla Peña, our Deputy Directors General for Planning and Policies and Planning, DDG Rosana A. Ordaneta, for TESD Operations, DDG Lina Sarmiento, for Partnership and Linkages, we have DDG Anisito John D. Bertiz III, and for Communities and Local Government Unit Services, we have DDG Gabriel Luis Arquisombing. All of them in their respective clusters provide the necessary support through the respective executive offices, the necessary support to implement properly and effectively our training regulations and competency assessment tools. Likewise, the executive offices also provide us help and assistance, so that the training regulations can be well understood, can be properly implemented by our stakeholders. Those who are attending this particular batch now, we consider you to be the critical batch. We will say critical batch dahil all these TRs and these cuts will hit your schools, will hit your assessment centers. Yung second batch, dumadaan lang yan ang TRs and cuts. Doon nire-register, doon ina-accredit. Yung first batch, those are mga regional and provincial directors. They are the ones that make all things possible through the directions that they give in the respective areas. Of course, these TRs could not be made possible without the assistance of the technical assistance of our technical experts. So they will be properly they will be formally presented. These five training regulations and competency assessment tools will be formally presented by the representatives of the group of experts that developed this. So for the emergency and medical services NC3, it will be presented by Mr. Rinanti Diliwanag. For the speed limitation device servicing NC2 by Mr. Dennis Esquejo. For automotive chassis repair servicing NC2 by Mr. Allen Rufo. And then automotive electrical servicing NC2, Romel C. Cabanela. Automotive engine repair servicing NC2, Mr. Elmar Del Rosario. And automotive engine repair servicing NC2, Mr. Marlon Padawan. No, so they represent the experts that develop this training regulation and competency assessment tools. Likewise, we cannot thank you so much. We for the role that you're going to play. We recognize how critical your role will be to make sure that these training regulations are utilized and properly implemented. The TTA administrators, the administrators of our TESDA technology institutions, as well as the TVI associations that are represented here, the industry associations, and our trainers and assessors. Of course, my staff in the Qualification and Standards Office, which I serve as their steward, the two chiefs, si Marisa at saka si Sol, and those the sectoral focals who made it possible that these training regulations will pass at the right time. No? So I acknowledge their efforts, their expertise, all of you for what you have done in making all these things possible. Also, the entire QSO staff. Now, so with that, I hope that we shall be able to have a very productive encounter today. And if ever there are questions that you would like to ask, please feel free to raise them, type them in the chat box, and we will be glad to answer all of you. Before I end, I'd like to make this clear that this is now going to be the way how we will deploy our training regulations and competency assessment tools so that nalalaman lahat at nakakapagtanong kayo at you are able to ask the support needed. You can send direct your questions or concerns to us in the Qualification and Standards Office. As in the way forward, Miss Marisa and Miss Sol will introduce to you the focal persons who are in charge of the different sectors and the different regions. So, kung meron kayong concerns, they are the ones whom you are going to call, no? And request for technical assistance. However, if you have any concern, please always course it through your respective provincial offices that will endorse them to the regional office, forward them to the Qualification and Standards Office so that we follow and observe the proper protocol. So to one and all, thank you and stay safe all the time. Thank you. Back to you, Barbie and Mai.
Yes, thank you po, Director Jojo Guillermo, for the statement of purpose and guidance. For her opening message, let us hear the message from our Deputy Director General for Policies and Planning, DDG Rosana A. Urdaneta.
Chance to talk to you exclusively. Only 1 month into the year 2021, the COVID-19 is still in our midst. Our country was not spared from the problems brought about by this pandemic. As a TESDA family, we felt the pain of losing our colleagues, and some even lost their loved ones to this dreaded disease. But despite the threat posed by the virus, we continue to be of service and remain relevant. Guided by the National Technical Education and Skills Development Plan and our continuity plan, TESDA Abot Lahat, Pivot Towards the New Normal, we continued to introduce reforms in our policies and strengthen existing programs to ensure that we are responding to the needs of our constituencies, such as the area-based demand-driven TVET, micro-credentialing, alignment of programs with the Dublin and Sydney Accords, TESDA online program, to name a few. These programs are not only consistent with our guiding principle, TESDA Abot Lahat, on expanding and strengthening our mandate of providing services to all, intending to transform and improve lives for the better, but are appropriate to the new normal of doing business. Along this line, I would like to highlight the enhancement of the deployment process that the Policies and Planning Cluster through the Qualifications and Standard Office has initiated. Recognizing that deployed TRs in previous years were not fully utilized due to the absence of regional lead assessors and trainers, only TRs with RLAs and RLTs are deployed this time. Moreover, in this orientation, representatives from the executive offices that have important roles in TR implementation will give guidance, instructions, directives to the participant. Lastly, to focus on the different concerns of end users and stakeholders of TESDA, QSO will conduct 3 batches of deployment for 3 groups of participants, with you being the first group. This improvement in the deployment strategy only demonstrates that we in the central office value your feedback and concerns relative to the implementation of the TRs. Being the implementers, you are the best person to tell us in the central office what enhancements are needed in our policies and programs. We hope that with this new strategy, the effective and efficient application of the newly promulgated TRs and their corresponding CATs will be ensured. As I always mention, having been a provincial and regional director, I know how it is when policies and programs are not understood and operationalized in the field. That is why I am very emphatic on the deployment of TRs to ensure that these are implemented. Let me emphasize that since the TRs, CATs, and AFs are the major components in implementing and sustaining the effectiveness and quality-assured TVET system, it is important that foremost, we in TESDA have a common and clear understanding of the implementing guidelines, development process, and contents of the newly promulgated training regulations. I hope that this activity will not only provide guidance and instructions, but also promote strong and strategic collaboration among TESDA policymakers in the central office and implementers in the field. I salute the dedicated men and women of TESDA for your resilience and commitment to service. May you never tire of working together in further improving and identifying our services, helping everyone, the TESDANs, the trainees, partners, and all stakeholders as we adapt to this new normal. Please be assured that as the Deputy Director General for Policies and Planning, our cluster will be working on ensuring that policies and programs that we developed are understood and operationalized in the field. Colleagues and friends, let me wish you a productive discussion and successful orientation. On behalf of Secretary Isidro La Peña, I welcome you to this orientation and thank you in advance for your active participation. Maraming salamat at mag-ingat po tayong lahat.
DDG Rosana Urdaneta's continuous guidance and inspiring message serves as our pillar in QSO and Policies and Planning cluster, not only to righteously perform our duties and responsibilities, but to improve further. So once again, we thank you, DDG Rose. Now, it is our privilege to hear our dear TESTA Secretary's keynote message. Everyone, let us all watch TESTA's Director General Secretary Isidro S. La Peña's video message.
Deputy Director General Rosana Ordaneta of Policies and Planning, DESTA Regional, Provincial, and District Directors, Acting Executive Director Lorenzo Guillermo of the Qualifications and Standard Office, Executive Director Dave Bungalion of the National Institute for Technical Education and Skills Development, Executive Director Sonia Lipio of Partnership and Linkages Office, Director in Charge Angelina Carrion of Regional Operations Management Office, Assistant Executive Director Janet Abazolo of the Certification Office, the Regional Operations Division's Chiefs, the focal persons for Unified Tibet Program Registration and Accreditation Systems, Competency Assessment Centers, and Enterprise-Based Training, our administrators and representatives from TESDA technology institutions and technical and vocational institutions, the industry associations, trainers and assessors, industry technical experts, our stakeholders from various sectors, friends, ladies and gentlemen, magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you today to the national deployment of newly promulgated training regulations, competency assessment tools, and assessment fees. First, let me thank the Qualifications and Standard Office led by Acting Executive Director Jojo Guillermo for organizing this virtual event. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the Chamber of Automotive Manufacturers, the Department of Health, Department of Transportation, Philippine Red Cross, Bureau of Fire Protection, and our other industry partners. They have continuously supported our TESDA programs, especially in the development of our training regulations, CATs, and assessment fees. TESDA is continuously working to improve our qualifications and training regulations to ensure that our trainees meet the demands of the evolving labor market. We regularly collaborate with our local and international stakeholders for proper benchmarking standards to ensure that our workforce are locally and globally competitive. For this reason, the deployment of our TRs, CATs, and AFs to our TESDA regional and provincial offices, as well as to our training and vocational institutions, will be a key component to implement and sustain quality TVET programs. In doing so, our stakeholders will have a clearer understanding of our guidelines and process, such as registration, assessment, and certification. We also appreciate the participation of the PLO, the Certification Office, NITSD, and ROMO for this initiative. Their collaboration will provide the necessary technical assistance to the regional, provincial, and district offices and TESDA training institutions on their training programs and assessment. The deployment of new TRs will also help our regional and provincial officers, focal persons, trainers, and assessors to create new and efficient guidelines in their TVET programs. I encourage everyone to focus on the presentations of the QSO as well as our industry experts. The QSO will present its new framework on deployment of TRs with CATs and AFs. At the moment, Only those TRs with regional lead assessors and regional lead trainers are deployed. After this conference, I hope all our reportees will be ready to implement the training regulations. I would also like to ask all our participants to use this forum to proactively share your insights and concerns so we can further improve our programs and services to our kababayans, especially during these challenging times. I am confident that this is going to be a very productive conference for all the participants. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay tayong lahat.
We are indeed very fortunate to hear our Secretary deliver his moving message. Our Secretary's leadership and hard work is truly an inspiration to all of us in the Tibet sector. Mai?
Before we proceed further in the program, can we now have a quick photo opportunity? May we invite everyone to open their video cameras, everyone, including the QSO and other executive office staff, please. Please give our secretariat a minute to capture all 13 frames. We will give you a signal once we are done taking pictures. All right, please look at your camera and give your brightest smile. First frame first. 3, 2, 1. On to the second frame. 3.
Record ang voice mo. Pero kung magsulti ka mga yan, share ka.
Third frame po, smile. On to the fourth frame. Smile lang po. 3, 2, 1. Fifth frame po. 3, 2, 1. On to the sixth frame. Smile po. 3, 2, 1. Seventh frame. Smile. 3, 2, 1. On to the eighth frame. Smile po. Kindly give us a moment as we're still getting a shot of your lovely smiles. All right, ninth frame. Smile. On to the 10th frame. Lapit na po. 3, 2, 1. Smile. On to the 11th frame. 3, 2, 1. Para po sa 12th frame, smile po. 3, 2, 1. And for the last frame, smile. 3, 2, 1. All right. Sir Dick, okay na po? All right. Thank you po everyone for your cooperation. Let us now proceed with the guidance and directives from our executive offices. As mentioned earlier, we have set a question and answer time after the presentations. Please take note of your questions and concerns for the meantime, as you will be given time to raise them afterwards. Without any further ado, to provide his guidance, her guidance and directives from the perspective of National Institute for Technical Education and Skills Development, please welcome the Chief of Curriculum and Training Aids Development Division, Ms. Agnes P. Panem, and Center Chief of the National TVET Trainers Academy, Ms. Maria A. Roque.
Hello, good morning. Good morning,
Good
everyone.
morning, ma'am.
Morning, Ma'am Agnes.
Yes.
Good morning po, ma'am.
Morning po, ma'am.
Morning po.
Morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am Agnes.
Morning, ma'am.
Oo nga, tagal na natin din
Good morning. Good morning po, ma'am. Morning po.
Morning, teka. Okay, so
Morning, ma'am.
good morning. So on behalf of the NITSD, I would like to thank all of you for coming over. Teka, hindi ko makita yung present. Ayan. For coming over, no, and also yung ating mga TTI administrators and TVI association heads and industry associations, trainers and assessors from the different regions of the Philippines. So thank you for giving time in this very important activity that we have today, especially na we have so many things to do, no, in light of the pandemic. Although limited yung capacity natin, but we really have to struggle para, kumbaga, life must go on. Di tayo papa-apekto masyado sa mga virus na yan. So I would like to thank QSO for inviting the NITSD and also in behalf of our Executive Director, Sir David Bungalyon. Actually, meron tayo ngayon simultaneous yung virtual signing ng NSTP IRR, may bagong IRR ngayon na ongoing. Minomonitor ko rin kasi kami yung nag-facilitate ng programa na yun, and very soon we'll be coming up with the guidelines for TESDA. So thank you for allowing me to relay some guidance from NITSD specifically sa mga program, yung mga magpaparehistro ng program, and then your program will be checked against dun sa sinasabi nating curriculum evaluation checklist. So this curriculum evaluation checklist is part of the revised process cycle time for UTPRAS registration under dun sa procedures manual ng UTPRAS. So every time we will offer a program, di ba nagpapa-approve tayo ng curriculum documents. Ito yung hawak-hawak na checklist ng mga UTPRAS focal when we give to them or submit to them our requirements, yung mga TTIs and TBIs natin. Also yung mga industries na who would like to offer the program on TVET. So the NITSD will issue the appropriate CBC exemplar for the 5 TRs to be deployed. Actually, ongoing pa yung development and validation namin ngayon this week. So perhaps mga first week ng December, ma-issue na namin iyon. Kasi very busy rin yung ating mga industry experts na makakasama natin during the validation. And also yung mga trainers, I know that you are all very busy. So mga by December, lalabas namin yung exemplar. Exemplar lang ito, wag nating, I know each TBIs or TTIs has its own capacity to offer the program with innovativeness, no, na natin na mas maganda kaysa sa ibang school yung ating i-offer na program. The exemplar would help us, kumbaga yung minimum requirements na andon, pero mas maganda kung yung program natin talagang kakaiba sa ibang mga programa being offered by other TBIs na nag-offer din ng programa na yon. So for those sa mga sa mga school heads, sa mga TTI administrators, we decided to come up with an updated checklist of evaluation, curriculum evaluation para maging guide natin sa ating pag-a-apply ng programa for yung 5 na identified na TRs to be deployed. So next slide please. Itong curriculum evaluation checklist namin, we only highlighted some of the things that we are going to to update. Specifically sa nominal duration, yung checklist natin kasing iyon, it would deals on yung mga iba-ibang mga dapat na pamamaraan kung paano natin i-offer yung program. Hindi lang face-to-face kasi nga limited yung capacity natin, mag-face-to-face, meron pa tayong mga alert levels. So, we decided na yung ating test the circular number 62, series of 2020 last year na dineploy on yung flexible delivery, implementing flexible Tibet. I'm sure ilalagay natin doon kung paano natin i-offer yung ibang mga topics or mga how we will deliver a certain LO, yung mga corresponding knowledge and skills niya para maipakita na kung hindi man siya face-to-face, through online, through synchronous or asynchronous methodology, mai-deliver natin siya. So, usually kasi, we offer the program, di ba, yung basics separate, common competencies separated, and also the core competencies separated. Pero if you really analyze yung content ng curriculum, yung basic, which must be embedded with the ang gagamitin na nating basic, yung yung may 20% embedded with 21st century skills na, yung inisyu ng QSO. So, minsan, pwede nating i-offer siya as yung parang lecture type, online, or asynchronous type. Pero, yung ibang mga contents nun actually naka-embed dun sa core competencies. Diba? Kaya minsan, dapat i-analyze natin maigi yung laman ng ating mga core competencies, that it should include yung mga basic like the safety. Di ba? Yung safety, hindi mo naman ituturo ng separately yun. Naka-integrate yun as you perform yung core competencies. Kunyari, you have to adjust some system inside a vehicle. Siyempre, unang-una talaga, lalo na when we speak of automotive, yung safety concern ng nagpa-perform, yung technician, na-perform yung skill, and also yung mga environmental concern na issues, paano tayo mag-dispose, mga ganon. And then some other things. So, yung ibang mga basic competencies, katulad ng communication, hindi naman tinuturo separately. Although tinuturo natin separately na how to communicate effectively, pero ang pinaka-effective way of communicating is practice it during the core competency. Di ba? Paano ka mag-fill up ng form, paano mo i-relay yung message mo sa iyong superior, di ba? So naandun nga, while sa mga clients mo, paano mo i-relay sa kanya yung anong findings mo doon sa auto na chine-check up mo. So ayan yun, we decided to give highlights on that. So if you, next slide please. So sa checking ng mga curriculum natin, curriculum documents, ayan. So yung ating UTPRAS Focal, tinitingnan nyo na, sige, you decided to teach the basic, common, and core separately, pero you have the option na para mas innovative yung iyong pagtuturo na i-integrate mo doon sa core. Yung common, i-integrate mo doon sa core. Understand it na hindi lang natin talaga tinuturo separately. Then we also put some instruction dun sa course description ng module na again, we try to highlight yung provision sa Test the Circular 62, yung flexible delivery, na kung if ever we're going to teach some topics on using different methodology like yung online, yung synchronous and asynchronous, dapat may facility yung institution, katulad ninyo, meron kayong facility for learning management system na doon yung nilalagay yung mga materials because the UTPRAS Focal will check on that. Titingnan nila na meron ba kayong LMS, baka magsasabi nyo asynchronous kayo pero wala naman paglalagyan yung mga materials. So pwede yung Google Drive, anything na would facilitate yung gathering nila or yung access nila sa mga topics or sa mga e-learning materials that you have. Dapat meron kayong facilities on that. So sa checklist, next slide please, they will makikita yon na may may instruction, specific instruction for UTPRAS na dapat titignan nila kung may LMS, Google Drive, or anything that would facilitate yung access ng mga materials na flexible. Yung sinasabi natin na pwedeng CBLM, naka-upload sa Google Drive nyo, or pwede ring printed. So may mga gano'n, lalo na yung mga schools na may mga estudyanteng nasa remote areas that they cannot access, that do not have nice internet connection. Okay, next slide please. So sa description then, you can improve the way you describe the modules. Sabihin natin talaga kung ano yung mga iba-ibang mga methodologies pa rin. Kasi lahat yan if you started sa umpisa na you said na you have LMS, it will also be true dapat dun sa susunod ng mga description ng module, paano nyo papakita na ito ay ituturo ninyo using the flexible delivery or methodology. So dapat naka-indicate doon kasi baka mamaya inisip nilang doon sa unang mga checklist ay na-check siya, pero later on, pag hinanap ng UTPRAS focal, dito, yung as we go in detail na sa mga kada module, maipakita rin natin kung ano-ano yung mga adjustment natin to deliver yung mga hindi face-to-face na mga topics natin. Andiyan. So, sa checklist, hahanapin, next slide please, sa checklist naka-indicate din uli yun. So, yan yung checklist natin please. Next slide please. Ayan. So, if ever na nag-submit kayo, talagang uuriratin ng UTPRAS focal natin na, sinabi mo dun sa umpisa, meron kang gagamitin na face-to-face. So, hahanapin yun hanggang sa baba, hanggang makita yung paano mo ituturo ng trainer sa baba yung inyong mga materials. So, dapat consistent tayo dun sa checklist, lagi nating sinasabi. Next slide, please. Ayan, sa mga on specific content ng basic competencies, we know that we will be using yung na-issue ng QSO na basic competencies integrated with 21st century skills. So dapat, may circular na to dapat yung mga natin, although naka-integrate na to, pero huwag tayong magugulat, sabi natin, iba na yung basic competencies, ba't kaya? Pero, we must understand na yung mga basic competencies natin are, with inclusion siya ng mga importanteng mga topics that are binded by laws, Katulad ng GAD, meron tayo. Kaya natin sinasama yan about GAD issues, about greening technology, drug abuse prevention, values, mental health, financial literacy, palliative care, in health courses. Kasi may mga batas yan na sinasabi integrated sa curriculum yung ating itong mga topics na to na very important. So, if ever, yung mga basic competencies ninyo na ginawa, yung mga modules ninyo o yung mga CBCs ninyo, meron pa kayong ibang mga materials about this, idagdag ninyo kasi nahanapin sa atin. Again, you have to give some time para mailagay ang mga topics na yan either sa both sa curriculum, sa CBC, and sa CBLMs. Next slide, please. So yan, we have given instruction sa UTPRAS focal natin. Itong mga iba't ibang items na dapat na mandatory nakalagay as part of the curriculum and learning materials ng mga TTIs or TVIs na mag-o-offer ng program. Yan. Next slide, please. Then, on the contents of common and core competencies, naandun din, ganun din ang may mga common competencies per sector tayo, no? So, sa 40R deployment, automotive and sa health yung isa, yung ano ba yun, yung sa emergency. So, yun, you have to follow yung ano yung mga common competencies ng kada sector and then yung mga specific core competencies nila. Ayan. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Ayan. Then sa module title, yung module title na i-develop ninyo, although meron tayong CBC exemplar na ilalabas, pero I know yung mga developers natin kada school, they are more capable na to improve further yung mga nasa exemplars natin. Mas maganda na bibigyan natin ng mas magagandang o mas very yung titling natin talagang clear at yung madali silang maintindihan kung ano yung ino-offer na title ng module na iyon, no? Sabi nga may mga iba they really have to innovate pati sa titling. So maganda 'yun kung ano talaga yung ginagawa, but then naandun pa rin dapat yung pinaka general concept ng title. Huwag tayong hihiwalay masyado. Although we are instructing you or we are giving you advice na pwede natin improve yung titling ng mga modules natin, pero we have to retain pa rin yung pinaka context ng modules na iyon. Okay, next slide please. Yan. Under sa mga module of instructions, meron tayong mga learning outcomes na i-offer na. Itong mga learning outcomes natin, we must be sure na ito ay to the context na kung ano yung aaralin ng bata. Although, you can always, ang sakit sabihin na copy, you can always adopt yung nasa CBC exemplar, but then we are suggesting na mas maganda na you can improve further kasi napaka-minimal lang nung nailagay namin sa CBC exemplar, because we would like you, each TVIs and TTIs, to have a very nice learning outcomes na talagang naandun yung iba't ibang matututunan ng bata at shoot na shoot doon sa nakalagay sa CS. No? Pwede nyo pa rin ilagay yung mga iba't iba ninyong mga pwedeng additional information para ma-attain yung learning outcomes na yon. Ayan. Pero dapat importante, naka-align lagi tayo dun sa nasa competency standard na nasa PR, yung section 2. Okay, next slide please. So ayan, we put some instruction for our UTPRAS focal kung ano yung titignan nila when you package your curriculum. Ayan. Then next slide, another revised portion is the additional course delivery method. This one, since nga na-mention natin earlier, unang-una pa lang na hindi tayo totally makapag-offer ng full face-to-face, kaya most likely yung inyong CBC would include this new methodologies, or hindi na new kasi last year pa to you may include some of these methodologies. Aside from face-to-face, meron pa rin ibang mga mga online way of offering the program, lalo na yung mga theoretical o topical lang na pwede naman nating i-lecture online, or asynchronous material, giving them some important information pa rin or information sheet para maintindihan niya mabuti yung topic na yon. Then, nakalagay dapat diyan kung synchronous or asynchronous siya, and then can also include yung distance learning methods like yung mga modular self-paced na mga CBLMs yun. Oo, kasi we do not really expect na lahat ng ating mga learners ay makapag-access ng very good internet connection. Then next slide please. So nakalagay uli yan dun sa checklist. So ganito yung itsura ng checklist, baka hindi nyo nalalaman. o hindi nyo nakikita, pero yung mga UTPRAS focal natin, may mga checklist yan na ganito na they are being guided by this, kaya mas madali nilang makita. Then the next slide. Ayan. Dito sa list of supplies and materials, must also include kung ano yung sinabi natin ng mga iba't ibang mga methodologies natin. Somehow it would have an effect on the resources that we have as TBI. No? Pag sinabi nating online, dapat may internet facility tayo to deliver the online. At meron tayong mga gadgets na magagamit. Diba? Yung meron tayo sigurong router, mga ganon, at medyo malakas yung ating internet signal para makakapag-access ng mabuti yung mga bata. Then, actually, if you go further sa baba, nilagay namin na they can use yung mga gadget natin na cellphone, di ba? Ngayon, mas madali nang gamitin ang cellphone. And we notice kasi, we are suggesting here na we notice kasi sa mga, di ba, sa mga public schools ng elementary at saka college, they give yung parang pinaparenta nila o pinapahiram nila sa estudyante yung mga gadgets, di ba? Hindi naman bumibili yung mga estudyante natin. So we suggest na if you are going to do that, include nyo dun sa list of supplies and materials ninyo, sa resources, equipment, isulat nyo yun para naiintindihan nung UTPRAS focal. And then you can also include that in the costing, additional costing yan kasi you're going to deliver it using yung flexible delivery. Kasi mahirap naman mag-online tapos aasahan mo yung estudyante na maghanap ng sarili niyang gadget, lalo na yung mga scholars natin, they are very limited yung capacity nila to buy. Kaya nga sila nag-o-offer nag-enroll sa TESDA. So we can improve on that na ilagay natin yung mga iba't ibang mga facilities. And then kung mag-zoom kayo, di ba pwede naman ilagay nyo may subscription dapat kayo ng Zoom or kung Google Meet na lang, dapat meron kayong mga software na gano'n na makakapag-deliver ng ganong klaseng methodology. And next slide, please. So sa checklist, makikita yun ng UTPRAS focal. Hanapin yung kaya you must be consistent from the start nung pinakita naming mga dapat yung i-prepare at i-submit hanggang sa dulo. Ngayon, syempre yung trainer natin most of all dapat marunong siyang mag-manage ng online learning. And I think nung nakaraan may mga in-offer na training programs for facilitating e-learning sessions ang TESDA. So, guys, marunong sila. Actually, kahit nga noon pa, marurunong na talaga sila kasi they are really, ginagamit na nila yon noon pa. No? They have the capacity. So, sa ating mga trainers, they must be ready rin na they can facilitate yung online, they can set up the online facilities, they can deliver, they can have a very good assessment through online facilities. So, ayun yung mga nasa natin. Test the circular number 62/2020. Okay, next slide. Ayun na. So, ito yung mga guidance namin sa NITSD. I hope na maalala ninyo, lalo na if you're going to offer the TRs to be deployed ngayon, you can use different methodology. Basta ilagay lang natin doon sa ating CBC na gagamitin at dapat yung ating mga learning materials ay ready rin na sa ganung pamamaraan. So together with me is Ma'am Mary, who will also discuss to you about sa trainers naman. Ma'am Mary, naandyan ka na ba, ma'am? Over to you.
Thank you so much po, Ma'am Agnes. May we call on Ma'am Mary? All right. Ma'am Mary is not around, so maybe we can proceed muna po sa next presenter. Next to present, from the Certification Office, let us give a warm virtual welcome to Assistant Executive Director, Ms. Janet M. Abasolo, and Acting Chief of Program Registration Division, Ms. Ida T. Miape. Ma'am Ida.
Hi, magandang correct lang po, supervising TSD specialist po ako, and we have already our newly promoted po yung may bago na po kaming program registration chief. In the person po of Ms. Sheila Marie Taon. Okay. Good morning everyone. Magandang umaga po sa ating mga participants from the industry, from the private and public TBIs. I'm Ida Timiape of the Certification Office. Again, with me is Assistant Executive Director Janet M. Abasolo, and I think later po our Executive Director Edie Maria Susan P. Dilarama will join the group. Again, welcome to the third batch of the national deployment of the training regulations. Okay, my presentations will be focused on Certification Office directives and guidance on the registration of program for the 5 identified promulgated training regulations, namely yung Speed Limitation Device Servicing NC2, and for the automotive servicing, yung 3 training regulation on chassis repair NC2, electrical repair NC2, engine repair NC2, and lastly, the emergency medical services NC3. Next slide, sir. Okay, I have here 3 important terminologies of the program registrations. These are the processes that takes place when after the training regulations were promulgated and deployed. For program registration, this refers to the process by which the TBET programs are registered with TESDA. It is the first stage of the Unified TBET Program Registration and Accreditation System, or the UTPRAS. Applying for program registration indicates the intent of the institution to offer TBET programs. While for program registrations or program migrations, this refers to the re-evaluation of registration documents submitted by a TBI subject to the same requirements and procedures in program registration for the issuance of new CTPR due to any of the following conditions, like po yung program migrations. And for the last terminology, yung program migration po, it pertains po ito doon sa processes, re-registering po yung yung na-registered po na program with the training regulation na na-amend, and also for the registered no training regulations na related po siya doon sa na-amended na training regulations. Kailangan po yung NTR po na yan is mag-migrate siya for the full mag-migrate po siya doon sa amended training regulations. Okay po, next po. Okay, the registration or re-registration migration to a new or amended training regulation within a period of 1 year shall commence only after the following activities. One po is yung issuance po ng approved implementing guidelines sa the deployment of training regulations and assessment tools. Ang nagde-deploy po nito, ang nag-i-issue po nito is ang Qualification and Standards Office. And second, the conduct of capability building program on regional lead assessors. Ang may responsibility po nito is yung ating national, yung ating NTTA under po ng NITSD. And for the capability building program of assessors, yan po yung certification and assessment division ng certification office. Okay, currently po, for NTR, no training regulations, registered programs, kailangan din po siyang i-registered with the training regulations. Following din po yung items 1 and 2 na naka-indicate po dito. Okay po. After po yan, ang certification office po ay nag-i-issue ng memorandum of migration period and the list of the affected programs subject for re-registration and migration. Next, sir. Okay. Here are the migration period for the 5 identified training regulations na dinideploy po natin. For the speed limitation device servicing NC2, nag-conduct po ng RLA October 5 and 8, 2021, and the migration period takes place between December 8, 2021 to December 7, 2022. For the automotive servicing, yung tatlo po na yan na training regulations, nag-calibration po noong December 19, 2020, and the migration period po is December 19, 2020 to December 18, 2021. Medyo malapit na po yung end ng migration period, and we suggest po yung ating mga TBIs, public TBIs and private TBIs na meron pong registered program na mag-comply na po doon po o sa bagong requirements po ng ating bagong training regulations. Actually po to parang yung automotive servicing NC2 is nahati po into 3. Okay, for the emergency medical services NC3, nag-calibrate din po noong February 23, 25, 2020. And sorry po, medyo namali po yung ano po rito. Nailagay ko. February 2021 po ito. February 25, 2021 to February 24, 2020 po yung migration period. Okay po. With the migration period po, yung ating TESDA provincial and district offices, definitely may mga affected po na programs. For the affected programs po na hindi siya matatapos doon sa migration period, we allowed naman po to continue the ongoing programs being conducted while in the migration period. And yung concern po kasi natin dito yung ating mga trainees na kailangan pong matapos po nila yung kanilang training program. Next, sir. Okay, for the registration po ng program, we have here 3 training delivery. Yung school-based or the institution-based program. Solely po, kinoconduct po ito sa mga schools or sa training centers. Usually po, face-to-face po ito. And dun po sa enterprise-based program, kaya kanina po sinabi po na ang directive po ng ating Director General na dapat po talaga is more programs to be conducted on enterprises and companies para po yung ating mga trainees is na-i-involve na po sila at na-experience na po nila kung ano po yung actual na works sa mga companies and enterprises. Okay, sample po nito yung dual training system. And also po may mga companies po tayo na may mga sarili pong HRD na nagpaparegistered po ng program with TESDA para po sa kanilang mga own employees and would-be employees, and also offer this program to the public. Kasi po dapat po pag-registered ang program with TESDA, ino-offer po yan for public. And the community-based program, because po we have mga special clients sa Tibet, kaya po we also offer community-based training program. Since dahil po sa pandemic, ang TESDA po is nag-issue po ng TESDA Circular 62. Ito po yung implementing guidelines on the learning delivery modes. While ang certification office po, particularly yung program registration division, to align po ang program registration policy is nag-issue po ng TESDA Circular 81 series of 2020 for the online submission of program registration documents and the processing of program registration applications. And we have identified 4 learning delivery modes na pwede pong i-adapt ng ating mga training institutions or our private and public training institution, namely online learning delivery mode. Ito po yung full online learning delivery mode. For the registered institution-based program, pwede po siyang mag-ship into any of this learning delivery mode, and the concerned provincial office will issue a certificate of recognition pag nag-ship po yung program into any of these learning delivery modes. And for the new, halimbawa po, new registration, and mag-a-adapt na po siya ng any of these 4 learning delivery modes, ang i-issue po sa kanya yung Certificate of Tibet Program Registration. No need po to issue Certificate of Recognition. Okay, later po, i-discuss po natin yung mga requirements ng learning delivery modes, ng various learning delivery modes. Okay, all regional and provincial district directors are hereby instructed to process the application for program registration within the allowable process cycle time indicated in the operating procedures on program registration or the existing guidelines. Okay, may timeline po palagi yung ating pag-process ng program registration application. Next, sir. Okay, ito po yung process cycle time for program registration. If you will notice po, ang nakalagay po dyan, ang total po is 3 days, pero meron po tayong allowance for the transmittal of the application documents from the provincial office to the regional office and back to, from the regional office to provincial office. Actually po, yung ating process cycle time, dati po yan is 46, naging 20, naging 11, and then naging 3 na lang. This is to ease po yung para po ma-shorten natin yung mga processing on the program registration applications. If you will notice po, itong conduct of orientation and conduct of site inspection, dati po is major process po siya, under po ng process cycle time. However po, inilabas po natin ito doon sa ating in-issue na TESDA circular on process cycle time. Yung conduct ng orientations, comprehensive po dapat ang pagko-conduct ng orientations. This is the opportunity of our prospective applicant TBIs or yung atin na pong mga ano na rin, mga dati na rin pong mga TBIs to ask po yung questions on policies and guidelines on program registrations. May mga bago na pong topics for the conduct of orientations, like po yung mga protocols on COVID-19, in terms po doon sa ating mga workshops, ng ating yung working workshop po ng ating mga training workshop po ng ating mga trainees na kailangan pong i-reconfigure po. And also, natatouch din po dito yung responsibilities po ng ating mga TBIs once po na na-issuean sila ng Certificate of TVET Program Registrations. The next po yung conduct ng site inspection. For the conduct of orientation, virtual po, pwede pong virtual dito dahil po doon sa ating initial sa Circular 081. Likewise po yung conduct ng site inspections, virtual din po ito. May mga certain requirements lang po na nire-require for the conduct of site inspections. Yung process cycle time will begin po doon sa review and evaluation of application documents. Yan po yung magka-count as day 1. For here po, our UTRAS focus, hindi po niya tatanggapin yung program registration applications. Online man yan o face-to-face. Kapag hindi po ito complete and correct in accordance po doon sa ating identifier requirements. For the day 2 po, dito na po papasok yung recommendations and submission of complete documents. Dito po sa day 1, pag tinanggap po yan ng ating UTRAS focals, mag-i-issue po ito ng acknowledgement. I-acknowledge po yung nasubmit ninyong documents. And then sa day 2 po, mag-prepare na po siya ng recommendations and isasubmit niya po yung complete documents to our regional offices. And we have 2 days po to transmit the application documents to the regional offices. Therefore po, matitigil po yung counting. Yung day 3 po, doon na po yung approval of program registration applications and yung issuance po ng Certificate of TVET Program Registrations. Again po, may 2 days po na transmittal ng CTPR and complete documents to the provincial offices and eventually po doon sa concern private TBIs or public TBIs. And doon po sa pag-i-issue ng CTPR and complete documents, usually po may kinoconduct din pong post-registration orientation yung ating mga UTRAS focals. Here po, dito po is ino-orient po yung ating mga TBIs on the submissions of their like po yung mga enrollment, yung completion po ng training through our T2MIS. May capability build-up program po na inibigay po ang ating mga provincial offices. And for this particular responsibility po ng ating mga TBI. Next po. Okay, for the requirements for program registrations, we will not focus on corporate and administrative documents. We will focus po on the curricular requirements because this is based on the training regulations. Okay, for the curricular requirements, competency-based curriculum, we have the template, test the OPO CO1, CO01 FO8, indicating the qualification being addressed and the competencies to be developed. Nakalagay po dyan yung course design and module of instruction. A while ago, our Ma'am Agnes discussed to us yung checklist, yung evaluation of competency-based curriculum. Yun po yung tawag natin checklist. Our UTRAS focals will evaluate your submitted competency-based curriculum based on that checklist of requirements for the competency-based curriculum. And Ma'am Agnes also discussed ano po yung dapat na naka-include doon sa ating competency-based curriculum. Okay, ang basis po niyan yung ating section 3 ng training regulations. Okay, also not only po for the with training regulations, meron din po tayong evaluation checklist for program registration of no training regulations. Okay, dalawa po yung ating checklist for that concern po na WTR and NTR programs. Okay, we do encourage po yung ating mga TBIs na mag-develop po ng kanilang sariling curriculum based po doon sa Section 3 ng Training Regulations. Well-guided naman po tayo sa yun po yung ating maging basis for the development po ng ating curriculum. For the list of equipment, tools, and consumables materials necessary to deliver the program, yung ating Section 3.4 of Training Regulations po ang magiging basis ng ating mga TBIs in the preparations of list of equipments, tools, and materials. Also po, dun po sa instructional materials. For the list of physical facilities and list of off-campus physical facilities, kailangan po i-indicate po dyan yung floor area. Ang ating pong basis dyan, yung Section 5 of the Training Regulations, and also yung shop layout, Section 3.5 din po ng Training Regulations ang ating basis. Next po. Okay, for the trainer or SRD personnel, ito pong SRD personnel para po ito sa mga companies, yung mga malaking companies po na may mga sarili po silang SRD personnel. Yung list of trainers po, kailangan po nakatas din po yung kanilang mga supporting documents on their qualifications, areas of expertise, yung mga courses and seminars po na na-attendan nila. And also, yung kailangan pong may relevant NTTC or trainer qualification certificates and certifications of employment. Yun po yung mga evidences or mga requirements po na hinihingi natin for our trainers. Yung NTTC po, alam nyo na kung paano po ito na kukuha po ng ating mga trainers. Kailangan po meron siyang NC o the qualification po na kanyang ituturo, and also meron din po siyang NC doon sa PM Level 1. Okay, under po yan ang Section 3.6 ng Training Regulations. Okay, we go po doon sa specific training regulations requirements po for the trainer. Sir, balik po ulit tayo doon. Okay, for the speed limitation device servicing NC2, ito po ang requirements for our trainers. Must be a holder of NTTC Level 1 in speed limitation device servicing NC2 or the automotive servicing NC3, and must have at least 6 months industry experience in speed limitation device installation for the last 3 years. Next po. Okay, for the automotive servicing chassis repair NC2, ang trainer po dapat po holder ng NTTC Level 1 in automotive servicing chassis repair NC2, and must have at least 1 industry experience in automotive servicing for the last 3 years. For the existing trainers po, kailangan po siya is NTTC holder Level 1 in automotive servicing chassis repair NC2, and must have an industry immersion of 40 hours annually. This include industry trainings, structural training program, inclusive of hands-on activities, observation in a workshop, and training certificate with indicated number of hours. For the current holders po ng NTTC Level 1 and Automotive Servicing NC2 shall follow what is stipulated in Section 4 of the Training Regulations, particularly in Section 4.1.6 for the renewal of their NTTC. Continued learning through 40 hours industry immersion annually will also be required for upskilling purposes both for the new and for the existing trainers. Next, sir. For the engine repair NC2 of the automotive servicing, for the new trainers, must be a holder of NTCC level 1 in automotive servicing engine repair NC2 and must have at least 1 year industry experience in automotive servicing for the last 3 years. And for the existing trainers, must be a holder of NTCC level 1 in automotive servicing engine repair NC2 and must have industry immersion of 48 hours annually. Industry training, which include structured training program, inclusive of hands-on activities and observation in a workshop, and training certificate with indicated number of hours. For the current holders of NTTC Level 1 in Automotive Servicing NC2 shall follow what is stipulated in Section 4 of the Training Regulation, particularly Section 4.1.7 for the renewal of their NTTC, and again, continued learning through 40 hours industry immersion annually will also be required for upskilling purposes, both for new and existing trainers. For the electrical repair NC2, requirements for the new trainers must be NTTC Level 1 holder in automotive servicing electrical repair NC2 and must have at least 1 year industry experience in automotive servicing for the last 3 years. For the existing trainers, must be a holder of NTTC Certificate Level 1 in automotive servicing electrical repair NC2 and must have industry immersion of 40 hours annually, which industry training, which include structured training program, inclusive of hands-on activities and observation in a workplace, and training certificate with indicated number of hours. For the current holders of NTTC Level 1 in Automotive Servicing NC2 shall follow what is stipulated in Section 4 of the Training Regulation, particularly Section 4.1.7 for the renewal of their NTTC. Continued learning of 40 hours industry immersion annually will also be required for upskilling purposes, both for new and existing trainers. And lastly, for the emergency medical services NC2, must be a holder of National Tibet Trainer Certificate Level 1 in emergency medical, must have undergone training on emergency medical services NC3 or any other similar training for emergency medical technician services NC3. Okay, a college graduate either of any allied medical course with at least 2 years of active EMS field experience with direct patient handling and management, or of any course with a minimum of 3 years active EMS field experience with direct patient handling and management. Ito pong emergency medical services, since na-issue po itong na-deploy na po yung training regulations, kaya po yung moratorium on emergency medical NC2 ay nalip na po. Nag-issue na po ang certification office na ang that's the circular lifting po yung emergency medical services NC2. Okay, next po. Later po yung ating pong mga expert na nag-develop po nung 5 training regulations, they will further discuss po yung mga trainer requirements. May portion po later para po to further discuss po yung requirements po ng ating mga trainers. Yan po yung requirements na yan. Yan po ang hahanapin ng ating mga UTRAS focals in the evaluation of your program registration applications. Likewise po, under the Training Regulation 3.7, Section 3.7, yung institutional assessment, i-require po ito for our WTR and NTR programs. And there will be evaluation na po ng institutional assessment. Before po kasi is sinasubmit lang, ipinapakita lang po institutional assessment during po ng conduct ng technical or ocular inspection po ng facilities. But sa ngayon po, for our new policy, yung institutional assessment po is kailangan na rin pong mag-undergo ng evaluation. Next, sir. Okay. On these slides po, I will discuss po yung mga requirements for the flexible learning delivery mode. For the trainer po, ang requirements po dyan, the trainer must have an appropriate training certificate as evidence of his or her competency in facilitating online, flexible, distance learning or combination of both learning delivery modes. Ang NTTA po natin is bigay po siya ng capability build-up program for our trainers for the e-learning system, flexible e-learning system, both for WTR and NTR programs. Okay po. Ang foremost po na requirements pag nag-adapt po tayo ng flexible learning delivery modes, yung ating pong training plan. The training plan shall indicate the unit of competency, the module title, the learning outcomes, and the learning contents covered for every LO, specifying the modalities to be applied for every learning content and the learning resources. Next po. Okay, for the full online learning delivery mode, narito po ang mga requirements, digital learning contents, may mga sample po na naka-indicate dyan. Yung ating learning management system, may mga nakalagay pong naka-indicate na samples. And for number 3 po, yung web applications that provide access to the digital content and any shared resources anytime, anywhere. Yan po, may mga samples din po. And also, item number 4, yung virtual communication facilities for trainers and trainees, synchronously and asynchronous. Po, may mga samples po na naka-indicate. And again po, yung requirements po for institutional assessment tool. And lastly po, yung technical support system for the trainer and the trainees. Po yung kung saan po sila pwedeng magpalitan ng mga communications, and chats, yan, and others po. Okay, for the blended learning delivery mode, yung requirements po na diniscuss ko kanina, requirements po din yan for the blended learning delivery mode. And item number 2, offline electronic technology and resource to support the blended learning delivery mode, such as but not limited to the following. Digitized learning materials such as CBLM and other instructional learning materials, videos, and interactive contents. And yung downloaded digital contents in the LMS. Likewise po, yung competency-based workshop area with the required learning system or equipment and tools where the face-to-face instruction is conducted. Yan, for the face-to-face portion. Ito po yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na kailangan pong i-reconfigure based po doon sa requirements ng IATF. Dahil po sa COVID-19. For the distance learning delivery mode, may mga learning resources po that can be accessed by the learners in any or combination of the following forms. Yung print learning materials as CBLM, training manual, instruction sheet, textbooks, study guides, workbooks, course syllabi, and correspondence feedback. And also yung audiovisual radio, yung mga ginagamit natin for the audiovisual. Yan po, yung mga radio, yung video, television, telephone, yan po. And conferencing and video conferencing, usually ito po yung ating mga ginagamit for now. Next po, for the combination of distance and face-to-face mode, ito po yung, again po, may face-to-face, yung ating competency-based workshop with the required learning system or equipment and tools where the face-to-face instruction is conducted. And for the distance learning po, yung learning resources that can be accessed by the learners in any combination of the following forms. Yan po ulit, yung print learning materials and the audio visual. Next po. Okay, I have here yung company enterprise base. Again po, i-escape po natin yung corporate and administrative documents. We will concentrate po doon sa curricular requirements. Kung mapapansin nyo po, medyo konti lang po ang requirements for the company or enterprise based program. Ito po yung mga malalaking company po na may sarili silang SRD na nagre-registered po ng WTI programs with TESDA. Ang hahanapin lang po natin sa kanila yung competency-based curriculum, yung list ng equipment, tools, and consumables necessary to deliver the program, yung list ng physical facilities po nila, kung may off-campus po sila, kailangan pong i-indicate both sa facilities yung floor area in accordance po doon sa requirements ng ating training regulations. And also, kailangan po sila mag-submit ng shop layout. Next po. Currently, habang hindi pa po na-approve yung ating revised omnibus guidelines on TVET program registrations, existing pa rin po, ito pa rin po ang sinusunod natin, yung TESDA Circular Number 07-2016, the amended omnibus guidelines on program registration under the Unified TVET Program Registration and Accreditation System or the UTRAS. And yung issuance po natin on the online submission and processing of program registration, ito po yung TESDA Circular Number 081, Series of 2019, Guidelines on the Online Processing of Program Registration Application under UTRAS, and also for the sanctions and penalties, yung TESDA Circular Number 23. Ito po rin is important po na ma-orient yung ating mga private and public TBIs. And lastly po yung ating TESDA Circular Number 073-2019, the revised process cycle time for program registration. Ito lang po yung apat na na-indicate na existing policies and guidelines on program registration. Pero marami pa pong mga guidelines na in-issue, particularly doon sa mga ibang mga programs like mga MTP, RCEP, PAPSE, ganyan po na still applicable pa rin po. But we are only concentrating po in general po doon sa na-identify na dinideploy po nating training regulations. That's all po for the program registration. And thank you. Okay, next po to present po is our Assistant Executive Director, Ms. Janet M. Abasolo on assessment and certifications. Thank you.
Thank you po, Ma'am Ida. May we now call on po Director Janet M. Abasolo. Thank you.
Secretariat, I have 8 minutes. Pwede bang additional? Kahit mga ano lang, siguro 10 minutes. Or the most, 15.
Ma'am Janet, yes po. Dadagdagan po natin yan.
Okay.
Go ahead lang po kayo sa inyong presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay po.
Okay, so in behalf of our director, the Director Maria Susan P. De la Rama, so we welcome this opportunity, me and Ms. Ida, to provide yung nga po guidance on program registration, and also I will be discussing this morning on the role of the certification office in the expansion of the assessment and certification infrastructure. So, assessment and certification is one of the major functions of TESDA. Under the Philippine Tibet Competency Assessment and Certification System, or in short, PTCAX, TESDA certifies trainers and industry practitioners or experts who meet the standard requirements to assess, evaluate the competence of a prospective candidate for national certification. Okay. So, in the message of Director Guillermo a while ago, we are now deploying po yung training regulations na meron na ho siyang conducted regional lead assessors. So ano ngayon yung role ng certification office after yung conduct as part of the deployment of these TRs nga po dahil meron na ho tayong conducted RLAs. So after the deployment of the TRs, ito kasi yung existing but later on mababago nga siya na magko-conduct muna ng RLA before talaga yung deployment ng TRs. Pero this is the existing po that we are doing after the deployment of the training regulations. Yung certification office conducts series of meetings with the national experts who develop the CATs as endorsed by QSO or the Qualification Standards Office to discuss the process, plans, and strategy for the capability building program for prospective regional lead assessors. So, ito yung key sa expansion ho natin ng assessment and infra po ng ng ating assessment and certification infrastructure. Yung pong pagbibuild natin ng infra will start with the regional lead assessor. So, ano po yung objective ng ating capability building program for the regional lead assessor? This is to build the assessment and infrastructure and to ensure the quality and uniform standard method of assessment across all regions and provinces. So, ayaw po namin magkaroon ng iba-ibang interpretation ang aming mga field offices. So that's why we are conducting this capability building program for prospective RLAs para ho masigurado namin na pagdating ho sa baba at the regional and provincial level, uniform and standard ho yung method of assessment. So regardless ho kung saan province at kung saan region. So specifically, yung ating pong capability building program for prospective regional lead assessors, the objectives are the following: to train prospective regional lead assessors on the standard conduct of competency assessment and also to conduct yung pong ating initial assessment. Okay. So ito po yung parang, this is the figure on this slide, indicates how we really expand the national assessment and certification capacity. So ito po lagi is a directive being reiterated by our secretary to establish assessment centers na in relevant qualifications, lalong-lalo na po doon sa mga regions na kinakailangan to address the needs ng mga ating candidates na gusto nilang ma-subject for assessment, and also in the registration ng ating mga programs by our technology vocational institutions or by our own TESTA technology institutions. So the national lead expert or assessor, this is being endorsed by our Qualification Standards Office. So ito po pina-prioritize natin in the conduct of the capability building program as part of the expansion ng assessment and certification infra. Then sila po yung kinukuha namin para i-train yung ating regional lead assessors. And after which, kung nakapag-train na po kami ng ating mga regional lead assessors, one of the functions or responsibilities ng ating trained regional lead assessors, mag-i-issue po kami dyan ng mga TESDA order. Nakalagay po doon sa TESDA order na isa sa kanilang function is to conduct the multiplier effect, meaning to say, one of the functions is to conduct capability building program for the provincial lead assessors. So, adapting to the new normal since the pandemic, we strategized para po i-deliver itong capability building program in the conduct of for our prospective regional lead assessors. So ito po yung ating mga modes that we adapted through virtual mode. So on this, the certification office already drafted the operating procedures on the conduct of virtual competency assessment. And with this, the CATs, we ensure that the CATs are also enhanced. So this is one of the initiative din po being undertaken in a technical working group wherein the members are the executive directors po ng Qualification Standards Office and also the executive director ng Certification Office and also yung ating ICTO, Interim Information Technology Office po yun. So we are now on the process po. There are initiatives on the digitization ng ating competency assessment tools and corresponding with that are also yung ating revised instructions. So yan po yung isa sa ways forward in terms ng ating competency assessment tool para po talaga magamit natin in the conduct of the virtual mode in the conduct of competency assessment. We also adapted po yung blended, meaning to say pareho siyang face-to-face and virtual. During po yung understanding of the CATs at saka yung mga training regulations, yung ating pong experts kino-conduct nila yung learning session through face-to-face, through online po, like Google Meet or Zoom platform. Pero may mga CATs po kasi na hindi po siya talaga pure virtual may co-conduct. So ginagawa po namin through face-to-face yung conduct ng assessment. So in selected qualifications po yan. So this is limited in scope because it can be done only where the national experts are and only in selected qualifications. Kaya nga po, there is this initiative to digitize the CATs para magamit po natin doon sa pure virtual. Okay. In the conduct of the capability building program for prospective regional lead assessors, ito po yung program content. So on day 1, so may learning session ho tayo or review of the competency standard, understanding of the competency assessment tools, and the preparation for the actual assessment. So on the next 2 days, yun po yung mismong conduct ng virtual assessment. So as I've mentioned a while ago, there are CATs and with in consultation po dun sa ating mga national experts na kino-conduct, pwede i-conduct pure online talaga. Like recently, we have conducted yung web development NC3 na pure online. We have also conducted yung prospective regional lead assessors for front office services NC3 and 4 pure online. But there are assessment tools na hindi po siya pwedeng i-conduct virtually. So pagdating ko sa assessment on days 2 and 3, face-to-face po yan. Like sa mga HEOs, Heavy Equipment Operations Qualifications, what else? Yun hong EMS, Emergency Medical Services, blended ho yung ginawa namin doon in the conduct of the capability building program for the province regional lead assessor. Lately ho, we have conducted pure virtual ho, yung home caregiving qualifications, nagawa ho namin mag-train ng regional lead assessors on a virtual or online mode ho. With the help po yung national experts endorsed po ng ating Qualification Standards Office. Then as part of the program conduct of the capability building program for RLAs, on day 4, we conduct preliminary session. This session is on the feedbacking. Ano ho yung are the expectations or objectives of the program met? Ano yung mga observations? Ano yung mga recommendations of the program? Then we conduct program evaluation, post-test, and yun pong awarding of certificates dun ho sa mga nag-succeed dun sa ating virtual or blended mode of assessment. Then we usually also discuss ano pa yung next steps on day 4. So ito po later, I will discuss this. So next steps, trainers methodology level 1 training and assessment of RLA. conduct of CBP for prospective provincial lead assessors. Then the issuance of TESDA order on capacity building. So we also assist or facilitate the training of national experts on trainers methodology level 1, specifically on the conduct of competency assessment. So TM1 COC2. We would like to emphasize this because yun ang ating competency assessor, kailangan din ho niyang malaman o matutuhan paano niya i-conduct yung assessment. So, we are assisting ho yung ating regional and provincial offices. We do facilitate the conduct of training on this training program. Yun hong level 1, specifically on the conduct of competency assessment. So, TM1 COC2. So, one of our recommendations nga po is for QSO to consider include trainers with TM1 COC2 or TM2 on the development of CATs, develop CATs in the development of the competency assessment tools. Okay. So, as part po ng ating, to complete the process of the capability building program sa ating regional lead assessor, we usually, or we also assess our RLAs, yung regional lead assessors, in conducting the loading activity if this can't be done at the regional level. So ano ho yung importance or significance ng ating loading activity? So this will enable the RLA or the regional lead assessors to complete the process and for them to be appointed as regional lead assessors in the respective regions. For the new applicant or the competency assessor, as part of the loading activity, he or she must have conducted actual assessment to at least 10 candidates under the supervision of a regional or provincial lead assessor as part of the capability building for competency assessors. For yung accredited competency assessors na, for amended training regulations, so he or she shall only be required to conduct actual assessment to at least 2 candidates in related qualifications under the provision ng ating regional or provincial lead assessor. So ito po yung requirements namin in the selection of para ho makonsider siyang participant for the capability building program for prospective regional lead assessor. So endorsed dapat siya ng TESDA regional director. We ask the candidate to submit his or her updated resume, his or her national certificate for amended qualifications only, the certificate of the prospective participant, so yung TM1 or yung TM1 COC2 certificate, and a certification indicating that he or she is a practitioner of the occupation or trade area of employment, indicating the number of years of industry experience as required in the training regulations. Ina-emphasize po namin ito kasi may mga qualifications really that requires this. Sayang po kung mag-e-endorse yung ating mga regional provincial offices na hindi siya compliant on this letter E kasi napaka-importante po yan on the conduct of assessment. We experienced this po in the conduct of yung ating capability building program for prospective regional lead assessors for the front office services NC3 and NC4 qualifications. Kaya we really emphasize that yung pong ine-endorse ng ating mga regional and provincial offices should really comply kung ano ho yung nating nasa training regulations and also kung ano ho yung nasa ating competency assessment tools. So ano po yung responsibilities of the trained regional lead assessor? So once a TESDA order issued authorizing po yung ating regional lead assessor to become yung full-fledged na ho in the respective regional offices, so ito ho yung kanyang responsibilities. Conduct assessment for provincial lead assessors in coordination with the TESDA regional and provincial office. develop provincial lead assessors as selected by the regional office, supervise applicant competency assessor during the loading, act as technical expert during the inspection or TBI assessment center applicant. Okay. So I would just like to share also one of the mechanisms in expanding po yung ating assessment and certification. Dinagdag ho namin in addition to ating face-to-face and also sa ating online mode of subject to the accreditation ng ating mga assessment centers. We have also the portfolio assessment. So ito po kino-conduct natin, pero ito ho kasi specific for those candidates with at least 5 years of experience. So in this slide, naka-indicate, naka-enumerate ho kung ano ho yung mga critical requirements for the portfolio assessment. So ito po yung mga eligibility requirements. So we have the mandatory requirements, yung mga educational requirements, yun hong certificate of employment, which is really very significant kasi bine-verify po talaga yun ng ating mga panel of assessors sa portfolio. Ito po yan, video coverage, yung diploma, TOR, work samples, so the accomplished self-assessment guide, and so on. So ito po yan, mga list for the portfolio assessment requirements. Okay. So I would just like to emphasize that yun nga ho, so after na makonduct ko yung capability building program for our lead assessor, doon ho nag-emanate yun na ho multiplier effect in the conduct nga po ng accreditation ng ating qualified competency assessor. So in this slide, ito po yung mga checklist on the requirements for the accreditation of the competency assessor. So I would just like to emphasize uli yung number 4, yung nga po, certificate of employment indicating compliance with the requirements on the number of years or work in this or industry experience or teaching experience as is specified in the promulgated training regulations. Number 6, yung mga ating certificates on the trainer's methodology or yun yung ating certificate of competency on the conduct of competency assessment, TM1 COC2, yung certification on loading, and also yung for the accreditation purposes, yun yung ating results of the annual performance evaluation. So ina-emphasize lang ho namin that we have to comply with this checklist of requirements in accrediting ho ng ating competency assessor. Dun sa ating hong accreditation ng assessment center, so we are also emphasizing the requirements listed on these slides para ho hindi masayang ho yung ating mga initiative. So doon nga ho sa qualifications ngayon, dahil nakapag-conduct ho tayo ng regional lead assessors, ang ating mga regional and provincial offices, they can already start accrediting yung competency assessors and the assessment center. Pero later on, i-discuss ko further kung ano, may mga qualifications kasi na may mga regions na wala pang RLA dahil during that time, we complied with the quarantine level. So hindi ho kami nakapag-conduct ng RLA. So hindi pa pwedeng mag-accredit ng assessment center. So I'm talking on the EMS po. So later on, I will give update po doon. Okay. So in brief po, yun po yung expansion on the assessment and certification infrastructure. So I will be sharing ho updates doon ho sa ating kung saan tayo nakapag-conduct ng RLA. So in this screen po, these are updates on our conducted regional lead assessors para lang ho malaman. So yung ating automotive qualifications, we conducted this in 2020 pa po. Pero ang nangyayari po dito, ang mode of conducting ng RLA lang po is on the calibration ho, kasi ang requirement lang ho ng bagong TR and with the CATS is yung kanyang NC is parang ano lang po siya, ipapa-update. So, kinalibrate lang ho namin yung mga regional offices dito para ho makapag-start ng infra doon sa ating assessment and certification. So, ito po yung na-train. 88 in all the qualifications. Pero so far po kasi ang appointed lang for the automotive NC2 ay 12 RLAs. For the automotive NC2 rin on engine repair and 12 ay 13. And dun ho sa automotive chassis NC2 ay 13. Why? Because meron ho tayong as part po ng ating training regulations, meron ho kasing kailangan doon sa training regulations na yun hong ating trade regional audit assessor or kailangan po siyang makapag-submit ng COE or Certificate of Immersion of 40 hours as required nga ho in the IG. And so far po, doon ho sa aming na-trained na regional lead assessor, ang nakapag-submit lang po ay yung mga RLAs trained in regions CAR, NCR, Caraga, 3, 4B, 9, 11, and 12. So from this po, we issued test the order, kaya yung kanilang lead assessors, so from this, so yung kanilang lead assessors on these regions, sila na ho yung gagamitin to conduct yung provincial lead assessors and next step po para ho makapag-accredit na rin ng competency assessor and makapag-establish ho ng assessment center for these qualifications. So yan po yan. For the remaining regions, like in regions 1, 2, 4A, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, and BARM, awaiting pong certification office for those trained in 2020 na RLAs to submit po yung kanilang certificates as evidence ng kanilang immersion of 40 hours as required po sa ating implementing guidelines. It is only when they have submitted to the certificates na mag-i-issue din ho kami ng test the order para for them to authorize as lead assessor nga po in their respective regions para ho that will initiate po yung accreditation ng competency assessor and establishment po ng assessment center. So yan po yan. For the emergency medical service NC3, so we conducted that this year. Blended po yan. Yung face-to-face assessment po yan was conducted in Region 3. So under the leadership po of our able national experts na sila Mr. Julius Quijano and Renante Liwanag. So, kinonduct po namin yan. So, there were trained 15, na-assess 15, 13 were certified. And 9 of them were so far appointed. Pero during that time po, we have only conducted this capability building program for regions 1, 3, 2, 4A, NCR. Kasi ho, mahigpit po ang quarantine level in the Visayas and Mindanao regions, so hindi po nakapag-conduct ng RLA. So it is only on these regions po na mag-i-initiate yung ways forward po doon sa accreditation ng assessment center and also doon sa competency assessor. We have issued test the order specifically for lead assessors in regional lead assessors in 4A. So may dalawa na po tayo. So we are expecting region 4A na magka-multiplier effect po yung competency assessor for EMS NC3 and also yung ating establishment of assessment center on this qualification. And also dahil na-lift na po yung moratorium mong EMS NC2 using mo yun sa old TR. So makakapag-register na rin po ng EMSNC2 using yung new TR, and makaka-migrate na rin po yung ating mga assessment centers and training centers doon sa ating training regulations on EMS-NC3. So yan po yan. For the speed limitation device servicing NC2, so we recently conducted lang po to, October 5 to 8. Ito po, request po talaga nito. So, train po natin is 10, assess 10, certified 10. Blended mode po kinonduct ang capability building program for regional prospective regional lead assessors. Yun hong face-to-face was conducted in Laguna, Pioneer and Parts Corporation, Santa Rosa, Laguna. So, meron na ho tayong RHH dyan. So, ano na po yan. So, ways forward po yung next step na po dyan is establishment of assessment center and registration of programs in NCR and Region 4A. So, kung may need po in other regions for this qualification, then we will also schedule po yung conduct ng ating prospective regional lead assessor. So it really start with the conduct of ating capability building program for the regional lead assessor as part po ng utilization ho ng ating TRs and CATs. So kaya napaka-critical po for the certification on in the conducting of such capability building program. So those are the updates po dun sa ating conducted RLAs for the 5 qualifications that with corresponding training regulations and guidelines that we are deploying now. So thank you very much po.
To continue the presentation of NITSD from the National TVET Trainers Academy, or NTTA, let us welcome Mr. Alfonso Francisco.
Sir Al? Wala pong audio.
Kayo, Sir Al.
Ayan. Okay po. Ngayon lang po. Ayan. Good morning.
So, yan po ang very short talk regarding how to deploy the newly promulgated TRs, So, on the 5 qualifications, generic naman yung actually ang deployment namin. So, it will again focus on the 5 qualifications: speed limitation device servicing NC2, automotive servicing chassis repair NC2, automotive servicing electrical repair NC2, and automotive servicing engine repair NC2, and emergency medical services NC3. So, ano po yung dadaan ng phases ng ating ng ano natin para mag-conduct tayo ng RLT po, for those qualifications po. So, yung next slide please. So, the guidance, since we belong now to entity belongs now to NITSD. Now, the first phase of the batch 1 is for the regional directors and provincial directors. Now, their task is to endorse consolidated nominees to NITSD and TTA. So, kung ano po yung qualification, mag-i-endorse po sila ng nominees doon. In case the endorsed nominee participant has withdrawn his or her attendance to the training, RO endorse a replacement through a memo addressed to the NITSD, So, kasi usually 25 participants lang po ang participants natin sa RLT, ano. So sometimes may isang region na isa lang ang participant. Now, in case na yung in-endorse nilang participant na hindi makaka-join sa training, so magno-nominate po sila ulit ng hindi. Now, the next step is for the ROD chiefs, UTPRAS, CAC, and EBT focal. So they will coordinate with TBIs, industries, identify and consolidate qualified nominees from the TBIs or industries. So pwede pong TBIs or pwede pong industries ang participant natin. If TBIs, must be with educational background or have undergone training in skills areas relevant to the deployed TR and at least with 1 year teaching experience. If industry practitioners must have completed at least 10 years of basic education and must have at least a minimum of 3 years of industry experience in the deployed TR or have undergone training in the same. So sa next page po ay yung ating administrators and industry partners. The TI administrators will nominate trainers who meet the required qualification and submit nomination to the regional office. For industry partners, nominate industry participants in their company who meet the required qualification and submit nomination to regional office. Wow. So, next slide po, ma'am. So, the next is that after those training programs, endorse to NTTA the multiplier training report prepared by the regional lead trainer. So, after they have finished the regional lead trainers program and they have conducted the multiplier training, magre-report po sila ng kanilang, mag-prepare sila ng report tungkol doon sa regional lead trainers na kinonduct nila. The RODs shall organize and conduct multiplier training of the RLTs, monitor the RLTs implementation of multiplier training program. For the TI administrators or TBI heads, support manage the institution's applications to program registration and accreditation as assessment center. For industry partners, support the multiplier training of RLTs who are industry practitioners. So yung RLT po natin, dapat to may assurance na makakapag-produce sila ng ating multiplier training. Kapag umattend sila ng regional lead trainer, yung po ang isang main purpose natin is to conduct the multiplier at the regional level po. So the trainer's assessor facilitate training assessment of the deployed TR, and then RLTs to facilitate multiplier skills training in coordination with ROs and institution. So yan po yung mga yung po yung guidance na nakalagay po doon sa ating circular about the regional lead trainers program po. Wala na po. Maraming salamat po. Meron po bang tanong?
Maraming salamat, Sir Al. Please be reminded that we have set a question and answer time after the presentations. So kindly take note of your questions and concerns during the presentations as you will be given time to raise them afterwards. So time check po, 12:02. We will now have our short lunch break. We will resume po at 1 p.m. Happy lunch po.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Sir Al.
Maraming salamat, Sir Jun.
Thank you, Sir Al.
Salamat din po, Sir.
Si Dr. Sirineo to.
Limel, alam ko.
Kita tayo eh.
Automotive to, Limel.
Kaya nga eh. Talagang matin ako eh.
Yeah, aray, kain ka muna.
Okay, Sir Al, kain muna tayo.
Yes. Kamu ano, election na tapi ada
Aliyatin ko i-share video lang. Itang brief, itang kompleto na eh.
Good afternoon. Welcome again, everyone. We hope you all had taken your hearty lunch. So before we continue with our program, may we remind those who haven't completed yet the attendance sheet, the link shared in the chat box. The third and last executive office to present is the Partnerships and Linkages Office. Please welcome the Acting Assistant Executive Director, Ms. Floramel Joy Songsong.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's such an honor and a privilege to be able to share with you the establishment of the industry boards and the partnerships, two programs that have been launched at the PLO, and two programs that would require participation of our industries and the other stakeholders in the hello. Can I now be heard?
Yes, Ma'am Joy.
You're loud and clear, ma'am. You're loud and
Opo.
clear.
Thank you very much for that affirmation that I am clearly heard. As I was saying, this afternoon I will be presenting to you two programs that are lodged at the PLO, at the Partnerships and Linkages Office. But before I do proceed with my presentation, I just would like to greet our attendees for this third batch of the national deployment of newly promulgated TRs and CATs and assessment fees. So good afternoon to our TTI administrators, our partners from the industry and the assessment centers, as well as the representatives from the DVIs, my fellow testants. I know this is a very conducive time to sleep and to really be a little bit slow. But please bear with me as I will be presenting to you the establishment of industry boards and partnerships, and how our industry and other stakeholders can participate and be engaged in these programs that are very vital in achieving an area-based and demand-driven development. So may I request Ms. Yvonne to please share my presentation. So what do I do? Ayan. She cannot share it. Okay. Stop share. Yeah. Okay. So while Yvonne is sharing her screen, yes, I think it'll be better if you would allow me to provide you an overview of the various processes that TESDA is doing and its relationship with the rest of the TVET environment. Now, next slide, please. TESDA believes that area-based and demand-driven TVET can only be achieved through the active engagement of the industry in TVET governance. And this is seen as a responsive action to the critical needs of the industries to produce rightfully skilled workers in their respective localities. Now, while the industry define their needs, as we all know that, they also play an active role in the various processes in TESDA. Now, this slide, as you can see on your screens, highlights the partnership building with the industry that cuts across TESDA's major processes of skills mapping. We also have the competency standards and competency-based curriculum, as well as program registration and competency assessment and certification. Along this line, we can see that partnership with the industry and the industry board becomes very significant in addressing the requirements of an area-based and demand-driven event. I think it'll be better if we will be recalling how an industry board is defined in our test law. Under Section 26, we can see that IB or industry board is defined as an independent body which directly participates in the design and implementation of skills development schemes, as well as in trade skill standardization and certification and such other functions to fulfill the mandate and the objective of the authority. Next slide. The industry board, for better understanding and probably for us to be on the same page whenever we hear of IB. This is how we see IB to be, or industry board to be. It is a quadripartite body which should be composed of representatives from the employers, from the labor sector, as well as from the learning institutions and the government. So that's how we would want our industry board to be composed of. Next slide. Industry boards can be recognized in 3 levels, as you can see on your screen. It can be at the national level, at the regional level, or at the provincial level. Now, we establish an industry board at the provincial level if the participation of the industry board that would be established would be province-specific and limited to only one province. Now, for those IBs that will have presence in more than one province in a region, then we can establish an industry or a regional industry board. And for those IBs that will be having operations and that will be present in more than one region, then it has to be a national industry board that we will be establishing. Industry boards can be established and in a sector or in a subsector. So may dalawang choices po kayo doon sa magiging focus or operation ng industry board. Pwede siyang sectoral, or hanggang sa subsector. Next slide. Why do we need an IB? The primary objective is to actually reduce the skills mismatch between the outputs of the learning institutions and the requirements of the industries. And at the same time, for us to be able to transform TVEP from that of being supply-driven to being a demand-driven. TESDA pursues the revival of the IB. For those of you who have been with TESDA for quite some time, probably you've been in TESDA when NMYC, then NMYC had industry boards, or the participation of the industry boards in the training and in event governance. Now TESDA pursues the revival of these IBs, but this time it will be adopting the Sectoral Skills Council concept of other countries in Europe and in Australia. The Sectoral Skills Council is an independent industry-led board that helps the workers, the employers, educators, and the government in identifying the needed skills, in improving the skills gap and the training standards in a particular sector. We are piloting the establishment of the industry boards this year, and the focused sectors are on agri-fishery, construction. We also have information and communications technology, or ICT, as well as health and logistics. Now, for other sectors that are identified in your area to be priority industries, we can also consider them in establishing the industry board in your respective localities. More industry groups from various regions and provinces have already applied as high Bs. And later on, I will give you an idea as to some of these industry boards that have been established and those that are in the pipeline and those that are in the stage of really getting in touch with the respective prospective IBs. At present, we have 6 industry boards that were given due recognition, and later I'll try to mention some of these 6 industry boards that have been recognized. Next slide. The industry board plays vital roles in Tibet governance. First, it is expected to provide the necessary labor market information to TESDA in aid of policy and program decisions. Second, the IB shall provide inputs or signals in the development of area-based skills map, where the skills requirements of the industries per sector are identified. Third role of the industry board is in taking the lead in the conduct of industry consultations in various areas of concerns within the sector or the subsector that they would be representing. Next is that the IB shall lead and provide experts in analyzing and forecasting skills needs for skills development, considering that the IB has the technical expertise in the sector it represents. Part of the role of the IB also is in taking the lead and in recommending industry experts in the development and the regular review of competency standards, competency-based curriculum, as well as in the assessment tools and development and the assessment fees. The IB shall likewise conduct capability building interventions for the trainers and assessors in applicable competencies and qualifications. And as an expert, the IB is expected to provide inputs to the learning content that will be used. It is also the role of the IB to expand the reach of the event, and we would like to see IB taking the lead in the promotion and implementation of various TVET programs and activities towards quality skills development. And that includes the enterprise-based training programs and the conduct of skills competition, where member companies can provide the learning venue for the learners and the trainers. The IBs shall be able to conduct enterprise-based assessment and certification, one that is certified under the industry-based assessment and certification system of TESDA. It is also the role of the IB to recommend to the TESDA board the possible financing schemes for various TVET programs, projects, and activities. And as an independent body, we would like to see the industry boards as providing its secretariat and monitoring the implementation of projects and in the preparation, taking active participation in the preparation of the quarterly reports that will be required of the established IBs. Next slide. Now for TESDA, in this program of establishing industry boards, it is the role of TESDA, next slide, in the partnership to one, capacitate the industry boards to undertake the roles in the governance of TVET, since the active participation of the industry is expected. So we saw it necessary that for TESDA to provide the capacity building activities or interventions so that our IBs would be able to take the role in the governance of TVET. It is also the role of TESDA to develop incentives and guidelines that would encourage wider participation of the industry in the implementation of the EBT programs, such as scholarship programs. So, but aside from the scholarship programs, we would also like to see more incentive packages to be developed by TESDA so that we will have a wider participation of the industry in this program. Another role of TESDA is to provide preferential access. I wonder who has his or her microphone on. Okay, so another role of TESDA is to provide preferential access to IBs on needed resources, such as scholarship grants, in facilities that would be needed in skills development of the industry workers. But of course, these are all subject to availability of funds and the approved guidelines for the program implementation. It is also the role of TESDA to facilitate the development of training regulations, curricula, the assessment tools, the expansion of assessment and certification infrastructures that will be needed, and the TVET program registration so that we can really engage our IBs in this aspect of TVET governance. Another role of TESDA is to conduct industry consultations, meetings, conferences, or fora, so that we'll be able to promote and facilitate the engagement of the industries in TVET. And the activities of the IBs shall be monitored by TESDA, who will provide a secretariat to assist and perform technical and administrative support functions during the initial stage or initial phase of the operationalization of the industry board. So for the meantime, while we are at the pilot implementation and during the initial phase of the IB's involvement in TVET governance, TESDA shall be providing secretariating and technical and administrative support to the IBs. Now you may ask, what are the benefits? I think na-disconnect ang aking nag-share ng screen. And so please bear with us. You may probably be asking, what are the benefits of having TESDA IB partnership? Siguro iba sabi nyo, meron naman ng partnership. So why the need to establish TESDA IB partnership in particular? First, the IB should be given priority in the availment of TESDA scholarships. TESDA shall allocate scholarships to IBs to enable the industry to produce the type of skills that they need in accordance with TESDA scholarship guidelines. Second, technical assistance will be provided by TESDA to the IB to develop the capability of industry trainers, their assessors, and other training staff, and for them to become experts in skills mapping, competency standards, curriculum development, learning materials development, and training methodology, where we would like to see active engagement of the IB. Third, TESDA shall also recognize the IBs and make them the leader in the assessment and certification of workers through the industry-based assessment and certification system. This will be further discussed by the next speaker. And fourth, the programs and activities of the IBs shall be highlighted in TESDA's social marketing and advocacy campaigns. This is to expand information dissemination of the various undertakings of the IBs. And fifth, we would like to see and we expect to see a reduction in job skills mismatch incidences. The right talents will be in place since the training interventions are customized and will be in accordance with what the industry actually needs. Now with these, TESDA and IBs as social partners are seem to be together in contributing to nation building. Now, relative to the revival of the industry boards, we now have, as I've mentioned, next slide, we have 6 recognized industry boards from regions, NCR, 2, or rather 3, 4A, and 7. And these IBs are representing ICT for NCR. We have garments and construction sector. As of today, we have 21 applications in the pipeline and 23 prospective industry groups being considered by the regional and provincial offices. So we have a lot in the pipeline, and next slide will show you the status of the program. And yeah, as you can see, we have quite a number of prospective industry boards to be established in various sectors. And since agriculture is one of the priorities, we have several applications actually on agri-fishery. And the next slide will also show you some other prospective IBs in the pipeline. Okay. We also have for construction, garments, which is already approved, and the ICT, where there are 3 recognized IBs already. Other sectors include logistics. We also have some in manufacturing and tourism, and other sectors who expressed their, regions who expressed their intent of establishing various industry boards in their localities. Now, to keep up with the changing environment, or what we call now normal, and to expand TVET in the country, there is a need to intensify even our promotion and marketing strategies, so that we will be able to establish more industry boards and more industry players or stakeholders would be informed about these opportunities of them being involved in TVET governance. As observed by one of the board members of TESDA, PM Asper, during the National Industry Forum, which we held on November 11, partnership indeed is an integral part of the major process in area-based and demand-driven TVET. And that's the reason why we would like to really strengthen and even intensify our efforts in developing more partnerships. In identifying which companies to partner with, we can also consider looking at the available industries in our localities. So if you think what is needed and what is present in your locality is that of a certain sector, then you might want to consider establishing the industry board for that particular sector. Another information, during the recently held capability building program activity that we had, we also requested as part of the re-entry plan that of developing a registry or a directory of the industries that are in our provinces or our localities. And that is meant to be a very good source of information in the programs that we will be implementing, one of which is the establishment of industry boards. Next slide. The TTPMS version 2 captures the various partnerships that TESDA has with various sectors. As you can see, the classification of partners include private companies, we have the local government units, national government agencies, we have the academe, the NGOs, we have individuals, we have the industry bodies, which may either be an industry board or industry association or chambers or federations. And we also have the congressional districts. Now, this graph on the classification of partners at the national level is a clear reflection that most of TESDA's partners are private companies, which accounts to 41.55 of the total 556 partnerships that we have right now. This is followed by the LGUs, which accounts to 25.90, and the NGAs covering 14.39% of the pie. Please also note that the lowest is that of the association, which is only 0.18% of the total pie, or 1 out of 556 partnerships forged. Next slide will show you that there are various kinds of partnerships that the industry can actually be engaged in. And from this slide, you will see that skills training is the most dominant skills intervention or engagement, and remains to be the top priority of the partnerships at 65.65%. The remaining 34.35% is given to industry learning institutions, joint delivery, or employment facilitation. We have donation, counterpart for trainings, and others. You have their incubation and the likes. Now, the next table is on the regional distribution of partners of TESDA. It can be seen in this slide that TESDA Caraga, that's 102 actually, and not 11. It's TESDA Caraga that has the highest total number of partners with 102 partners. The region's engagement with private companies and the academe contributed to a large chunk of its accomplishment with 71 and 18 partnerships respectively. TESDA CAR comes in second with 65 partners, and Region 3 is third with 54 partners. Now, the other regions may have to update the monitoring system or may need to do more in terms of developing partnerships. The data that we are presenting was gathered from PLO's TTPMS version 2, or what we call our Google Sheet for the monitoring system. Next slide will give us an idea as to the nature of engagement in the regions. And as you can see it, skills training is the highest. In the central office, understandably, the nature of engagements include CS development, we have LMI, or labor market information. We have quite a number of partners that help us out in the promotion and advocacy. We also have partners that are involved in accreditation, in appointments, skills training, and donation counterpart funding for the trainings that are being conducted. Next slide. Now this time we go to the other program where the IBs can have active participation, or where we actually would want active participation, and that is in reducing the labor supply and demand gaps through the conduct of enterprise-based training programs. You might be familiar with the stats with regard to the number of graduates in the 3 different training delivery modalities, and from industry or institution-based to community-based to enterprise-based training. It is the EBT that gets the smallest share of the pie in terms of its graduates. So we really have to work on promoting EBT and encouraging wider participation of the industry in the EBT programs that we have. EBT programs are those programs that are delivered in the enterprise, which may be in company or standalone, or may be linked with a training provider or institution. Exposing the learners in the actual workplace increases his or her employability through first-hand experience in the industry that he or she wishes to join later on after the training. One EBT program that we have and that we should be promoting is the dual training system, which is an instructional delivery system of technical vocational education and training that combines in-company and in-school training. Kaya siya dual kasi there are 2 venues for the conduct of training. We also have a training plan under DTS that should be collaboratively designed and implemented by the training provider and the company. The next kind of EBT program is that of apprenticeship, which is a training within employment involving a contract between an apprentice and an employer on an approved apprenticeable occupation. The third kind is the learnership, which is quite similar to apprenticeship, except that learnership would require shorter duration of program for its implementation. And the fourth one is the supervised industry learning, which is similar to DDS with the presence of the training provider and the company designing and implementing a training plan. The fifth is the Program for Accelerating Farm School Establishment, or PAFSE, which adopts the concept of learning by doing through farmer-to-farmer approach. It is demand responsive and interactive in its delivery. And this program matches the farm season that we have in the country. Now, the sixth kind of EBT is what we know as in-company training, which refers to technical vocational skills training programs customized and conducted by a company for its own workforce. And this can also include the new hires of the company. The training can be done within the company or in partnership with a training provider. Now, what are the gains? We have industry players in our Zoom room. So probably you'll be interested to know about the gains that companies can derive from participating in the EBT programs. One, implementers of EBT programs are entitled to tax incentives. For the dual training system, establishments, training providers, and donors can avail of incentives on taxable income, on importations, and donations under the DTS Act of 1994. Even the Labor Code provides tax incentives for apprenticeships. So if you wish to implement DTS or apprenticeship, you can avail of the tax incentives that are provided to implementers of these programs. EBT also provides opportunities for hands-on training for industries who will be implementing the programs, the EBT programs. They will have access to job candidates with hands-on experience. Siyempre, pagka sa company ninyo nag-undergo ng training yun na hands-on, more or less, alam nyo kung ano yung caliber ng mga magiging graduate ng training ninyo. And you will have first-hand access to these highly skilled future workforce. Industries have access to job candidates with hands-on experience, and in fact, employers prefer workers who have job-related experience for their businesses. We all know that. Kaya naman sa mga studies, yung mga EBT graduates natin would have higher employability compared to other training modality graduates. EBT allows the industry to develop a more robust talent pipeline from which it could select its potential employees. This is linked with number 4, where employers can save on training, retraining, and even recruitment costs for its workers. And with number 5, which is increasing companies' productivity. This training modality allows the industry to earn a reputation for being a great place to work. And reputation is vital for companies to attract more people and give their companies the perception of providing better, if not the best, goods and services to customers. Another benefit that can be derived is the prestige of the company as recognized partner of TESDA. This is actually mutually beneficial for company and for TESDA, where both entities can gain a certain level of trust and confidence from various stakeholders. And lastly, as a company, you are provided a venue for your corporate social responsibilities. Giving back to the community does not help, or does not only help the society and the company's brand image. It helps those that will be benefited with the CSR program of the company. It gives a sense of philanthropic fulfillment for the companies who provide such assistance to their communities. And this is something boundless and immeasurable if you would take a look at it. Next slide. We'll be showing you some of the examples of the in-company training arrangements that we have. We would like to highlight here the partnership of TESDA with the Philippine Constructors Association, or PCA. As part of PCA's roadmap to enhance skills training and education for globally competitive construction industry and the government's Build program, PCA entered into a memorandum of agreement with TESDA to train 2,000 construction supervisors and assistant construction supervisors under TESDA scholarship program. Now, PCA developed the competency standards on construction site supervision level 4 and construction trade supervision level 4 and implemented these in their chapters in regions NCR 3, 7, and 11. PCA has been a long-time partner of TESDA way back in 1980s and is a 2021 Kabalikat awardee of TESDA, wherein TESDA recognizes the exemplary contribution of the organization in the advancement of TVET in the country. Another in-company training arrangement was made between Continental Temic Electronics Philippines Incorporated and the Human Resources Development Incorporated, or HRDI, on mechatronics for the company's technicians. Continental Temic likewise implemented a training program using the curriculum and the training standards enhanced together with the Qualification Standards Office upon the request of the company's supportive labor union. So these are just some of the examples of the training arrangements that we have and the partnership arrangements that we have with stakeholders in Quebec. Now, we would like, of course, to thank those who are joining us in this deployment program, and we would like to really encourage everyone, especially the industry players in the Zoom room, to consider being involved in the programs that we've presented to you and to be partners in implementing the programs to develop our future workforce. I know that TESDA technology institution administrators would, and those from the TVIs would open their doors to expand partnership arrangements in EBT with the industry. So maraming salamat po for giving us an opportunity to share these programs where we would like to see active participation of the industry as well as the other stakeholders in Tibet governance. Maraming salamat. Magandang hapon.
Thank you very much po, Ma'am Joy Song Song. So next, Ma'am Miss Barbie.
Yes, thank you, Mai. And thank you po, Ma'am Joy, for the presentation from the PLO. So para po sa ating mga participants ngayon, we will now open the virtual floor for the question and answer. So base po sa mga nag-present po simula kaninang morning hanggang kay Ma'am Joy po, if you have any questions from our executive offices, you may raise them now. So we would like just to remind anyone who has any questions po, no, to please use the raise hand icon so we can acknowledge you properly. Or you may also write your questions in the chat box. When writing your questions po sa chat box, please mention the name of the speaker or yung office po na gusto nyong i-address yung inyong question so we could easily address them properly or ma-address siya agad ng taong tinatanong nyo. So to make the open forum active and engaging, we will prioritize the questions raised verbally. And then kung wala na po, tapos we'll revert to the questions na nasa chat box. We only have around 30 minutes po to occupy any, answer any question po. Okay, I'm seeing a raised hand from Ma'am Vivian Abueva.
Yes, hello, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po, ma'am.
Yes. So my question is actually just now from Mama Flora Meljoy. So Ma'am Joy, you have made mention that there's already a close partnership with the Philippine Constructors Association nationwide. So if there is there a MOA that can be used also here in the region? Because here in the region, or particularly here in the province of Leyte, they have an association, Leyte chapter, and that when I met the president, parang wala siyang na-mention. So ito yung ngayon yung tanong ko, can we be given a copy of that MOA if there is? And that can that MOA be cascaded or be used here in the province or in the locality? So yun po yung first question ko kasi I know that we need to support the build projects of our here in the region. So yun po yung tanong ko doon. Kasi as of now din, although we already have a partnership with one of the members doon sa heavy equipment operation. So, but then we want sana that as much as possible, yung kabuuan ng association yung mag-participate, yung maging partner namin, hindi lang isa sa mga members nila. So, yun po yung tanong ko, Ma'am Joy.
Yeah, thank you po, Ma'am Vivian, for that question. And I think yan ang isa sa mga concern din ng isang nakita ko na nagtanong, how to establish daw yung IB sa kanilang region. As I've mentioned, ang thrust po that TESDA is taking in terms of Tibet governance is that of an area-based and demand-driven Tibet. So if you would also recall, I mentioned that for the industry boards that will be established, pwede siyang tatlong levels. We have the national level or the national industry board. We have the regional level industry board establishment or yung creation ng mga regional industry boards and the provincial industry boards. Most likely po, kaya hindi familiar yung inyong nakausap kasi yung sa involvement ng PCA sa construction sector, rather, creation ng IB ay regional regional-wide yung kanilang magiging presence or yung kanilang participation. Kasi po, pwedeng mag-vary yung content, yung engagement ng mga industry boards na i-establish depende nga doon sa kanilang magiging scope of operation or engagement into that governance. So doon sa mga province-specific, yung kanilang i-implement na mga programa or involvement na magiging participation ng IB, provincial industry board po yung i-establish nila. Pagka more than one province, yung kanilang pwedeng maging scope or operation, then it's a regional industry board. Regardless kung ito po ay mga organizations or associations na merong nationwide, like for example, yung PCA, kasi Philippine Constructors Association siya. So nationwide siya, meron siyang mga iba't ibang chapters. But then again, yung pong involvement ng PCA would may vary kahit na national pa yung kanyang presence, kung ang gusto mo nang mag-involve ay ang nasa Region 3, let's say. No? So pwedeng ang construction industry board ay ng Region 3 would only require yung pong engagement nung PCA na nasa Region 3. I hope I'm getting myself clear doon sa aking explanation na yun. Pwede rin naman po kasi na maging national yung scope ng isang nationally present na association. Kaya doon nagva-vary yung klase ng MOA na ide-develop. But your regional or your provincial TESDA office can help you out in determining kung ano po yung mas bagay at mas magiging responsive sa need ng locality where the association is located or is in operation, para ma-determine din kung ano yung scope ng magiging involvement ninyo, whether yan ay pang sectoral na IB or subsectoral, no? Depending dun sa magiging makikita na need for the involvement ng industry. So, yun po ang sagot ko doon. So, kung kayo po ay nasa region, biglang nakalimutan ko na kung anong region. Anyway, yung region po.
Regional Training Center. Regional
Opo.
Training Center here in Region 8 po.
Opo. So, kung sa Region 8 po, our regional office in Region 8 can help you out para ma-determine kung meron na nga bang kapareho na or meron na mga provinces in Region 8 na may involvement na ang PCA. So yun po. Na-train na rin naman at nag-capability building na rin naman on the establishment of IBs ang mga regions. So alam po nila kung paano kayo matulungan sa inyong intent to be involved in the establishment of IBs.
Ma'am Joy, rejoinder lang po. Kasi
Yes,
yung
po.
sa akin, aside from that establishment of the IBs, doon po sa registration of programs na wherein there's no need for us to make or to develop, to prepare a MOA with them in offering doon sa mga programs na hindi na kaya ng RTC. Sample nga doon yung heavy equipment operation na there would be an automatic participation of the chapters, PCE chapters here in the locality na in terms of registering the program wherein we will be using the association's equipment to register our programs as well as to implement the training itself and assessment itself. So yun po yung tanong ko kung meron po ba tayong standing MOA doon or ayun gagawa pa rin kami ng sarili namin with the Leyte chapter with the chapters here in the locality.
Part of the technical assistance that we provided po sa mga regional offices and other field offices ng TESDA ay yung pag-provide ng template for the crafting ng mga memorandum of agreement with prospective partners. So, pwede po kayong matulungan ng mga template na yun kasi parang i-tweak lang natin kung ano yung gusto nating maging content ng ating agreement with the industry or between the industry and TESDA. Pwede natin siyang ilagay doon sa MOA natin to be parang iti-tailor fit natin doon sa kailangan ng ating area. Kung anong klaseng partnership yung sa tingin natin would be most beneficial sa ating area where we are located. So meron po mga templates.
Yung another rejoinder po, yung MOA po is i-ano pa rin sa central office in terms of yun nga yung participation na to utilize their equipment, facilities in the offering of our trainings and in the assessment sa national assessment. So, i-ano pa rin sa central office or pwede na dito na lang sa region kagaya ng BTS?
Yung pong mga contracts or MOAs na related sa SIL and DTS ay na-delegate na yung signing authority ni SEC sa mga regional directors. But the rest po ay kailangang pa rin siya umakyat sa central office. But we see to it naman po na we facilitate yung pong process ng pag-akyat ng mga MOAs. As a matter of fact, if I may just share it with you, isa po sa mga ginawa namin na parang modification sa dito sa PLO, meron po mga naka-assign na regional focal, we call them regional focals. So bawat PLO staff ay meron pong assignment na region at sila ang nagiging conduit ng region sa mga pangangailangan ng region na naka-assign sa kanila. Sila ang eyes and ears at meron silang counterpart sa mga regional offices. So para ma-facilitate kung ano yung kailangan, hindi natatagalan yung kung pag-akyat dito, kung kailangan legal review, yung draft MOA, then mabilis yung processing ng mga requests na that would entail yung pong response or involvement ng mga executive offices dito sa central office.
Thank you, Ma'am Joy.
Thank you po. And gusto ko rin lang, please allow me, Miss Barbie, gusto kong i-acknowledge. Meron ako nakita kasi dito na nag-note siya sa akin, nag-direct message. Babatiin ko lang si Ate. I call her Ate Nora Lucero. Kasi nasa, involved siya, may partnership siya with Catanduanes, yung sa isang farm school, Living in Faith Evermore, Farm and Parks. So hello Ate Nora, nice to see you in this webinar room.
Thank you po, Ma'am Joy. And thank you, Ma'am Vivian, for that question po. We have another hand po na naka-raise is from Mr. Renante Liwanag. Sir Bong.
Ay, hello po. This question is for Ma'am Ida po. Kasi this pertains to the TESDA circular po natin na na-flash din po dun sa migration issues. Kasi po dun sa TESDA circular natin lifting the moratorium, ang naka-state po kasi doon, NC2 promulgated in 2000, NC3 promulgated in December 17, 2013, wherein po yung promulgated 2013 natin is NC2. So I received a call po from one of our TVIs kahapon trying to clarify this, pero sabi ko po si TESDA ang magka-clarify at hindi ako. Ang question po nila is since NC2 960 is superseded by NC2 280. So ang magma-migrate po is the 960 going towards the 280 of the same certification level, which is NC2. Kasi si NC3 po during the time that we drafted it is a new program, kanya pati po yung mga assessment centers natin should be migrating to NC2 280. So going back po dun sa PowerPoint presentation ni Ma'am Ida kasi po ang nakalagay doon sa isang presentation doon sa RLA natin that was conducted in February. Tapos meron pong deadline for migration ang NC3 which is I think yung mga ilang buwan na lang. Pero doon sa memo po o doon sa circular, ang may deadline po which is starting on the lifting, 1 year po yung deadline should be on the 960 going to 280, not 960 going to NC3 po. O NC2 960 not going to NC3 944 kasi po ang NC3 natin is a new program. Para po hindi siguro mag-cause ng confusion sa mga TVIs po natin. Thank you po.
Salamat po, Sir Bong. Andito po ba si Ma'am Ida? Ma'am Ida, are you here po? May kasabay po kasi tayo actually yung ating activity na intercluster sa central office. Kaya ang aming mga directors at chiefs at visings are lahat po nakatutok din po doon. If Ma'am Ida po is not here po, si AED Janet po ba could assist with the question?
Barbie, ano yung... Nag-share lang ako, Barbie, sorry. ano yung clarification ni Sir?
Ni Sir Bong. Sir Bong, short ulit.
Nakatutok din kasi sa intercluster, Barbie.
Opo nga opo nga po.
Sir Bong,
Yes,
Sir
ma'am.
Bong.
Yes,
sir.
ma'am. This pertains po kasi dun sa circular issued October 21, October
Yes, sir.
5 dun sa lifting po ng moratorium.
Moratorium,
May
opo.
mga konting naguguluhan po yung mga TVIs natin na sabi ko itatanong ko na lang dito. Kasi
Sige
po
po,
yung
sir.
section yung guidelines po natin ang naka-state is EMS NC 2960 promulgated on April 20, 2006 is superseded by EMS NC 3 promulgated on December 17, 2013. Si
Apa.
promulgated po ng December 2013 is the NC2 280.
Apa.
Opo, so tapos po ang nakalagay dito, programs under EMS NC2 960 shall migrate to NC3 944. So ang migratory po dapat dito na path is EMS NC2 960 shall be migrated to EMS NC2 280. 280 po.
Ano po, sir?
Excuse me, pwede
Ayun po, si
maki...
Sir Edwin siguro.
Pwedeng
Kasi inano namin yan. Sige brother. Sige.
Pwedeng makigulo doon sa magulo ng usapin.
Magulo ng EMS.
Oo.
Sige po.
Hindi, actually, doon sa implementing guidelines kasi ganito yan.
Sige
Di
po.
ba dating merong 960 na old na EMS NC3 na resurrect yon dahil doon sa nangyaring kaguluhan before doon sa Cebu na ma-retain yun because of that incident hanggang hindi nagagawa yung NC3 na para sa emergency medical technicians. Ito, sinasabi ko lang yung nandun sa implementing guidelines on NC3, baka pwede niyong balikan yun. Tapos meron din tayong existing na 280 na EMS NC2 which is solely for ambulance care assistant. So that is a total it is a totally different program from that of the EMS NC2 na resurrect na para sa emergency medical technician. So ang dapat nakuan diyan is pagka na-lift yung moratorium, which is very clear doon sa implementing guidelines, yung EMS NC2 na moratorium before, yung 280 hours should be retained kasi that is only for ambulance care assistant na it is also being recognized kasi we have our partnership with the Department of Health then, particularly with the Health Emergency Management Bureau. So mariretain dapat yon. Tapos yung totally mawawala na yung 960 na EMS na EMT. And then yung EMT NC3 is solely now for the emergency medical technician.
And then 16 to 20 years
but with retirement,
Okay na po yun? So, tignan nyo kung paano ang migration kasi hindi mo naman pwedeng yun kasi ang migration should be doon sa new program na hindi doon sa NC2.
has 10 points, and then 32 to 42 has 8 points.
Balikan nyo po yung
has 6 points.
implementing guidelines, maliwanag po doon na nakastate kung ano yung scope na kanho doon regarding the kanho dito sa implementation of the new program. Magkakaiba ho yung programa na yon, yung na-resurrect na before doon nga sa while pending the development of that and EMS NC3 which we have right now, yung bago for EMT talaga. Then we have the 280, that's hindi sila pwedeng mag-migrate doon kasi it is a new it is a program solely for ambulance care assistant. Okay ho ba? Nakan niyo ho ba yung where we are coming from? Ayan, alam ni Sir Bong yan kasi si Sir Bong is part ng developmental team ko ever since. He is also one of those trainer assessor na kasama doon sa Cebu before when they had the RLA na nauna before. So yun. Si Nelly kasama din doon sa grupo na yun, si Nash, yan ang mga nag-facilitate doon sa RLA. I was not present kasi nagkataon na merong kasabay na mahalaga ring event that time. So yun yung naggawa rin may report din yan that was also yung that was made a reference also doon sa drafting ng moratorium na yan. Kindly revisit na lang po.
Miss Barbie, pinahahanap ko lang kay Miss Ida yung yung circular sa lifting ng moratorium. Miss Ida, nakuha mo na? Wait lang, Miss Barbie, wait lang.
Apo.
Ma'am Barbie, I have a copy pero baka hindi ko alam i-share.
Meron po kayo. Sige, Sir Bong. Pero Sir Bong, yung explanation po ni Sir Edwin, it's the same what you're saying po.
Yes, ma'am. Nga lang may mga konting ano lang dun sa
ulitin ko uli, Sir Bong.
Ano natin, baka po magkamali yung mga TVIs.
Wala.
Opo, yung ating mga opo, correct.
Ulitin ko uli. Wala hong migration from yung ngayon dun sa NC2 kasi as I've said kanina, it is a totally different program. Yung NC2 na 280, ambulance care assistant yun eh. So yung program na EMS NC3 is another new program for EMS EMT yun.
Okay, while waiting po yung IG na i-share po ng certification office nila AAV Janet po and Ma'am Ida, may mga participants po ba tayo dito na meron din po confusion pagdating po sa EMS NC3 or EMS NC2 po?
Hello, Miss Barbie.
Yes po. Yeah, Ma'am Ida.
Oo. Sige, I would like to share yung test the circular na ating pinag-uusapan. Sige,
Okay
wait lang po. Miss Barbie, pa-check po.
Ayan, nakikita po, Ma'am Ida. Pero pwede nyo po pong lakihan.
Ayan natin. Sige.
Apo.
Actually, sumasagot ako kanina. Naka-close po pala yung aking Sorry.
Ayan. Okay na po, Ma'am Ida.
Oo. Natanggalin ko lang itong kasi medyo store mo. Hello, ma'am. Sige,
Go ahead
ito.
po.
Oo. This particular TESDA Circular 081 Series of 2021 was issued for the lifting po ng moratorium on registration and migration of training programs and accreditation of new assessment center for emergency medical services. As indicated po rito, paano ko tatanggalin yung nakaano po kasi yung mga paano ko tatanggalin itong
Ma'am Ida?
Yung nasa side po kasi is hindi mo siya mababasa. Sige po, wait na. Yan. Yan. Okay, according po dito sa ating, ito po kasi yung guidelines natin. Yung Emergency Medical Services NC2 po na 280 hours, ito po yung na-promulgate noong December 17, 2013. Ito po yung ililip na po natin ito, itong TESDA circular na to. Kaya, kumbaga siya po yung bago for the EMS ambulance care assistance, 280 hours. Yung luma pong emergency medical services NC2 na 960, siya po ang magmamigrate doon sa EMS NC3 na bago pong inilabas.
Tama. Kung meron pang nag-o-offer niyan, pero kung wala na, mag-enter sila doon sa bagong program.
Sa bago.
Which is the
NC2, yung 280 hours.
Hindi, kung yung
NC3 ang gagamitin.
Oo, kasi that's a new program actually, which is really intended for the emergency medical technician.
Yes.
Yun. Kung maaari, Ma'am Ida, i-flash mo rin yung implementing guidelines kasi nandun naka-spell out yung mga sinasabi natin. I do not know if you had it made it as a reference in coming up with this circular regarding the moratorium.
Ng certification office yan in coming up with this lifting ng moratorium
Yun.
NC2.
Sige, i-ano mo lang yung TC, yung lifting ng moratorium.
Actually, ito na po yun eh. Yan ang Miss Barbie, hindi ko siya mabasa ng buo dahil nasa gilid yung may mga nakaano, hindi ko kung paano ko tatanggalin.
Ako na lang, Ida. Ako na lang magbabasa.
Sige, Adeng, please.
Sige. So, ang background po natin, the training regulations for emergency medical services NC2, yung po yung ambulance care assistant with 280 hours, was promulgated on December 17, 2013 through TESDA Board Resolution number 2013-16, while its competency assessment tools was deployed on June 26, 2014. The said training regulation is an amendment of Emergency Medical Services NC2 960 hours promulgated in April 20, 2006. However, in view of the issues raised by the stakeholders, industry practitioners in the implementation of the 2013 TR for EMS NC2 was put on hold. Ito yung sinasabi kanina ni Sir Edwin. The experts and the industry practitioners agreed that the EMS NC2 promulgated in 2006 will remain as the TR in use. Yung po yung existing TC natin na may moratorium. Yan po yung nakalagay. Until such time that the EMS NC3 is promulgated. Hence, the moratorium on registration of the EMS, yung pong ambulance care assistant and with 280 hours NC2 programs and accreditation of assessment centers and competency assessors was issued through TESDA Circular number 068 series of 2018, dated October 23, 2018. TESDA Circular number 140 series of 2020 on implementing guidelines on the deployment of TRs and competency assessment tools for emergency medical services NC3 was issued last November 20, 2020. So ito na po yung guidelines sa lifting ng moratorium natin. The Emergency Medical Services NC2, in parenthesis po, ambulance care assistant with 280 hours promulgated in December 17, 2013 shall be implemented upon the lifting of the moratorium. The regional and provincial offices shall now register programs, accredit assessment centers, and competency assessors for the certification. Sige, next page. The emergency medical services, yung NC2 po, yung sa luma, yung 960 hours, promulgated on April 20, 2006, is superseded po ito ng Emergency Medical Services NC3, yun po yung 944 hours, promulgated on December 17, 2013. Hence, all registered programs under EMS NC2, 960 hours, shall be migrated to EMS NC3, yung po yung 944 hours. At the same time po, yes,
Ma'am,
sir.
excuse lang po. Ma'am, ito po yung sinasabi ko kanina. Dito po kasi rin nagkakaroon ng question. Is
Yes, sir.
superseded, yung number 2 po, is superseded by EMS NC3 based on previous memorandums po. Ang nag-supersede po ng 960 natin is the 280 which was promulgated in December 17, 2013. Kasi po si 960 natin, ay si 944 natin was promulgated in November ng 2020. Dito po siya. Supposedly, it's EMS NC2, April 20, 2006 is superseded by EMS NC2, 960 promulgated on December, 280, sorry, promulgated on December 17, 2013. Not unless we change this one dun sa 944 which is promulgated ng November 2020.
Yung ba yun naka...
Yes po, ang mga memo po natin noong lumabas ang 2014, ang nag-supersede po ng 960 natin is the 280. Kanya dito po sila nako-confuse kasi na-automatic po sila nung deadline eh. Nagugulo sila kung ano ang kasi si 960 po na NC2 na previous was amended, ang naging output ng amendment niya was the 280 hours. So almost the same po ang mga equipment, ang mga core changes with the pero si 944 po is a totally new, angkop siya for EMT. So dito po kasi talaga nagkakaroon ng mga confusion. Although para po hindi tayo mangubos ng oras, we could probably discuss it on para hindi po maabala yung automotive
Sige
natin.
po. Sige po, sir. Sige po.
Mga konting lang naman po, edit lang siguro para hindi lang po ma-confuse yung mga
Ino-note namin yan, sir.
registration.
Babalikan na lang po namin yung
Yes po.
Sige
Opo. Mahaba po yan.
Kaya nga po eh.
Opo.
So yung number 3 po, accreditation of existing assessment centers for EMS NC2, yung 960 hours, shall be migrated to Emergency Medical Services NC3 in compliance with the requirements indicated in the CATS of the amended training regulations. So ito po, the CBP for Regional Lead Assessors for EMS NC2, yung 280 hours, meron na rin kaming na-conduct, that's May 28 to 30, 2018, while yung CBP for EMS NC3, yung 944 hours, conducted po last February 23 to 26, 2021. So regional directors are instructed to immediately conduct the capability building program for provincial lead assessors na po to the certified regional lead assessors for both yung pong NC2, yung 280 hours, at yung NC3 na 944 hours upon approval of this circular. Then TTIs, TBIs with ongoing programs and with enrolled learners of EMS NC2, yung 960 hours, kung meron pa ho, are allowed to complete and finish the training program. The graduate shall undergo assessment using the old competency assessment tools. Migration period for EMS NC2, 960 hours, will start on October 18, 2021 up to October 17, 2022. So yan
Ma'am,
po yan.
excuse po ulit. Doon po sa presentation ni Ma'am Ida kasi, ang deadline ng migration is, I think, malapit na. So dito ang susundan natin is upon the lifting, which is 1 year
Apa.
period po. Apo.
Apa.
Okay,
Yan po
sige
yun,
Sige po,
sir.
thank you po.
Actually, yung 944, yun yung i-deploy ngayon eh, yung bago. Si Sir Bo ang magpipresent mamaya.
Opo.
Sige po.
Okay. Sir Bob, siguro po yung tulad po nung minamention nyo kanina, since you have copy naman po nito, no? Siguro po yung mga items po here sa TESDA circular na to na meron kayong comment, send us po sa amin ni Sir Edwin tapos i-refer po namin sa certification office po.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think
Yes, ma'am.
clarification sa mga terms, sa mga ano lang naman dates and sa mga terms po, no?
Opo.
Okay. Sige po, Sir Bong.
Thank you po.
Thank you. Thank you rin po. Thank you, Ma'am Janet and Ma'am Ida and Sir Edwin. Okay, so unfortunately po, no, yung our allotted time for the Q&A has ended. So thank you for the raised questions po. I'm seeing may mga ilang questions po na nasa chat box. So ika-capture po namin yan ng secretariat. And then we will refer that to the respective executive offices for them to provide the answers. They will address it officially in writing. And then we will send them back once may sagot na po. We will send them back to the respective siguro po regional or provincial offices. Tapos po papunta po dun sa mga taong nagtanong para po makuha nyo pa rin po yung mga sagot sa mga tanong nyo. Yes po.
Miss Barbie, may particular kasing question dito. Baka pwede itong i-discuss mamaya sa expert.
Okay po.
Oo, yung sa
Saan
may
dyan, Ma'am Ida?
automotive servicing NC1. Kasi sinasabi dito, prerequisite siya dun sa NC2. Baka I guess ang best na makakapag-answer dito yung ating expert.
Yes, correct, Ma'am Ida. Sige po, we'll take note of this. Tapos, we'll have another Q&A pa naman po later after the presentations po nung 5 TRs and CATs na ipe-present. So, ipapark na lang po muna natin ito tapos we'll discuss it later po.
Okay,
so again,
sige.
We would like to, before we proceed po sa next part ng ating program, we would like to extend our thank you, of course, sa mga executive directors and representatives po ng NITSD, Certification Office and PLO for joining us today and for providing their office guidance and directives. And of course, for answering yung mga questions po from our participants.
Thank you, Barbie.
Thank you din po. Go ahead, Mai.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Barbie.
Of the TESDA Circular Number 55, Series of 2021. This is the implementing guidelines on the reviewed training regulations on tools, equipment, materials, training facilities, and trainers' qualifications for 75 qualifications. To present it, please assist me in welcoming the Supervising TSD of QSO, Competency Standards Development Division, Ms. Bernadette Audihe.
Okay, thank you very much, Mai. Okay, am I loud and clear? Nakikinig po ako?
Yes, Ma'am
Yes,
Dee.
Ma'am
Very
Dee.
loud and
Okay,
clear.
thank you so much. Okay, so a blessed good afternoon to all of us, ating pong mga administrators, trainers, and assessors. Ganon din po ang ating mga industry partners sa ngayong hapon. So, I am tasked to present about this TESDA Circular number 055 series of 2021. And it is entitled Implementing Guidelines on the Reviewed Training Regulation. Those trainings actually dated 2017 and backwards on tools, equipment, and materials, that is TEM, training facilities, and trainers' qualifications for the 75 qualifications lang po. Okay, so next slide, please. So just to give you a background, paano pong nagkaroon tayo ng TESDA Circular for 75 qualifications. So actually, we have already TRs or training regulation that is bound for review, mandatory review. And it is a policy of TESDA to review the TR promulgated by the TESDA board after 3 years of promulgation. So kapag 3 years old na po yung TR, talaga po kailangan ng tingnan, magkaroon ng mandatory review and go back to the industry and ask them whether still the content of the TR holds true or relevant pa po sa current workplace requirement. And then another happening, the reason why that we have this test the circular is on March 30, 2020, March 3, 2020, during the stakeholders dialogue, somewhere in the Luzon cluster, one of the concerns or issues raised are the obsolete tools, equipment, supplies, and materials prescribed in some training regulations. Okay, so next slide, please. What happened next is, again, there is another reason for this. One of the findings raised during the orientation or calibration of inspection team from NISP, ES, regional and provincial UTPRAS and compliance during the regional provincial UTPRAS and compliance audit and focus in the conduct of inspection, evaluation of program registration, documents and audits on somewhere in January 26 to 28, 2021, there was this finding that there's a need for timely update of the TR, such as in tools, equipment, and materials that are already outdated. So significantly that affect the TBI's compliance with the requirements. So may mga findings din po during the audit na may mga obsolete tools na kailangan ng palitan. Okay, on the 17th of February 2021, the Qualifications and Standards Office responded by facilitating a consultation workshop with industry associations, representatives, experts, practitioners, and other relevant stakeholders. So we have this consultation workshop to resolve the concern, the feedback from the ground regarding these outdated tools, materials, and equipment, even the training facilities and the trainer's qualification. So at the end of the workshop, there was this proposal that is only for the 75 qualification. There will be a amendment on the TEM or the tools, equipment, materials, even the training facilities and trainer's qualification in order to update that there is this partial review of them pala, I mean. Okay, so next in line is that, so after that consultation, we also consulted or bring all those amended or the suggestion of the industry partners and experts to the eyes of the TEBSA or the Technical Vocational School Association. So last March 2021, we have this, they have also the review of the TRs and look into the TEM also, the TF and TQ, and have their own suggestions and comments for that, for the 75 qualifications. So for the 75 qualification, they were able to finish about 27 of them. They have commented out from the 75, may mga comments sila na kailangan palitan or suggestion for the 27 TRs. So that was submitted on April 7, 2021. Okay? So that's why this test, there is this presentation to the test the board about the 75 qualifications wherein we presented or partial amendment of the TEM, the TF, and the trainer's qualification. And it was agreed and supported by the test the board, so that there's a issuance of the test the board resolution 2021-13 dated 11th of May 2021. So ito na po ngayon ating guidance ngayon. It is approving the amendments of the tools, equipment and materials, pati yung training facilities at ng trainer's qualification ng 75 TRs po under various sectors. So, ano po ba yung objective? What is the objective of having this guideline? So the objective is actually to serve as a basis for the program re-registration application under UTPRAS and the delivery of the TVET programs and services of the 75 existing training regulation with outdated tools, equipment, and materials, training facilities, and trainers qualification. So again po, using the amended TR, wherein in-update po natin ang tool, ang TEM, ang TF, at ang TQ niya para sa 75 qualification. So this is for the re-registration purposes po. Okay. So the scope, yun nga po, as I was mentioning, is only the 75 TR. So far, yun pa lang po yung nag-undergo ng tinatawag naming TEM review, TQ, and TF review. So later on, may lalabas pong kasi medyo madami-dami po yung mga TRs na kailangan ma-amend po ang ating tools, materials, and so forth. So for this time, we have only the 75 TRs. So ano yung okay, with this actually, we hope to be directed how to do the program registration po. So through this test, the circular, we are guided how to register the program. It is said here that TBI which existing registered programs affected by the amended list of tools, equipment, materials, facilities, trainers qualification should undergo re-registration or migration of their programs. Re-registration migration of the 75 reviewed TR shall commence within a period of 1 year upon deployment of this circular. So in particular, so what's the date today? It's November 23. So mag-count na po tayo ng from this time on, nag-start na po yung ating countdown ng ating migration for these 75 TRs. Okay? So registration of new programs shall comply to the amended list of tools, equipment, materials, facilities, and the TF and the TQ as well for the 75 reviewed TR. So later on po, papakita namin yung example ng isang amended na training regulation kung paano po i-apply itong mga listing na ito for re-registration. Okay? So next slide, please. Okay. There is an Annex A, as I was saying. So 75 TRs po ito. So this test, the circular, bali ano siya, 250 plus na pages kasi because of the annex nga po. Wherein the list of TRs are in there, and at saka yung mga itong TRs na ito, yung 75 na may obsolete tools, equipment and materials, and the TF and the TQ shall be deemed amended and given the current advancement in technology. The latest TEM, TF, and TQ shall be considered by the operating units in the program registration and assessment and certification. So may bago na pong listahan ng TEM, even the new training facilities, and also the trainer's qualification. Makikita po natin yan later on. Okay. Now, to provide also more flexibility in the implementation of training programs, a list of alternative tools, equipment, and materials that serve equivalent functions shall be provided as an annotation to the list of TEM of the 75 reviewed TRs. Subject to availability of such TEM in the local market and consideration of the community practices, the annotation shall apply. So there are also instances po kasi that may mga tools, equipment, and materials na pareho naman po siya ng functions. Nangyari lang po na yun na po yung updated version, parang ganon. Meron siya na po yung mas modern yung function niya, I mean yung version niya, may mga ganon pong mga tools or equipment. But then since it has the same function, equivalent function, then it can be considered also as for re-registration. And also there are also cases na kung ano yung available sa local market but the same function din naman po, so it can also be considered. Okay, so next slide please. All regional and provincial district directors are hereby instructed to process the application for program registration within the allowable process cycle time indicated in the operating procedure on program registration or the existing guidelines through face-to-face or online modalities. Okay? So dahil may COVID-19, pwede ring online. So ito po yung summary po ng 75. So for agriculture, forestry, pakibalik lang. Okay, thank you. Agriculture, forestry, and fishery sector. Ito po so far yung kasama sa 75. We have 17 for our agriculture, forestry, and fishery sector. And for the next slide please, sa construction. Okay, we have about, I think, 6. Okay, and then electrical, electronics, dalawa po. Human health, healthcare, 4 po yung ating kasama sa 75. Okay, next slide please. For the ICT, we have 4, and likewise in maritime, bali dalawa po ang sa maritime na nakasama po sa 75. Metals and engineering, so ating mga FCAW, GMAW, may SAW, so ito po na-review din siya. Then we have for processed food and beverages po, may 2 na na-review. And then also sa social and other community development sector, we have the domestic work, NC2, and the bookkeeping, NC3. Tourism, ito po yung mga TRs na nag-undergo ng amendment ng TEM, TQ, and TF. And then we also have, next slide please, utilities, 3. So that makes up the 75 TRs as of now. Yan po yung nag-undergo or nag-underwent ng TEM review as well as the training facilities and trainers qualification. Okay. So, just to give you an example. So, kung makikita po natin, may annex po siya. So, yung sinasabi ko pong napakakapal na test the circular, 250 plus pages. Ito po yung pinaka-first na review na TEM, na-reviewed na TEM at saka po training facilities and trainers qualification. In this case, we have agriculture, forestry, and fishery sector. So, particularly ang ating pong qualification is agricultural crops production and C1. So doon po sa ating makikita na column which is existing TEM, ito po yung sinasabi namin na what's in the current TR. So after the review, we have the amended TEM, narito po sa kanan. So mapansin niyo po, ganun din, may tools. So for the tools, may description, may quantity. So in the case of AgriCrop and C1, wala naman pong changes so far na ginawa pagdating sa TEM. Nagkaroon po ng changes pagdating po sa equipment, wherein yung on the second page, makita natin yung farm field at saka greenhouse. Nursery po ay inalis na, hindi na po siya isinama as under equipment because it already exists doon sa training facilities. And also may mga kinorek lang na mga units po ng item kung yung by pieces or by ream. So far wala pang walang masyadong changes po sa AgriCrop, wala ring changes sa quantity and specification. So that's for the TEM. I think doon sa next page. Okay, portion pa rin ng material. Ay, sorry po. Balik. Okay. So, makikita natin dito also portion pa rin ng materials. I think they decided to retain it. Okay? So, wala hong changes. I think yung walang masyado sa but sa training facilities, wala rin ginawang changes. Pero pagdating ho sa trainers qualification, dito po nagkaroon ng amendment. So nagkaroon siya ng amendment. So makita natin doon sa existing TRs ay meron pong trainer's qualification, napakahaba po, napakadami nung nakalagay, but nang inamend po ito, ganito na lang po yung naging requirement ng or qualification ng trainers. So this is just an example of paano po ginawa yung review at this point. Ang i-consider na po natin, of course, is whatever on the right column, yung amendment o yung ginawang changes, siya na po yung ating susundin for our re-registration and migration. Okay po? So next slide po. Okay, as I was saying, date of implementation starts November 24 po pala, tomorrow. Mag-countdown na po yung 1 year for our migration. Okay? So with that, I think I'm done with my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Keep safe, everyone. Magandang hapon po ulit sa ating lahat. Thank you.
Miss Barbie?
Thank you, Ma'am Bing. Okay. So, meron pong mga ibang nagtatanong po sa chat box regarding sa presentation materials, no? We will provide po yung link later po for everyone. Ma-access niyo po dun yung lahat ng presentation materials po natin sa Google folder po na yon. So, mamaya na po namin siya ibibigay after po ng lahat ng presentations. Okay? So now we are on to the heart of today's activity, the deployment of the training regulations, competency assessment tools, and assessment fees. Again, we request our participants to park your questions as we set aside another Q&A portion after the presentations po. We have another 30-minute Q&A portion po later on. But as we go on, you can write na po or ipasok nyo na po yung namin later on. Okay? So the deployment of the TRs, CATs, and assessment fees will be presented by the QSO sectoral focals and the industry technical experts na nakasama po namin sa pagde-develop ng mga TRs at CATs na ito. The first to be presented is the Emergency Medical Services NC3. To give a brief background about the qualification is sectoral focal Mr. Edwin Maglalang.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Sir Edwin.
Okay. Background overview of TR development for the Emergency Medical Services NC3. Emergency Medical Services, more commonly known as EMS, is a system that provides emergency medical care. Once it is activated by an incident that causes serious illness or injury, the focus of EMS is emergency medical care of the patient or patients. EMS is most easily recognized when emergency vehicles or helicopters are seen responding to emergency incidents. But EMS is much more than a ride to the hospital. It is a system of coordinated response and emergency medical care involving multiple people and agencies. A comprehensive EMS system is ready every day for every kind of emergency. The training regulations for emergency medical services, NC3, is a new program or qualification in order to address the needs of the sector. The TR on EMS NC3 prepares the emergency medical technician to provide pre-hospital assessment and care for patients of all ages with a variety of medical conditions and traumatic injuries. The demand for emergency medical technicians is high, especially this pandemic, where they are also included and utilized as frontliners. The above-mentioned training regulations was developed in partnership with the Health Emergency Management Bureau of the Department of Health, together with the Philippine International Emergency Medical Services Registry, Ecumenical Christian College of Tarlac City, the Philippine College of Emergency Medicine, Philippine Red Cross, and Bureau of Fire Protection National Headquarters. Our technical expert, who will be presenting the TR, is no stranger to providing basic and advanced life support and services to clients and advocating the fundamental values which are to preserve life, prevent further injury, and promote recovery. He was part of so many rescues and Disaster Operations in Central Luzon, a seasoned emergency medical technician and paramedic with more than 23 years experience in the field of emergency medical services. Likewise, he is also part of the emergency medical services education. And as partner of TESDA, he is one of our technical experts in the development of the TR that will be deployed today. Aside from the TR, he was also the technical expert for the competency assessment tools and the formulation of assessment fees. He is also the president of Prompt Care Learning Center Incorporated based in Angeles, Pampanga, a member of the Philippine International EMS Registry and the National Association of EMS Trainers and Assessors of the Philippines. Without further much ado, I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Renante Bong Diliwanag.
Thank you very much, Sir Edwin, and magandang hapon po sa lahat. And I am tasked to discuss or give a background there of our training regulations for emergency medical services. Now, to start with, our definition po for our qualification. Okay. As mentioned a while ago po, the technical experts panel po, nakasama po natin dito is Mr. Julius Tikihano, but are very sad to inform po everybody that he passed away 2 months ago. Na nagkaroon po siya ng aneurysm. But still, we are thankful for his presence during the time that we drafted everything for the training regulation po. And then we have Dr. Jeremy E. Cordero from Philippine College of Emergency Medicine, Hospital ng Makati and Red Cross. Mr. Von Ryan C. Ong of Philippine Red Cross. We also have from the Health Emergency Management Bureau, Dr. Irvin R. Miranda, Mr. Jose A. Juan Jr., Mr. Francis Reyes Nicolas C. Bautista, and from the Bureau of Fire Protection po, we have Mr. Jasser D. Tungol. For the definition of qualification po for emergency medical services NC3, it is a qualification that consists of competencies that a person must achieve that prepares the emergency medical technician to provide pre-hospital assessment and care for patients of all ages with a variety of medical conditions and traumatic injuries. Ang job title po is now very specific. A person who has achieved this qualification is competent to be an emergency medical technician, or commonly known po ng acronym as EMT. For the competency standards po that were developed for this one, for emergency medical services NC3, these are as follows. For the basic competencies po, we have lead workplace communication, lead small teams, apply critical thinking and problem-solving techniques in the workplace, work in a diverse environment, propose methods of applying learning and innovation in the organization, use of information systematically, evaluate occupational safety and health practices, evaluate environmental practices, facilitate entrepreneurial skills for micro, small, medium enterprises. For the common competencies po, we have implement and monitor infection control policies and procedures, respond effectively and to difficult, challenging behavior, apply basic first aid, maintain high standard of patient or client services. For the core competencies, we have 11 po. First is carry out response integration and coordination in a mass casualty incident, perform patient assessment, provide emergency care for suspected spine injury, provide pre-hospital interventions for trauma patients, provide pre-hospital interventions for shock patients, provide pre-hospital interventions for medical patients. To continue po, we have perform basic life support and use airway adjuncts, provide pre-hospital interventions for special patient populations, perform patient packaging, conduct patient transport, and deliver basic pre-hospital communication skills. These are a few pictures po that we can share in terms of what an emergency medical technician or an EMS NC3 does in the field. Meron pong transport na sa ambulance, management on the road or on scene. We have CPR or basic life support, and then we have management po ng aksidente sa daan. before transporting. And then other pictures po coming from the next slide. Ito po din po siya, meron pong emergency. We also have event management, and generally speaking, we have first aid po being done to patients on the level of an emergency medical technician po. Next slide po. So for section 3 po, we have training arrangement. The nominal duration po, ang course title po natin is Emergency Medical Services NC3. Nominal training duration, we have 40 hours for basic competencies, 112 hours for common competencies, 524 hours, 28 hours for our core competencies. That is a total of 680 hours. And we added up po a supervised industry learning, our SIL, for 264 hours. That gives a total po ng training duration, nominal duration po natin ng 944 hours, around 4 months po to finish the program. For the training requirement po, trainees or students wishing to enroll in this qualification must possess the following requirements: completed at least 10 years of basic education, or holder of alternative learning system, a certificate of completion with grade 12 or grade 12 equivalent. Second, we have at least 18 years old, must possess good communication skills, and then we have the trainee must be physically fit. Now, to further define po yung ating physically fit, meron po siyang, they have to be certified by a duly licensed physician, which includes CBC, urinalysis, and X-ray, para po alam natin na hindi magkakaproblema ang ating trainee during the time that they are undergoing our training program. These are the tools, materials, and equipment. Recommended list of tools, equipment, and materials for the training of 25 trainees for Emergency Medical Services NC3. We have up-to-date tools, materials, and equipment of equivalent functions can be used as alternatives. This also applies in consideration of community practices and their availability in the local market. Pero rest assured po, all of this equipment, these tools, materials, and equipment are available po in the market. Meron lang pong hindi pwedeng i-source out, pwede pong i-source out either internationally and even locally po. Again, these are a list of tools that we are looking into for our emergency medical services training. Dito po sa equipment, meron po lang tayong konting emphasis in terms of the ambulance simulator. Ito po sa mababa, ang nakalagay, an ambulance simulator, or defined as a mock-up patient compartment with provisions of cabinet appropriate for storage of tools, materials, and equipment, oxygen container storage, chair of responder with safety features, mobile stretcher with locking system. Then we have a drawing po as a reference po that we made as suggestive po kung ano yung magiging itsura niya. And then for the ambulance vehicle po, it is either owned or through an agency affiliation. Pero dapat po registered as type 1 with the DOH. Ito po ang naging ng DOH since they are promoting the licensing of all ambulance services. Kanya po yung affiliation natin, dapat po meron siyang registration with type 1 ambulance with the DOH. Next slide po. For the training facilities po, the Emergency Medical Services Learning Facility must be of concrete structure based on class size of 25 students or trainees. The space requirements for the teaching, learning, and curriculum areas are as follows. Meron po tayong laboratory area. Ang size po niya is 4x5, 20 square meters po ang area. Tool room and small storage area, 15 square meters po, a 3x5 size room. Learning resource area, 5x7, 35 po ang square meters niya. And then we have separate male and female wash area comfort room, which is 2.5x4 meters, a total of 10 square meters po. For the admin and the staff room, 4x5 room, 20 square meters. And then we have a circulation area. Ang total area po is recommended, ang nakalagay po is 30 square meters. Ang total po natin is 130 square meter area for our training facility. Letter B po, an ambulance simulator is required. So naki-specify po siya dyan na ambulance simulator is required in the laboratory area. And then letter C po, in the absence of an institution-owned ambulance unit, an affiliation to agencies with ambulance is required. So requirement pa rin po ang affiliation with a type 1 license provider po. For the trainer's qualification po, must be a holder of a National TVET Trainer Certificate, NTTC Level 1 in Emergency Medical Services NC3, must have undergone training on Emergency Medical Services NC3 or any other similar training for emergency medical technicians. A college graduate either of letter A, of any allied medical course with at least 2 years of active EMS field experience with direct patient handling and management. Or letter B, a college graduate of any course with a minimum of 3 years active EMS field experience with direct patient handling and management. Further defined po, EMS field experience should be evidenced by a certificate of employment or service record and 1 letter of recommendation from a direct supervisor. So may mga attachments po ang ating trainer's qualification. Next slide po. For the competency assessment tools and assessment fees po, these are as follows. By definition po, a national certificate is issued when a candidate has demonstrated competence on all units of competency in a qualification with a promulgated training regulations. Ang EMS NC3 po natin is a full qualification. So who are qualified to take the assessment and certification? Graduates of non-formal and or informal training, including enterprise-based training programs, proof and verifiable documents such as, but not limited to, proof of service issued by the facilities, EMS agency and or training certificate equivalent from any other similar training institute must be provided. Pangalawa po, experienced workers, wage employed or self-employed in the local government units, NGOs, and industry-based services with at least 2 years of field experience in the emergency medical services. A document or proof of service issued by the EMS agency and a proof of training certificate equivalent from any other similar training institute must be provided. So may mga attachments po tayo ulit. Thus, having prior learning or current competencies recognized in assessment and certification. So candidates who have gained competencies through informal training, previous work or life experiences may apply for recognition in a particular qualification through competency assessment. So what will happen to NC2 and or COC holders in emergency medical services NC2 960? Although we don't have COC po for 960, full qualification din po siya. So current holders of EMS NC2, EMT or 960 hours can use their respective certificates provided the latter are not yet expired. Hence, valid and existing EMS NC2 under EMT 960 hours will be recognized until its date of expiration. So hanggang hindi po siya na-expire, pwede pa rin po siya at nare-recognize pa rin po yung certificate niya. Second, holders of expired EMS NC2 from the 960 hours should undergo the assessment covering EMS or Emergency Medical Services NC3. So ulitin ko po, yung EMT natin na 960 will be undergoing the assessment for Emergency Medical Services NC3. What are the qualifications of accredited assessors? So this is in accordance with TESDA Circular number 64, series of 2020 on the accreditation of assessment centers and competency assessors under the Philippine TVET Competency Assessment and Certification System. And operating procedures TESDA OPCO-03 and 04. The accredited competency assessor must fulfill all the following conditions. First, practitioner of the occupation, trade in the area of for at least 2 years. Candidates with required industry work experience shall be granted provisional accreditation subject to guidelines promulgated by the TESDA board for the purpose. Second, holder of a national certificate at the same level or higher level of the qualification where the assessor is accredited. Holder of NTTC Level 1 and or COC2, which is Conduct Competency Assessment under TM1. Number 4, for new applicant, a competency assessor, he or she must have conducted actual assessment to at least 10 candidates under the supervision of a regional provincial lead assessor as part of capability building of competency assessors. So may loading po siya. For accredited competency assessors for amended training regulations, he or she shall only be required to conduct actual assessment to at least 2 candidates for related qualifications under the supervision of a regional or provincial lead assessor. And number 6 po, hearing assessors shall be subjected to the provisions of TESDA Circular number 134 series of 2019 and other related issuances. So what assessment methods were used? First, demonstration and oral questioning, which is 6 hours, divided po into 3 project assessments. We have only 6 or maximum of 6 candidates per assessment session. Mag-assess po sila under carry out response integration and coordination in a mass casualty incident, perform patient assessment, and then we have provide emergency care for suspected spine or for provide pre-hospital interventions for trauma patients, provide pre-hospital interventions for shock patients, and then we have perform basic life support and use airway adjuncts, provide pre-hospital interventions for special patient populations, perform patient packaging, conduct patient transport, and deliver pre-hospital communication skills. The second assessment method used po is written test, which is 1 hour and a half. Ang matitest po sa kanila through the written test is carry out response, integration, and coordination in a mass casualty incident, provide pre-hospital interventions for trauma patients, provide pre-hospital interventions for shock patients, provide pre-hospital interventions for medical patients, provide pre-hospital interventions for special patient populations. What are the tools, materials, and equipment needed? Meron po tayong personnel na kailangan. We have 2 persons that will act as live or simulated patient. Ang specifications po natin dito, our requirement is preferably male, adult age, must not be currently enrolled in the program of EMS NC3 or EMS NC2 or co-candidate in the assessment. Ito po yung mga materials natin. We have scissors, ID holders, clips, ballpen, stopwatch, and timer. Continuing po under project assessment, which is provide incident response. Ito po yung mga equipment, tools, materials, and consumables that is needed to be present or available during the time of our assessment proceedings. Then for project assessment 2, which is provide pre-hospital patient care, meron din po tayong mga required equipment, tools, and materials that needs to be available during the assessment. Continuing po dito sa ating provide pre-hospital patient assessment, then emphasis po natin ulit, meron po tayong magagamit po si ambulance simulator natin during the time po ng mga assessment proceedings natin, and other materials po are being prepared by the assessment center na rin po na naka-indicate po lahat yan dun sa mga guidelines natin. For project assessment 3, provide basic life support and care for special patient population. So dito po meron tayong mga BLS mannequins, and we have an OB mannequin which is magsisimulate po yung emergency childbirth po at matetest yung skills ng ating EMT during the time that there is a need for them to do emergency childbirth. Next po. Ito pa rin po yung mga additional na yung mga requirement na mga equipment natin, mga tools natin, and under the consumables po, meron po tayong emphasis for infection control, since we will be issuing mouthpiece po for their pocket mask which are disposable. Nare-replace po yan dun sa pocket mask na gagamitin nila together with the gloves. These are all consumables and disposable po to prevent infection control po. And then we have the facilities po for the assessment center. The total space requirement po is a 25 square meter, a total of 25 minimum of a 40 square meter area divided into our demo room. The minimum po niya is 25 square meters, and the waiting area or the written test room po a minimum of Next slide po. So ang assessment fee po natin is still being proposed. Na-formulate po siya and it will be presented to the joint SSSD committee by early next year 2022. But the first RLA was done po in February 22 to 26, 2021 in Tarlac po as presented a while ago for Luzon NCR area po. So that is all po for our EMS NC3. Thank you very much po at magandang hapon po sa lahat.
So, those are the highlights of the TRN CATs of the Emergency Medical Services NC3. So thank you once again po Sir Edwin and Mr. Renate Liwanag for your presentation. Let us now move on to the second qualification, the Speed Limitation Device Servicing NC2. To give a brief background is the sectoral focal, Ms. Cherry Torralde. Let us all welcome Ms. Cherry.
Good afternoon, dear participants. We are pleased to introduce to you the training regulations on speed limitation device servicing NC2. Next slide. For the presentation outline, we have the background, the list of the technical experts, and the training regulations on speed limitation device servicing NC2. Next slide. For the background, TESDA and the DOTR forged a Memorandum of Agreement on December 2018 for a project that aims to capacitate the affected stakeholders of the PUV modernization program by providing training and assistance. And one of the duties and responsibilities of TESDA is to develop training regulations based on the qualifications identified by the DOTR. With the support of RA Republic Act number 10916 or an act requiring the mandatory installation of speed limiter in public utility and certain types of vehicles, the speed limiter installation qualification was prioritized by the TESDA board. Just to mention the specific sections of RA number 10916, we have section 4, mandatory installation of speed limiter, okay? And section 7, which indicates the DTI accreditation of persons, establishments, and institutions producing, manufacturing, or distributing speed limiters in accordance with the specifications and standards as may be determined by the DOTC. The other related laws can be seen in the slide. Okay, so next slide, please. So we have here the technical experts. So the development of the training regulation and speed limitation device servicing NC2 was made possible by the technical experts from the Trucks Manufacturers Association or TMA and the Chamber of Automotive Manufacturers of the Philippines Incorporation or CAMPI. So joining with us today is one of our technical experts from Isuzu Philippines Corporation from Santa Rosa, Laguna, where he serves as a section head for 17 years. Pleased to introduce to you our technical expert, Mr. Dennis Esquejo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay.
Good afternoon po.
So for today, I'll be presenting for the speed limitation device NC2. Now for the qualification description. The qualification for the speed limitation device servicing NC2 consists of competencies wherein the person should be able to conduct basic inspection of engine and other electrical components, install, repair, and maintain speed limitation device. This covers both brand new and second-hand vehicles, such as closed van, covered vehicles, hauler or cargo trucks, motor vehicle, public utility vehicle or PUV, shuttle service, and tanker trucks. The person who has achieved these qualifications is competent to be a speed limitation device installer and speed limitation device technician. For the basic competencies, we have 9, so allow me to read. Participate in workplace communication, work in team environment, solve, address general workplace problems, develop career and life decisions, contribute to workplace innovation, present relevant information, practice occupational safety and health policies and procedures, exercise efficient, effective, and sustainable practices in the workplace, practice entrepreneurial skills in the workplace. And for the common competencies, validate vehicle specification, utilize automotive tools, perform mensuration and calculation, utilize workshop facilities and equipment, repair, servicing parts and consumables, and prepare vehicle for servicing and releasing. Now for the core competencies, these are conduct basic inspection of engine and other electrical components, perform installation of speed limitation device, and maintain speed limitation device. Our nominal training duration will be 37 hours for basic competencies, 122 hours for the common, and 25 hours for the core competencies. These will add up to a total of 184 hours. Now for the supervised industry learning or SIN, we have an additional 93 hours. In total, we have 277 hours. For the interested trainees or students for this program, we have the following trainee entry requirements. Holder of Certificate of Competency in Service Engine Component and Service Electrical Components or Automotive Servicing, Engine Repair NC2, and Automotive Servicing Electrical Repair NC2. Basic Communication Skills, Basic Mathematical Computation, Basic Computer Operation, and Certificate of Completion for completing 10 years of basic education or alternative learning system, ALS, with grade 10 equivalent holder. This list does not include specific institutional requirements such as educational attainment, appropriate work experience, and others that may be required of the trainees by the school or training center delivering the DepEd program. Now for the recommended tools, equipment, and materials. We have here the list of for the training of 25 trainees under speed limitation device NC2. This should be updated tools and materials. Alternative with equivalent functions can be used. However, market availability and current community practices should be considered. Now we have here the list of tools and equipment. Allow me to emphasize this. This requires one training vehicle, mechanical type, and another training vehicle for the electronic device. Of course, this includes the speed limitation device, both for manual and electronic models also. And this is the continuation of the list. So this includes usual electrical and connector materials, and also the required PPEs that may be required from the trainees. Now we have the required training facilities. Based on the class intake of 25 learners, we have the following space requirements. For the lecture room, we have required 60 square meters. The workshop area at 60. Then the tool room and storage area at 28 square meters. Learning resource area at 5 square meters. and wash area or comfort room at 10 square meters. In total, we have a total workshop area requirement of 163 square meters. For the trainer's qualification, he should be a holder of National Tibet Trainer Certificate or NTTC Level 1 in Speed Limitation Device Servicing NC2 or Automotive Servicing NC3 and must have at least 6 months industry experience in speed limitation device installation for the last 3 years. Next, we have the assessment and certification arrangement. For the candidate who has demonstrated competency in all units of competency in the qualification with a promulgated training regulation, the corresponding national certificate or NC will be issued. Then for the assessor's qualification, he must be a national certificate holder at the same or higher level of qualification where he is accredited and must be a holder of NTTC 1 and or COC2 conduct competency assessment under PN1. Now, who are qualified to apply for the assessment and certification? Graduates of WTR and TR registered programs or formal, non-formal, informal, including enterprise-based trainings related to speed limitation device servicing, and holder of certificate competency in service engine component and service electrical components, or automotive servicing engine repair NC2 and automotive servicing electrical repair NC2. This also includes experienced workers who have at least 2 years of experience in speed limitation device installation and servicing. A certificate of employment and job description must be provided as proof. For the competency assessment, full assessment, which includes the core competencies, is about 4 hours and 36 minutes. After completion, the corresponding national certificate for speed limitation device servicing NC2 shall be issued. Then for the competency assessment package, the unit of competencies, namely, conduct basic inspection of engine and other electrical components, perform installation of speed limitation device, maintain speed limitation device, will be assessed using the following methods: written examination for 30 minutes, demonstration about 4 hours per candidate, and oral questioning, which is 6 minutes per candidate. Please take note that maximum of 6 candidates per assessment schedule. Next, the promulgated assessment fee for speed limitation device NC2 is at 2,431. This is my last slide, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Miss Cherry and Mr. Dennis Esquejo, for presenting highlights of the TR, CATS, and assessment fees of the speed limitation device servicing NC2. So moving on to the last presentation of the automotive servicing NC2 qualifications, please be advised that the 3 qualifications of the automotive will be presented simultaneously. So these are the automotive servicing chassis repair NC2, the automotive servicing electrical repair NC2, and automotive servicing engine repair NC2. So to give the brief background is the sectoral focal, Miss Bernadette Odihe. Ma'am Ding.
Okay, blessed good afternoon again. I'm back. So I'm tasked to present or give a background about the automotive servicing NC2. Previously, previously as one TR, this TR actually yielded 3 TRs as highly recommended by the industry associations. These TRs are the Automotive Servicing NC2, that is for chassis repair, electrical repair, and engine repair. In 2016, the Chamber of Automotive Manufacturers of the Philippines Incorporated, or CAMPI, proposed for the review of the existing training regulation under the automotive and land transport sector. The review of the TR is in line with the process of TESDA, wherein after 3 years that the TR has been developed. Likewise, the industry requires to update the competency standards to ensure that the competencies of the workers will be abreast with the latest technology of the automotive industry. In consonance with this, the Department of Trade and Industry Fair Trade Enforcement Bureau, or the DTI-FTEB, implements an accreditation of service and repair enterprises within the following categories. That is, next slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. So the following categories include actually what is listed in here: the automotive and heavy equipment, engine and engineering works, machine shop, electronics, electrical, and so forth. And number 4 is the office and data processing equipment. Okay, so the shops are classified using star rating, wherein the rating depends on the number of full-time service mechanics with corresponding valid and relevant TESDA national certificate or certificate of competency for technical employees. Okay. For our presenter this afternoon, we will be having Mr. Elmer De Rosario and Mr. Marlon Padawan. Okay, for the TR. First, let me introduce our technical experts. So, these are the group, or these are the people who help us in reviewing the TR, headed by Mr. Alan Raymond A. Rupo, which is coming from the Toyota Philippines. And then we have Mr. Elmer B. De Rosario from Toyota Motor Philippines, Mr. Vitaliano Mamawal III, Toyota Motor Philippines, and also Mr. Romel Cabanela from Suzuki Philippines, or Suzuki Philippines Incorporated, Mr. Marlon Padawan from Honda Philippines, Mr. Gideon Bruno from Mitsubishi Motors Philippines Corporation, and Mr. Gerardo David from BAIC UMC. Okay, so to present to us our TR for this afternoon, we have Mr. Elmer De Rosario, and for the CATS and assessment team, we have Mr. Marlon Padawan. So, Mr. De Rosario is actually a former head of the technical training group for the General Shop Toyota Motor Philippines in Laguna. He's been in the field for 28 years. After his retirement, he is now a dealer of the EGDR fuel station. Okay. On the other hand, Mr. Padawan is the current automotive trainer of Honda Cars Philippines Incorporated in Santa Rosa, Laguna, for 12 years now. So may I call on Mr. De Rosario to present to us the 3 training regulation on automotive servicing NC2, and after which Mr. Padawan will present the competency assessment tool and assessment fees. Take the floor, sir.
Hello, Ma'am Dean.
Okay, yes, Miss Cherry.
Yes po, correction po. Si Sir Allen po ang mag-represent.
Ay, okay. My apology. Okay, my apology. So Mr. Allen Rupo will present the training regulations, and still Mr. Padawan will present the assessment, the competency assessment tools, and the assessment piece. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, thank you, sir. Please.
In behalf of Elmer, present on the training regulation. Okay, so we're presenting 3 TRs, which is servicing chassis repair NC2, electric and NC2. Okay, next. Okay, next slide. Okay, so as initially informed by Christine, so initially we only have one NC2 TR, which is automotive servicing. Okay, we in the industry hearing feedback from the requirements of the actual actual situation and needs is that the automotive servicing, the old TR, is basically generalization of most servicing functions for the automotive. Okay, so but in the actual trade, the experts are being always asked by consumers or customers itself. Like for example, they're asking for who's an expert on chassis repair, who's an expert on electrical repair, or even engine repair. Actually, these three servicing items are independent of each other. So and with the new and latest technologies, there need much to be an expert in this particular field. So it's very difficult to master the three of these all in one package. So also we want to develop a more deep and more intense knowledge of this. So that's why instead of just one being a generalized one, but we will address it by splitting it into three, which is also in alignment to the requirements of the Department of Trade of Industry to be certified under specific requirements. Okay, so for automotive servicing chassis repair NC2, so the qualification consists of competencies that the person must achieve on the following. So basically, it's inspect and repair of driveline, basic diagnosing, repair of clutch system, and so on and so forth. Okay, so for the electrical repair, this also includes the air conditioning system, which is basically mostly comprises of electrical or electronic items. But we specifically focus on the manual air conditioner, okay, and which includes also diagnosing and its repair and other related functions of this air conditioning system, and of course, the body electrical system for the vehicle. Okay. And the third one will be the engine repair. Okay, so the qualification will have competencies that a person must also achieve to diagnose and repair engine cooling system, exhaust system, and of course the overhauling of the engine mechanical system. As you know, the technology has increased leaps and bounds. For the last time that we developed the old TR more than 20 years ago. Next slide, please. For the basic competencies, all of these three NCs of servicing will have the basic competencies such as the following from participate in workplace communication, work in team environment, self-address workplace problems, develop career and life decisions, contribute to workplace innovation, present relevant information, practice occupational safety and health policies and procedure, exercise efficient and effective sustainable practice in the workplace, and practice entrepreneurial skills in the workplace. Then the next slide, please. For the common competencies, okay, we have to address this one because when we reviewed the old TR, we noticed that there's a lot of things that should be understood in fundamental by the NC2 technician. So such as validating vehicle specification, which is very important. Number two, the move and position vehicle, although it's same as the previous one, but we incorporated because this is driving the vehicle technically, and we have to really focus because driving vehicles, even though inside the workshop, it's becoming more complicated to prevent accidents inside the workplace. And again, we are more specific on the tools, but we generalize it to say it utilizing all the new automotive tools. Also, performance duration and calculation, use and equipment, prepare servicing parts and consumables, and prepare the vehicle for servicing and releasing. Now, next slide, please. Here in the next slide, for the core competencies, next slide, please. Okay, we have some. Okay. Now, this will make the difference among the three because this one is the core, such as for the chassis repair. So it is specifically uh, saying that we need to diagnose, not only service. So if you notice from the old PRs, it starts all with the service, servicing and repairing. But for the new one, we have in included also diagnosing. Okay, so you have to understand how the system works before you're able to repair it. So for chassis repair and so in the electrical repair, okay, so we indicated for the manual air conditioning system, that's the servicing, and also the diagnose and the repair of the and including the repair. There's a difference between servicing and diagnosing. Okay, so we also have the repair of the air conditioner compressor magnetic clutch, the ignition system, the starting system, the charging system, and the electrical system. For the engine repair, we have included the following: the diagnosis and repair of engine cooling and lubrication system, the intake and exhaust system, and of course the heart of the system, the engine mechanical system. Okay. Next slide, please. For the nominal training education, initially the old PR is 545 hours, which consists of the basic, common, and core competencies. Okay. So although in the other TRs, if you will look at this slide, it is much similar, but we have increased the SIT on this. Okay, so for the automotive servicing, it is 545 hours. That is chassis repair. For the electrical repair, it's 588 hours, and engine repair is 465 hours. Next slide, please. For the training entry requirements, okay, the new one will include the must be a holder of automotive servicing NC1, including the basic communication skills and mathematical skills. And for the automotive servicing NC2 electrical repair, also must be a holder of the automotive servicing NC1, and that is also same with the engine repair. The automotive servicing NC1, that is common. So if you got an automotive servicing NC1, you can either choose chassis, electrical, or engine, your choice, or you can get all of the three. So we just using the automotive NC1. Okay, but we also added for the electrical the basic computer operation skills, because the electrical diagnosis equipment use a lot of now new technology to diagnose. Okay. Also, just to note that this list does not include the specific institutional requirements such as educational attainment, appropriate work experience, and others that may be required of the trainees by the school or training center delivering the TVET program. Next slide, please. For the training facilities, the requirements for the space are the following. For the previous one, we have 384 square meters as the requirement. But for the chassis repair, it is 164 square meters. For the electrical repair, more than 130. For the automotive engine repair, it's 180. Okay. Next slide, please. For the trainer's qualification, okay, for the automotive servicing chassis repair, same also with the electrical repair and engine repair, should all be a holder of National PVET Trainer Certificate, a Level 1 in Automotive Servicing, Chassis Repair, and C2. And there should be an industry immersion of 40 hours annually. Okay, so the industry training, which includes structured training program inclusive of hands-on activities, observation in a workshop, and training certificates with number of hours. That should be the same for also for electrical engineering. Next slide, please. For the list of tools and equipment, for starting with the chassis repair and C2, here are the list of the following equipment. So the recommended list of tools for the training is usually good for 25 trainees, okay, in a class. And these are the up-to-date tools that is now being used by the industry and basically available locally. Okay, so next slide, please, to show the tool. So I will not list it one by one, but these are the most basic tools that basically available somewhere. Okay, so these are the standard things. Okay, also this one, and we have, and the third one for this one for the. Then the next qualification. Okay. Oh, by the way, we also one slide back, please, just to highlight the. We included also in the tools the PPEs. Okay. So it's very important, safety in the workplace. So we included that one, the PPEs, gloves, hard hat, safety shoes, and the rest that's required. Next slide, please. Going on to the electrical repair, similar to what we have earlier, chassis repair, the following are the list of tools. Okay. Also good for 25 trainees. Here are the list of tools. Okay. So for the electrical, there are some tools that are electronically based, okay, so which are more in advance now. Next, please. Then for the third one, for the engine repair, here are the following tools. Again, also these tools are good for 25 trainees. Okay, and this is the up-to-date tools that we are using for the industry. Okay, so very important are the measuring tools. Okay, and, okay. Next, please. And also we included already what are the required materials when you do the training, consumables. Okay, for the assessment and certification arrangements, okay, for automotive servicing chassis institute, so a national certificate is issued when the candidate has demonstrated competence on all units of competency in a qualification with a promulgated trade. Okay, for the automotive servicing electrical repair, same with chassis repair, and also a certificate of competency is issued to the authority, by the authority, okay, to individuals who were assessed with competence in a single unit or cluster related to its competency. Next, please. Okay, so this will be reported by my colleague for the assessment, Mr. Marlon. Sir Marlon.
Hi, hello sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. So I am Marlon Padawan. So I will be presenting the assessment, about the assessment. So naririnig niyo na po ba ako?
Yes, Sir Marlon po.
Yes,
Clear
sir.
po.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am Cherry, ito ba yung parang hindi ito yung ano, sorry yung first slide. Ayan,
Naririnig
so
ko po kayo, sir.
okay ma'am, sige po. Okay, so again, good afternoon. So I will be presenting the assessment about the assessment. So to start, I'll be starting on assessment and certification arrangement. So for the old automotive servicing NC2 training regulation, so it states that a national certificate is issued when a candidate has demonstrated competence on all units of competency in a qualification with the promulgated training regulations. For the new TR, so we have three. So for automotive servicing chassis repair and automotive servicing engine repair in situ, they are both the same. So may I just read the statement? So for chassis and engine repair, a national certificate is issued when a candidate has demonstrated competency on all units of competency in a qualification with the promulgated training regulation. So while for automotive servicing electrical repair, so what is included is a certificate of competency is issued to by the authority to individuals who were assessed as competent in a single unit or cluster of related units of competency. So that is the added requirement, no, for added item for electrical repair. Next slide, please. So for the automotive servicing electrical repair, NC2, so the COC1 is about service automotive manual air conditioning system. So the coverage is service manual air conditioner system, diagnose and repair manual air conditioner system, repair manual air conditioner compressor magnetic clutch. COC2 is service automotive electrical system. So it covers the diagnose and repair ignition system, diagnose and repair starting system, diagnose and repair charging system, diagnose and repair body electrical system. So next slide, please. Now, for the applicants, no, for the old TR, the following are qualified to apply for assessment and certification. So graduate of formal, non-formal, and informal, including enterprise-based training programs, and experienced workers, wage employed or self-employed. For the new TR on the three qualifications. So the following are qualified to apply for assessment and certification as long as they are holders of the national certificate in the amended automotive servicing NT1. So graduates of WTR, NTR, registered programs or formal, informal, including enterprise-based trainings related to automotive servicing. So these are all the same for all the qualifications. Next slide, please. So to continue, so the following are qualified to apply for assessment and certification. So this is in the old TR. So graduate of formal, non-formal, informal, including enterprise-based training program, experienced workers, wage employed or self-employed. So for the new TR, for the three qualifications, so basically it is all the same. Again, the following are qualified to apply for assessment and certification as long as they are holders of the national certificate in the amended automotive servicing NC1. Okay, so let me just read again. So for chassis repair, so graduates of WTR, NTR registered program, or formal informal, including enterprise-based trainings related to servicing, chassis repair NC2, or experienced worker, wage employed or self-employed, who have at least 2 years of experience in automotive servicing chassis repair. So a certificate of employment is and job description must be provided as proof. So this is statement or item is similar to all qualifications. Next slide, please. So for the renewal of old national certificate, so for on the old TR, it is not applicable. While for the three on the new TR for the three qualifications, current holders of national certificate in automotive servicing NC2 shall have their certificates renewed and converted to the amended TR, provided he or she has accumulated at least 2 years in the last 5 years work experience practicing the competencies prescribed in his/her certificate. Certificate of employment and job description must be provided as proof. He or she must be a holder of national certificate in the amended automotive servicing NC1. And current holders of certificate of competency in the automotive servicing NC2 shall have to undergo assessment in the amended training regulation upon expiration of their certificates. He or she must be a holder of national certificate in the amended automotive servicing NC1. Next slide, please. For the assessor's qualification, for the in the old TR, so the requirement is or qualification is holder of National Tibet Trainer Certificate Level 1, automotive servicing NC2, must have at least 2 years job or industry experience. So for the new TR, so again, they are all the same. So practitioner of the occupation or trade in the trade area for at least 1 year within the last 3 years. Next one is for trainer assessor must have industry immersion of 40 hours annually, industry training, which includes structured training programs, inclusive hands-on activities, observation in a workshop, and training certificates with number of hours. So this applies to all the qualifications. Next slide, please. So for the competency assessment, so for the for full assessment, no, so the content of the assessment will be diagnose and repair drive lines, diagnose and repair clutch system, diagnose and overhaul manual transmission or transaxle, diagnose and overhaul differential, diagnose and repair brake system, diagnose and repair steering system, diagnose and repair suspension system. So upon completion of these tasks, the candidate will receive a national certificate equivalent to automotive servicing chassis repair. Next slide, please. So competency assessment package. So again, for the automotive servicing chassis repair, so these are the unit of competency which has been mentioned a while ago. So for the methods of assessment, written examination is 30 minutes. Demonstration is 5 hours and 30 minutes per candidate. Oral questioning, 6 minutes per candidate. Next slide, please. For the electrical system, so for the full assessment, the task shall be service manual air conditioner system, diagnose and repair manual air conditioner system, repair manual air conditioner compressor, magnetic clutch, diagnose and repair ignition system, diagnose and repair starting system, diagnose and repair charging system, diagnose and repair body electrical system. So upon completion of all the tasks, the candidate shall receive the National Certificate Level 2 for automotive servicing electrical repair. Next slide, please. So for the assessment package, so for the automotive servicing electrical repair, so as full NC or full qualification, so as mentioned, these are the unit of competency, and the methods of assessment will for written exam is 30 minutes. Demonstration is 4 hours and 20 minutes per candidate. Oral questioning, 6 minutes per candidate. Next slide, please. For the competency assessment per COC, for COC1, these are the contents or the tasks. So service manual air conditioner system, diagnose and repair manual air conditioner system, repair manual air conditioner system, compressor, repair manual air conditioner compressor magnetic clutch system. So that is around 3 hours. Then for COC2, service automotive electrical system, diagnose and repair ignition system, diagnose and repair starting system, diagnose and repair charging system, diagnose and repair body electrical system. So again, the duration is the same, around 3 hours. So having these two COCs, again, the candidate will again receive the National Certificate 2 on automotive servicing electrical repair. Next slide, please. So for COC1, as mentioned a while ago, these are the unit of competencies. So for the methods of assessment, for the written exam, it's 30 minutes. A demonstration is 2 hours and 20 minutes. Per candidate, sorry. Oral questioning, 6 minutes per candidate. Next slide, please. For COC2, as mentioned again, so these are the unit of competency for the electrical system, service automotive electrical system. And the methods of assessment is, for written exam is 30 minutes. Demonstration is 2 hours and 30 minutes per candidate. Oral questioning, 6 minutes per candidate. Next slide, please. So for the engine repair qualification, so for the full assessment, the tasks are as follows: diagnose and repair engine cooling and lubrication system, diagnose and repair intake and exhaust system, diagnose and overhaul engine mechanical system. So upon completion of those tasks, the candidate will receive the National Certificate 2 in automotive servicing engine repair. Next slide, please. So for the assessment package in automotive servicing engine repair in situ. So as mentioned again, these are the unit of competencies. So the methods of assessment for written exam is 30 minutes. Demonstration is 3 hours and 30 minutes per candidate. Oral questioning is 6 minutes per candidate. Next slide, please. So for the promulgated assessment piece, so for the automotive servicing chassis repair, the assessment fee shall be amounting to 1,328. For the automotive servicing electrical NC2 full qualification, it will be 1,421. For the COC of the electrical repair for COC1, it will be 1,375. For COC2, it will be 1,197. And for automotive servicing engine repair, and NC2 is 1,300. So that's all for my presentation. So thank you and good afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Marlon, for that presentation. Gusto ko lang po bumawi sa ating presenter for the TR, Sir Allen. Just to give a little background po, Engineer Allen Raymond A. Rupo is actually the chair for Parts and Service Committee of the Chamber of Automotive Manufacturers of the Philippines Incorporated, CAMPI. He was also a vice president of the corporate affairs of Toyota Motor Philippines Corporation, and currently actually enjoying his retirement. Hence, kahit po nasa retire na po si Sir, we are very grateful to you, Sir, for being here, and thank you for your continued support to TESDA programs. Thank you, Sir.
You're welcome, Ma'am Bim. Thank you very much also.
Thank you, Ma'am Bing. Also, thank you po kay Mr. Allen Rufo and Mr. Marlon Padawan for the comprehensive presentation of the 3 qualifications of automotive servicing NC2. So now we will open the Q&A portion. We have allotted 30 minutes for this part. So same with this morning Q&A, after lunch na Q&A po natin, please use the raise hand icon or the chat box to raise your questions. So to moderate the Q&A, may I pass on the virtual floor to Ms. Bernadette Obihe and Mr. Wenzel Concoles.
Okay, thank you, Miss Barbie, for that. So now, as Barbie mentioned, the floor is open for the questioning. So again, those who will be prioritized para magkaroon po tayo ng active conversation or yung discussion, will be prioritizing those who are raising the hand, and later on po yung ating pong mga questions sa chat box. Okay? So, sige po, go ahead na. Sino po ang may mga katanungan? You can raise your hand. Use po yung ating raise hand button sa baba. Sir Limuel Sireneo. Yes, sir. You can have the
Yes,
go ahead.
ma'am. Good afternoon. And I would like also to express my gratitude to our speakers in automotive. Tanong ko lang kay Sir Rupo, this is a point of clarification. Doon, sir, sa trainer qualification, required yung trainer to have at least 1 year experience for the last 3 years. How about kung you have already an experience of teaching automotive for about 20 or 30 years, and then the problem that you cannot even acquire any training while you are involved in full teaching in automotive. So is there any equivalency between the industry experience and the teaching experience, sir?
Okay, Sir Limuel, thank you very much for your question. Actually, kaninang nung na-raise nyo yung question, nabasa na namin, pinag-usapan na namin ng mga ka-team ko, si Engineer Cabanela ng Suzuki, si Engineer Marlon din ng Honda. Okay, so initially, naintindihan namin yung situation. Pero siguro, before I answer it, as a background, kaya namin ni-require yun kasi we notice a lot of teachers, no, a lot of those experts teaching in the wala silang grasp nung service experience, yung nandoon ka sa shop floor. Sa bilis ng technology ngayon, parang yung books hindi na makahabol. It is the actual technology ng vehicle. So kaya namin talagang pinupush na sana magkaroon ng experience, okay? But in your case, it's a different case because you have more than, you said, 3 decades of teaching experience. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir. More than na nga. 40 years na nga.
40 years. Pero siguro, sir, I think, Ma'am Bing, let's look for some equivalency. Because I do believe na hindi lang kayo nagtuturo, but rather, pag nakakita pa rin kayo ng kotse, you're very much interested, na-update pa rin kayo sa reality of the new technology. Kasi
yes, sir.
Po, di ba, lahat ng sasakyan, 99% wala, EFI na, walang carburetor, pero sa susunod po, electric vehicles na. Kaya talagang ganun kabilis yung technology. So, we'll discuss po with QSO and other relative departments in TESDA kung paano natin i-address ito. Kasi it's technology versus actual experience. Pero well taken po yung question nyo. Very much valid. So mag-respond na lang po to QSO kami.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And then yung meron lang konting additional ako, kasi of course, kung halimbawa, kung full year ka, kung minsan ay meron ka ring skills upgrading during summer. For example, 40 hours or...
siguro, po ng chance yung aking kasama si Engineer Cabanela ng Suzuki Philippines to respond to your second question. Engineer Romel, can you respond to Sir Limuel?
Yes. Good afternoon po kay Sir Limuel. Sir Allen.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Actually, dun sa may first question mo, yung 10 years, as mentioned by Sir Allen, yung ating technology is really very fast na. Overnight, maraming mga changes na nangyayari. So, even kung 4 decade, I'm expecting na meron pang immersion sa industry. Kasi kung ang tinuturo mo last 40 years is the same, medyo kawawa ng mga estudyante natin. So basically, yung immersion ng isa sa key natin para dun sa may advancement. Ngayon, kung bago ka lang magtuturo, that's another thing. Kung mag-a-apply ka, yun yung sinasabi namin 1 year in 5 years. 5 years yun natin, 1 year, kung hindi ka nagtrabaho, kung nag-stay ka lang sa may bahay for the last couple of years, talagang medyo hindi ka qualified. Pero kung continuous yung training mo, continuous yung program mo, continuous ka nagtuturo, I think adaptable ka naman, especially kung may immersion ka. Hindi siya magiging concern, Sir Limuel.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Actually, if you are teaching, hindi ka naman pwedeng mag-behind ka doon sa tinuturo mo, Kasi mamaya tinuturuan. Exactly. Mamaya sir, tinuturuan mo, mas magaling pa sa iyo. But you're still upgrade your skills, through certain trainings during summer, sometimes 1 week, something like that. That's why
yung 40 hours.
Yes, sir. I am asking kasi actually it is very difficult to accumulate the 1 year training for the last 3 years if you are involved in full teaching in automotive. That's what I am my primary concern.
Yung mag-a-apply, Sir Limuel, yung mag-a-apply po ng mga bagong candidate, ang nakaano doon, ang pumapasok doon sa 1 year in 3 years, yung mga new trainers natin. Pero kayo, naka-insert na kayo, nandun kayo, ang kailangan ninyo is more on immersion lang. Kasi
Yes,
parang
sir.
upgrade lang. Oo, yun. That's two different aspect, yung doon sa may 1 year and 3 years. Kung trainer na kayo, instructor na kayo, yung ano lang kayo, yung doon lang tayo papasok sa sa immersion.
Yes, sir. Kasi pag nag-apply ka ng sir, pag nag-apply ka ng halimbawa, isang trainer ka ng isang qualification sa automotive, and then the TISDA will really stick for the 1 year industry experience. That's why I'm asking regarding the equivalency. No?
Yeah. Thanks. Okay, I think that's na-clarify natin. Mambing, I think you can
If I may answer that, because in our trainer's qualification,
Yes, sir.
what is
Pwede mag-ask, sir.
Okay. Teka lang, sir po. Okay, sandali lang po ha. Yung pong ating trainer's qualification, may dalawa po siya. May isang for new trainer at saka existing trainer. Yung pong naka-reflect dito ay yung pong for the existing trainer. So that's why ang sabi nga po ni Sir Allen and Sir Romel, only 40 hours of immersion will be required for the person. Yun po yung niya, ang ibig sabihin. So, iba po yung sa new trainer, of course, yung kanyang qualification at iba naman po sa existing trainer. Okay po?
Okay, ma'am. Klaro na sa akin yon. Kasi we are also updating our skills in automotive since that is our passion. Automotive instructor and training.
Appreciate. Personally well. Appreciate po.
Okay, thank you.
So, pwede po mag-ask.
we have somebody from KTS 1149B. Yes, you may have the floor, sir.
Opo. Si Juvenil Barolo po ito, ma'am.
Okay, sir, go ahead.
Malita na po. Ma'am, yung 40 hours po ng immersion po ng trainers po, kasi trainers po ako, why should have nga mag-undergo yung TESDA, ma'am, para lahat na ho ng trainers is maka-undergo ho ng 40 hours of immersion para ho malaman ho na ng lahat kasi ang hirap po makapasok yung mga trainers like sa amin ho dito kasi ang lalayo ho kasi ng dito ng mga shop kasi lahat ho ng shop dito sa amin wala ho mga scanner or OBD nga magagamit ho. Why should have ho nga yung TESDA ho na mag-create ho ng ng immersion for all the trainers ho para ho masatisfied ho yung mga trainers para ho makuha nilang 40 hours na immersion.
Yeah, okay. I think, sir, with your concern, may another office po na pwede pong makatulong sa inyo with that, yung proposal nyo to come up a synchronized training talaga po the 40 hours na parang parang ibibigay ni TESDA. So we will take note of that.
Opo.
So para po makarating sa I think kung sa NTTA po kasi sila yung nagte-training ng trainer. So let us explore on that. So thank you for that suggestion, sir. So Secretariat, take note na lang po so we can give it to the appropriate office for action or for the answer. Sige, sir. Sir, if I may request po para po dun sa ating documentation, can we have kasi po yung name po ninyo sa ating is KTS. So, can you help us na para po ma-identify yung name po ninyo, pakilagay na lang po. Kahit po sa chat box or pa-rename na lang po para po ma-document namin. Thank you po.
Okay po. Sige po. Salamat.
Okay. So, any more question?
Hi, ma'am. Can I ask a question po?
Yes, from Region 4B, Romtak.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Ma'am, regarding din po sa tinatanong nila regarding sa immersion, yun po bang immersion, like halimbawa yung mga existing trainers natin, meron silang immersion ng last 2 years ago, is it valid po? May validity po ba yung immersions natin, ma'am? Kasi nakalagay ko sa requirements is annually. What if po yung mga existing nating trainers na magma-migrate, they have yung conducted yung immersion na 2 years ago or like 2018, will they be accepted pa po or hindi na? Or yung latest lang po ba? Parang ganun, ma'am.
Okay, perhaps the technical expert can help me also explain, but on my doon sa pagkakalatag niya as a facilitator during that time, the way it was stated is that the immersion should be done annually. Kasi ito na lang ang meron itong si existing trainer yung 40 hours niya. So parang dapat within the year meron siyang something new na at least 40 hours. So yun yung pagkaintindi ko dito. So yung mga nakaraan niya, yung 2018, 2019, hindi na siya pwede kasi wala namang nakalagay na for the last something years. But ang valid lang what happened in the current year do sa renewal ng kanyang NTTC. Yun. Okay.
Yes.
Sa technical part po, siguro matulungan ako ng ating...
Mambing, I
go
think during the migration period naman, di ba, merong may time naman di ba? So they can really adjust accordingly do sa may time na binigay ng going to the next. Pero pagdating na nung time na talagang kailangan I think yung annual na ang mag-a-apply na. No? During the migration time, probably pa tayo niyan, medyo adjusting pa tayo sa period, no? So kaya meron pa tayong meron period pa, no? But once na nag-activate na yung program, then that means every year meron ng 40 hours immersion. Yun na yung i-apply.
Tama po, transitory pa tayo na transition stage. So pag nag-standardize tayo sa doon natin fully apply, medyo flexible pa.
Ayun. Ma'am, can I butt in, ma'am? Maikli lang.
Yeah, okay. Sino po sila?
Dr. Sirenio. Dr. Sirenio Limuel po, ma'am. Yung kanina nagtanong ko po. Tanong ko lang kay si Rupo kasi if you have this upgrading or immersion from abroad, for example in Japan or in Australia for last 3 years, siguro baka pwede pa naman i-credit natin as of now, as of current kasi nakita naman natin na other countries mas advanced sila kaysa atin. So pwede ba natin i-consider yan for last 3 years nag-immersion ka ng 40 hours? During my time kasi sa Japan nag-immersion ako ng 2018-19. Pero lang siya, 40 hours lang. So,
kailan po yung sa Japan nyo? Immersion nyo sa Japan?
Last 2019 na, sir.
2019. Yeah, okay. So, more or less, pareho pa. Ang technology naman na ina-adapt ng Philippines ngayon is updated na tayo. So, ang ating mga differences lang is mostly yung regulated item on safety and emission. But on technology, we are mostly the same. So, technically speaking, sa amin kung technical expert, that will be should be an acceptable thing, no? Gusto ko lang siguro i-throw sa TESDA sa QSO para how to accept yung ganitong klaseng certification because it's not from this country. But technically speaking, okay, it should be acceptable. It should be the same.
Ayun, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Kasi, sorry, sir. Thank you kasi bagong migrate pa lang naman yung ating, yung ating automotive. So, sana ma-accept mo na yun lang yung last 2 years or...
Kasi po yung certification nyo, sinertify po ng Japanese organization or dealership or company. Kasi dapat may official translation kung galing Japan.
Yes, sir. Oh, actually, it is already translated to English.
Okay. So na po, it's up to TESDA to acceptance ng certificate.
Yeah, Bing.
Yes, sir. Go ahead po, sir.
Yes, I'll just request Dr. Siren yung nag-raise,
Yes, sir.
You raised this. So, may I just request you to write formally the qualification standards office so that we will have our basis for our action. Because if there is a need to come up with a new policy to cover that, to come up with new standards, then we are going to go into that. Ako kapag walang standard, I don't stop there. Kung walang standard, gawa ng standard. What we need is how we can be inclusive, how we can work and cope with the demands and the requirements of the changing times. In fact, I am now working on the creation of a special unit in the office of the executive director to work on the, what do you call this, with the developments developments in the industry in other countries, so that we can adapt them in our standards. We have to make provisions such that we should be able to establish the economic corridors for our trainees and our TVET graduates, na kung ang pag-aaralan lang nila ay yung standards dito sa Pilipinas, then we will not be producing globally competitive TVET graduates. However, I am now working on the creation of a special unit that will look into international standards. Kasi ang planning office ay may mga international engagements yan sila. May mga kausap silang country. So sinabi ko sa planning na might as well, kung anong country ang kausap nyo, susundan ng keso yan, titingnan yung mga standards ng priority programs doon. So if you are talking about automotive here right now, then mayroong automotive sa Japan, automotive sa Malaysia, yun mga kausap in the context of the ASEAN framework, mga ASEAN engineer or whatever. Then tingnan na rin, and then kung ano yung mga standards doon na wala dito. Actually, kaya nga pinapagawa ko ngayon sa keso, i-cross-reference ang mga training qualifications, training regulations with the different domains of the PQF levels on the 3 domains para makita kung ano ang wala na meron sa ibang, din yun ang ipupuno. That is where keso is now going. Ako, I'm very progressive minded at I am willing to try on anything that will make our graduates possess that trait na sinasabing unfair competitive advantage. Yun ang isang trait sa mga TVET graduates, na our TVET graduates have something that others don't have. Kaya we are going to that direction. So request ko lang, sulatan nyo kami sa keso, and then we will work on that para we can pursue that direction to cover that. Sabi ko pa nga, kung walang policy, then we are going to come up with the appropriate policy initiatives, policy interventions to make things work for you. Kaya nga sa deployment ngayon, itong deployment natin, nag-increase tayo ng expand tayo ng scope so that we can be well grounded on our activities. Yeah, thank you, Bing.
Thank you for that, Sir Jojo. So, can I see more hands raised? May nagre-raise pa po ba ng hands? Okay.
Suzuki.
Okay, I think from Region 4B again.
Okay.
Fritz is also raising her hand. His hand, oh.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just a clarification lang ulit, ma'am, dun sa past at least 2 years job or industry experience, ma'am. Dun po ba, ma'am, kasi sa COE po ba nilang ipipresent? Kailangan po ba specific for that particular qualification po, like dapat po naka-chassis repair or electrical repair, yun nandun sa COE nila po? Or minsan po kasi yung iba is may-ari sila ng shop and there are also practitioner or trainer po at the same time. Do they need po yung COE, tapos kailangan po ba i-specify yung mga ganito qualifications po doon sa COE nila?
Kasi usually when nagbibigay ng certificate of employment, 'di ba? Naka-stipulate yung yung mga naging duties and responsibilities nila. So through that, matutulungan din ma-evaluate kung anong area talaga na nakapag-concentrate yung yung worker. So, yun po yung magiging basihan. So, it is really required naman na nakalagay yung kanyang mga naging duties and responsibilities sa Certificate of Employment pag nanghihingi siya.
6.3. Prepare the minutes of the meeting. 6.4. Finalize the action plan.
Paano ma'am yung mga previously issued na halimbawa 2019 like ma'am issued COE and yung halimbawa po nag-resign na siya or previously affiliated po siya and then yung mga job description po is not specified dun sa COE. Parang ano lang po yung so ano yung item niya or position niya dun sa industry. Do they need to request for another COE ma'am dun sa kanilang pinanggalingang trabaho? Ganun po ba ma'am?
I think baka makatulong sa akin yung sa certification office kasi when it comes to registration may inaano sila tinitingnan din na kung paano ini-evaluate yung mga papers at saka documents. Kasi ang requirement dito is that kung ikaw ay magiging trainer, may certificate of employment ka and then it should whatever yung required na duration like 2 years for the last 2 years bawat 2 years industry experience within the last 5 years. So kailangan sakop mo yung 2 years, yung 2 taong experience mo na yon is accumulative within that 5 years. So kung may year 1 ka na may experience ka, let's say half year nagtrabaho ka, counted pa rin naman yon kasi ang sinasabi within the last 5 years. So basta may date naman yung certificate of employment, that will do. Na ang nakalagay doon ng duration ng kanyang experience is within the last 5 years. Basta ang usapan 2 years na na-accumulate niya yung experience.
Yes ma'am, kasi dun sa presentation ma'am kanina ay parang nakalagay lang po yung kailangan talaga i-specify yung trade area dun sa COE nila. Paano nga kung mang-issued siya is 2019 or ano lang po. Yung pinakalitas ma'am, di ba, kung after at within the last 3 years, so sa 2019, as yun talagang hindi po identified yung job description dun sa COE na. So parang magre-request po ulit sila ng additional just to put yung specified o yung specific trade area po.
Yeah, if that will be kung hindi masyadong malinaw dun sa certificate of employment niya yung duties and responsibilities. Kasi it's normal kasi naman pagka may kailangan na naka-stipulate nga yung kung ano yung naging role niya or trabaho niya dun sa isang company or workplace. Yes, sir, Sir Romel, yes, you're raising your hand.
Yeah, hindi. Actually, okay naman yung sinabi. Basically, doon sa employment talaga, sa COE, kung nakalagay lang employee, hindi uubra. I think we have to specify talaga kung ano yung kung nasa may kung technician, general yung pag technician, no? Technician ang pinag-uusapan natin kung nagtrabaho siya as technician. Hindi na kailangan chassis, electrical or what. Anyway, that's the actually gusto ko lang add ng kay director do sa sinabi ni director kanina. Point out lang something.
Okay.
Yeah. Very happy do sa may directions ni director, no, yung checking the other Asian countries. Nung ginagawa namin yung TR director, basically yun ang namin, yun ang projection namin that the quality of technician produced in the Philippines will be capable pagdating sa may labas ng bansa, no? Equally sabi natin toe-to-toe na pwede na tayong mag-produce ng mga lalaban sa mga skill Olympics in future. Yun yung actual directions ng industry, no? Kasi medyo nahuhuli nga tayo because of the old TR na available sa atin. Pero with the current TR, yun na yun. Kaya even yung mga trainers, gusto na namin pumasok sa industry para makita na nila yung current situation, no, para hindi na rin sila nahuhuli. Para pag may tuturo nila, mas advanced na rin, no? Hindi na yung parang kung ano na lang yung nasa libro yun na lang everyday ang itinuturo, no? So yun yung namin from the industry, sir. Kaya we appreciate yung directions ninyo. checking the other countries' capabilities also. Thank you,
Yeah.
Director.
Yeah, in fact, just yesterday, yun mismo ang directive ni Secretary La Peña sa automotive that we should see to it na hanggang highest level ng NC level ng automotive is not only responsive but our graduates will really be globally competitive, and the only way to do that is really study the requirements, competency requirements ng ibang bansa. That's how we can do it. And that is where kaya nga habang inaayos yung nire-review yung NC3 automotive servicing NC3 at aayusin yung automotive servicing NC4, that will be my appeal to the experts na i-customize na natin yung based on where our graduates are going. Hindi kasi ang common practice natin is we just keep on training nandun sa school, nandun sa TBI, and mindful of the requirements ng industry. Well, that was the thinking before. However, there are still trainers who would insist on the way of doing things but they never keep abreast, or that they need to keep abreast. They should recognize the fact na kailangan sila ngayon mag-abreast doon sa mga practices sa labas, because we have the adapt na ADOPT at adapt na ADAPT. Kung ano yung wala sila, ilagay natin sa natin sa standards. Then kung ano yung meron tayo na wala sila, that will definitely be the advantage of our Filipino workers will be going out, and that is going to be my direction as the steward of the Qualification and Standards Office. So pinagtatabi ko yung ngayon anong requirements, and mind you, there will definitely be challenges kasi if we look at the different country standards of different countries, nagkakaroon ngayon yan ng orientation. Ang orientation ng Malaysia, iba sa orientation ng Singapore, iba sa orientation ng... But it is how we shall be able to produce TVET graduates who can get along well with whatever orientation ang So maybe we can identify the common thread for the different orientations. Then that will really make our graduates truly competitive and strong. Na sabi pa nga, mas magiging in demand ang mga Filipino skilled workers kasi they can manage any situation. At yung palagi ang kagalingan ng mga Pilipino, dahil sabi pa nga, kahit mo saan isabak yan, kayang harapin yan ng mga Pilipino. That's the kind of quality of trademark that we want to develop among our Filipino skilled workers, our TVET graduates. Thank you.
Actually, Director, just small point lang. Yung concern nga din namin sa highly technical, no? Kung mapansin natin pag merong problema, no, yung alam niyo yung mga burned vehicle, magtataka dapat technical yun pero tinatawag fireman. Kasi wala tayong high expert, no, yung expertise na dun sa level na yun na dapat ang magdi-discuss, ang mag-iisip is yung technicians, no, para to analyze yung mga problema. Pero ang tinatawag mo yung person na wala namang alam dun sa technical aspect, no, yun yung mga problema, and hopefully with this current, no, yung encouragement ninyo, magbabago na yung trend na yun, and we can really produce a highly technical person ng mga technicians.
Yeah. Because we lack technologies. Kaya dapat i-level up pa ito hanggang PKF level 5 doon sa diploma programs na aayusin natin. So we'll have the technologies, we'll have the technologies and the technicians, no, para they can work together. So okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for that. So, parang I can still, siguro, with your permission, dalawang kamay yung tumaas. So, kanina pa nakataas yung taga-Region 3. Tapos po, taga-Region 9 po ang susunod na magtatanong. Okay, from Region 3, sir?
Bilis lang, bilis. Sige.
Okay, go ahead. Region 3?
Andyan si Bensil. Excuse me.
Yes.
Because you will be doing the presentation in a short while, so I will ask Bensil to continue the facilitation. Thank you.
Okay, sir. So, Yes, Region 3, Sir Leonardo.
Bali, tatanong ko lang po sana kung, di ba po may immersion po ng 40 hours po. Pwede po ba kaya yung ano, kasi kami po dito sa school namin, halos every month po, meron po kaming training sa mga new vehicle po, tulad ng Cherry at saka ng Photon. Di po kaya pwedeng i-consider yung mga training namin, basta may mga certificate naman po sila.
I think anyway, Sir Allen, you can also pero I think as long as naman new technologies din naman yung pinag-aaralan nyo no? Kaso nga lang baka mamaya 4 hours lang yun. 'Di ba yung new car features or new 40 hours. So kakailangan niyo pa rin ng mga certain hours na Kasi pagka new car features ng mga technology, basically ano lang yan whole day event lang no? Hindi naman actually full 40 hours. Okay?
Yes, siguro tama Sir Romel. Siguro we need some validation lang kung ano man yung na-take up from another country. Yun. So although hindi natin na-take up to sa pag-develop ng itong TR and equivalency na NC, so we should reconsider. Pero hindi lang plain certificate na you have attended, especially kung hindi tayo familiar kung sino yung nag-provide ng certificate. So may konti dapat details kung ano yung in-attendan para ma-validate yung number of hours or number of time provide as a immersion or training. Yun lang po.
Sir, bali yung mga training po namin usually 1 week po sila every month po. Tapos nakalagay din po doon kung ano yung mga na-take up namin. Tulad ng mga engine control, mga ganun po.
Siguro lang, this one, yung pagdating sa basta yung in the case of us, yung experts sa industry, yung requirement namin is, ang pinaka-key point namin, dapat abreast tayo sa technology, kagaya din na sabi ni Director. So it's a matter of non-technical issue na to It's a matter of administrative. If it will be accepted. Okay, so I'm giving this to Ma'am Bing. Siguro this will be on test side to validate yung mga such kind of certifications that has been given outside of the country or even maybe within the country. Okay. Pero technically speaking, kung yun ang sinasabi, it should be acceptable.
Salamat po.
Sir Allen, pwede mag-suggest. Ang ho siguro kailangan may evaluation mechanism kung paano nyo i-evaluate yung 40 hours na sinasabi ninyo para at least ma-define yung lahat ng concerns nila would be covered dun sa guidelines na yon. Kasi maraming ibinabato sa inyong mga katanungan ngayon na kailangang linawin dun sa guidelines po na yon. So yun po yung aking suggestion. Si Edwin po ito, sir. Yun po ang aking suggestion. I-revisit nyo po yung ginawa nyo ho doon kasi open-ended yung 40 hours doon. Might as well see how are you going to evaluate all those na suggestions nila. Then come up with a guideline para makuan ho yan, ma-take up. Pwede ho ba yun, Sir Allen?
Yes, I think yun na. So it should be validated from the start. So anyone can claim it. Tapos that it is. So it's a revalidation. Pwedeng ang revalidation. It's as simple as acceptance of the document, no? Or
pero
kung hindi natin ma-accept yung document, we should revalidate the person itself, no?
You still have to make an extra mile on validating the document kasi may recto. Anybody could get any certificate from recto, present it to you.
Yes.
Yun na
University
yun,
of
di ba?
Recto
You
delikado
have to, may evaluation mechanism talaga on how you're going to, yung 40 hours na sinasabi nyo dyan. That would be, yun, yung regarding doon sa documents at saka kung kailangan nyo pa. Di ba doon sa assessment natin, kung hindi ka kontento doon sa first na method na ginamit mo, meron kang corroboration dun sa ibang methods na ginagamit. Tignan nyo rin yung na yun, avenue na yun, kung on how you're going to check yung
unstable
yung
connection.
pinipresent na document plus yung skill na sinasabi niya kasi sabi nga ninyo kanina it might happen na yung 1 hour ay yung hours na
Karoon ng evidence.
yun yung sinasabi ni
Sa
Sir
skill.
Cabanela kanina na 4 hours lang pala yung doon based dun sa evaluation niyo, then make it siguro more concrete in a form of a guideline para ho lahat yan. Okay po ba yan, sir? Nalaglag ata si Sir Allen. Paki-take note na lang.
Yeah,
Ayan, yan.
Sir Edwin, I think it's okay. I think okay naman. Pero ang key point lang talaga doon is really to be abreast yung sinasabi natin. Doon tayo magbabangkin no na
Hindi nga,
sila
yung
mahuli.
abreast, sir, yung abreast kasi marami kang open-ended yun eh. I-qualify mo how are you going to define yung abreast. Ikon nyo yun, ano yung criteria of keeping abreast with technology. Dapat naka-define kasi yun eh. Meron dapat evaluation mechanism on how are you going to evaluate yung credentials ng isang tao regarding dyan.
Now, probably we can discuss yung item na yun. Pero in general, syempre ayaw din natin maging complicated masyado, di ba, Sir Edwin? Ayaw natin maging complicated yung concern nila. No? Ang gusto lang natin talaga, yung mga technician, mga trainers natin will be updated. No? Hindi yung nakaupo lang sila sa,
yes.
sa pagtuturo. That's
Agree
the
dyan,
main
sir.
point.
Agree ako dyan, sir.
Agree.
Pero there should still be a mechanism on how you're going to evaluate all of those. Marami pong salamat.
Edwin.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Gawa natin ng ng evaluation framework. Sinasabi yung concern na yan.
I already suggested to the automotive group kung we will be starting siguro yan kung makita yung mga concerns ng ating mga kasama.
You can involve them in the process para whatever policy standards we develop will be responsive to the needs of the experts and our kailangan natin.
Lahat yung sinasabi nila pasok naman kaya lang sasalain mo how are you going to do that, di ba? Yun yung kandun eh. Sige po, sir.
Evaluation
Salamat
framework na lang, Edwin.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sige.
Sige po. So, I think may questions sa po ba? It's time na po yata. So, siguro yung mga may additional questions,
proceed na tayo, Vincil, para matapos tayo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, for additional questions, you can chat po dun sa chat box. We will take note of that. Or kung hindi po appropriate or sa mga appropriate offices ni TESDA. So, Ma'am Barbie, ano po yung next na
Okay.
We just finished po. Thank you.
Sir, thank you po, Sir Vince, and of course kay Director Jojo din po. Thank you rin po, Sir Jojo, for the suggestions. So that concludes the Q&A portion po natin. So we thank you all for your active participation and we appreciate the productive discussion from our participants and technical experts. Some have provided their suggestions sa chat box po. Yung iba po nagdi-direct message po sa amin, while others have extended ating national deployment EDP. So as mentioned po ni Sir Vince, there are a lot of questions in the chat box that hasn't been addressed during the 30-minute discussion. So those are all taken noted and to be addressed accordingly by the respective executive offices, or kung QSO naman po ang dapat sumagot, so we will do our best din po to answer those and then provide you the answers once na nakumpleto na po namin. Okay, so Miss Mai, do you have any reminders to our participants?
Yes, Miss Barbie. We would like to ask everyone to accomplish the customer feedback form. To accomplish the form, you may scan the QR code flash on your screen, Sir Adrian, or you may click the link provided po in the chat box. For any other related concerns dito po sa national deployment, you may contact the QSO at the email addresses flash on your screen. And while our participants are accomplishing the feedback form, may I call Ms. Bernadette Audihe and Mr. Vencel Concoles to give the details and instructions for the action planning. Again po, to accomplish the form, you may scan the QR code flash on your screen or you may click the link provided in the chat box. Salamat po.
Ayan. So nasa chat box na po yung link ng customer feedback form. We would like to request everyone to please ensure po na maka-accomplish po ninyo ito. So this with the attendance form will be the basis po for the issuance of the certificate. Also, kita nyo na rin po sa yun yung link po ng mga presentation materials natin for today. So lahat po ng presentation simula po kaninang umaga hanggang ngayong hapon, nandito na po sa link na to. May mga iba pong nag-message sa amin, binibigay po yung mga email addresses nila. Sige po, siguro we'll send this link sa mga email addresses nyo na rin kung hindi nyo po makapture dito sa ating chat box ngayon. Pero for those, click nyo lang po yung link na yan, tapos nakasave na po yan sa inyo at mapupuntahan nyo na po pabalik-balik yung mga presentation materials. Okay. Si Sir Vince po ata ang magpe-present ng ating action plan. Okay.
Yes po. So again, good afternoon. So this action plan will be for the TTIs or TTI administrators here. The primary objective of the National Deployment Action Plan is to disseminate and communicate yung sa test the stakeholders, various regions, yung mga newly deployed na competency training regulations, competency assessment tools, assessment fees, that are available for registration, accreditation of public and private training assessment. Especially po yung mga naka-attend po ngayon na mga TTIs, Test the Technology Institutions. So what are the part po ba? Ano pa yung mga parts na included doon sa forms natin ng National Deployment Action Plan? So ano po ba yung mga steps na specific steps na kailangan gawin? Nakalagay po dyan yung mga guidelines or yung mga efforts necessary to accomplish the primary objectives nung National Deployment Action Plan. A great example siguro dyan yung possible engagement ninyo doon sa industries or mga associated industries na may impact doon sa newly deployed training regulations natin like yung mga EMS, automotive qualifications at land transport, yung speed limitations natin. And then of course yung schedule of activities, yung timeline niyo or yung time frame, kumbaga target dates na pwede siyang ma-accomplish. And then of course yung end results. Siguro align each activity, specify the expected outcomes at the end of the process, yung specific steps, ano ba yung mga end results ng mga yon. It is also yung ini-envision na outcome based on sa specific steps or on the particular procedures or actions that have been identified. Dun po. And then of course, dun sa logistics and persons concerned, doon po ay itemize yung required na administrative manpower, logistical and other supports na realized in the indicated activities. Kung kasama po dyan yung mga trainers ninyo, pwede po na yung identify po doon sa logistics and persons or concerned personnel. Doon po sa expected tangible and intangible benefits, just a simple list down po yung mga tangible benefits technically based on the identified activities and end results po natin. Yung mga tangible benefits yung mga quantifiable and measurable, like yung numbers of programs registration, or yung kung kayo is applicable sa inyo na pwede kayo mag-register doon sa mga TTIs ng isang automotive qualifications, pwede nyo pong ilagay dyan based doon sa ipinresent po nating qualifications. Of course, kung doon naman maging hindi not necessarily sa training lang, ganun din sa assessment center, kung applicable naman or po pwede yung institutions ninyo na mag-adapt ng isang like yung sa EMS or yung sa automotive, kahit hindi naman lahat or one of the 3 lang na automotive qualifications, or sa speed limitations kung sa tingin niyo meron kayong ganung capabilities, pwede naman po. And then of course yung mga intangible benefits, technically yun yung mga pwede nyong awareness na pwede nyong gawin doon sa mga partners or possible partners ninyo within the area, mga industries na pwede kayong makipag-partner later on to be able to yung i-adapt yung na-deployed natin ng mga qualifications. And then basically yan lang po. We just need dun sa action plan kung ano po ba yung gagawin natin after the TESDA Central Office or QSO has deployed yung mga qualifications po na ito. And then you can submit the National Deployment Action Plan on or before. We hope to receive the action plan on or before December 6 po sana. Those po, for TTIs po or TTI administrators, ang deadline po natin is December 6 po sana. So yun po, Ma'am Barbie.
Okay na po, Sir Ed, Sir Benz.
Yes po, yes po.
Okay. Sige po. So yung in-explain po ni Sir Benz na action plan, yung template po nun can be found sa link din po na shinare po namin kung nasan yung mga presentation materials. Okay. So salamat, Sir Benz, for providing the instructions for the action planning. So ang magko-compete lang naman po nun are TTI administrators, correct, Sir Benz? TTI natin.
Yes, madam.
Okay. All right. Sige, thank you po again. Again, reminder to our participants to make sure that you accomplish the customer feedback form, as this will be the basis for the issuance of the certificate of attendance ngayon. So pati po yung attendance form natin, dapat po magtali. You're on both po, nakapag-fill up po kayo sa dalawa, the attendance and this customer feedback form. Okay? Before we end po, no, let us know kung may ibang nakaka-experience ng technical issues. I-chat nyo na po ngayon yung mga QSO Secretariat to assist you further. Okay? So of course, we will make sure po na lahat ng mga comments nyo na ilalagay dyan sa forms, we will use them to improve our succeeding activities and to reevaluate our processes. Okay, so now, to provide the way forward concerning the competency standards, please welcome the Chief of Competency Standards and Development Division of QSO, Ms. Maria Isabel Gamuron.
Yes, pleasant good afternoon to everybody. I know it's a long day for all of us, but this is a fruitful and productive activity. And
Mama Reeves, louder.
Maris, parang nasa ilalim ka ng dagat.
Kasi siya medyo na...
Hina po yung audio.
Okay. Hello? Yan po, sir.
Mahina pa din po.
Ayun na pa rin. Lumapit ka sa microphone mo.
Kasi wala, sir, akong ang tawag dito.
Lumapit ka sa laptop mo.
Yes, sir. Okay. So, yan, sir. Naririnig niyo po?
Medyo.
Diba lang, sir? Okay. Okay. So, yan po. Okay. So, yeah, it's a long day. I have mentioned earlier, it's a long day for all of us. But anyway, this is a very useful and productive activity for all of us here. And without any further ado, this will be the last topic for today. So, it's a way forward. This morning, the guidance, directives, instruction provided by NITST and the certification office concerning partnership and LinkedIn office. Likewise, QSO adopts the new deployment framework that means we will only deploy PRs with RFA. So that's the reason why we only have 5 PRs for qualification being deployed today. So with this enhancement in the national deployment of PRs, CATs, and assessment Cs, we are eager and looking forward to have a more effective and quality assured CDEC programs. Next slide, please.
Mahina ka, Marisa.
Next slide, please.
Sumigaw ka na lang.
Next slide daw.
Next slide, please. So with that, we are hoping to have a strengthened implementation of the PRs being deployed, such as we hope to strengthen the establishment of training infrastructure for program registration in the areas for the PRs being deployed, such as yung po ating capability build-up programs for regional lead assessors, yung capability build-up programs for regional lead trainers. Also, to have compliance with the set standards outlined in the TR so that the TVIs will not be found non-compliant during a compliance audit. So we are hoping that with all the directives, instruction given this morning, it would help with the compliance and with the standards. And of course, our main objectives is to promote the utilization of the TRs. The PNO gave orientation on the establishment of our industry boards or industry bodies specific to your areas. So we hope that you could establish your own industry boards or bodies for the different various sectors. So as presented by PLO, there are already some who have established industry bodies or industry boards, and there are some prospects and also in the pipeline. So we hope that this will materialize with your regions or respective provinces. Next slide, please. So for the initiative of the QSO, and also I think some executive officers are already doing this. If you have any concerns, issues, or anything that you need the assistance of QSO, please feel free to reach us. So for the competency standards or training regulations development or concerns, we created a regional focal shift as well as the sectoral focal shifts. And for this, for the regional focal shift, we have Ms. Bernadette Aldihe for Caraga, Region 7 and Region 12. For BARM and Region 4B, we have Edwin Maglalang. Next slide. Next slide, please. So for Region 2, 4A, and 10, we have Sam Calado and Adrian Cabanal. Next slide, please. For CAR in Region 6, we have Howard Mark Plete. And for NCR in Region 8, we have Evangeline Cosas. Next slide, please. For Regions 1, 5, and 9, we have Miss Cherry Turalde and Miss Yasmin Ann Pimentel. Next slide, please. And last not but the least is for Region 3 and 11, we have Miss Barbie Reyes, our host MC today. So that is for the regional focusship, and for sectoral focusship, we have for the agri, automotive and land transport, garments, processed food and beverage, Tibet, creative, the traditional one, we have Miss Bernadette Aldihe and Cherry Toralde. And for the construction sector, furniture and fixtures, footwear and leather goods, maritime, metals and engineering, tourism and creative for the non-traditional, we have Mr. Howard and Eva Joseph. Next slide, please. For the human health and healthcare sector, logistics, social and other community development services, utilities, and wholesale and retail trading, we have Mr. Edwin Maglalang and Ms. Barbie Reyes. And for the electrical and electronics, ICT BPM, utilities, visual arts, and HVAC sector, we have Mr. Sam Calado and Adrian Sabanal. And of course, for other programs or our special projects, such as the PQF, AQRF, the Dublin Sydney Accord, and the diploma program in relation to the QSO programs, we have Ms. Yasmin Ann Pimentel. So you can reach them through the email and their contact details. We also already issued a memorandum to your respective regional directors and provincial directors as regards to this sectoral and regional focusship of the QSO technical personnel. I think you have already received that through email yesterday. Thank you very much.
Marisa, Bensil, for those participants
Yes, sir.
coming from the private TVIs and assessment centers, we will email to them likewise the advisory we send to the regional and provincial offices on the focal ships, regional and sectoral focal ships, so that they know who to contact in case they need assistance. Yung mga nasa field. Okay. Dapat Marisa, maayos ang microphone mo next time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You should provide a very good microphone. Okay, sige, thank you.
Okay po. Thank you, Ma'am Maris. Now, to give her way forward from the perspective of CATs and assessment fees, please welcome the Chief of Competency Programs and Systems Development Division of QSO, Ms. Mercedes Javier.
Thank you, Barbie. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, Sir Jojo and the rest of the QSO staff. Maraming po salamat, sir.
Malakas ang boses ni Sol. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Mahina lang loob. Okay. Welcome po yung mga ating administrators and also yung mga kasama po natin dati na nakikita po natin before, yung mga taga regional TTIs and also yung mga private TBIs. So welcome po to this event po ng QSO. So may I proceed sa way forward naman po ng ating yung po in terms of the competency assessment tools and yung assessment fees po. So may I provide po yung shall I say guidance or additional inputs po as necessary para po katulong po sa ating mga regional TVIs and TTIs. And also assessors and trainers. So generally the objective of our national deployments, ito po ay specifically on the cuts po and assessment fees, we would like to strengthen the implementation of the corresponding cuts and assessment fees of the deployed TRs. We also would like to strengthen the establishment of assessment infrastructures in the respective areas, of course, in the different regions and provinces. Another one is to strengthen the implementation of the assessment policies indicated in the Section 4 of the TRs and implementing guidance as well. Next please. Yan. So tulad din po ni Ma'am Marisa kanina, and also declared by Sir Jojo, ito pong mga regional focal ship and also the sectoral focal ship, meron na po kaming pinovide, siguro ano po yun, it's underway, na mga may memo po, so para for guidance po ng lahat. Ito po yung counterpart naman natin in terms of the competency assessment tools and the assessment fees. So tulad po ng kabilang division, so meron din po kami mga representative like siguro hindi naman to mga bago na, no, si sa Caraga and 12. Okay, kami po ay kayo po ay pwede makipag-ugnayan kay Miss Jenny Caspe, kay Jamie Ann Sandoval, kay Joseph Santalices, though Joseph is on study leave now, but yun po, the two ladies will be happy to to engage with you kung ano po mga kailangan po ninyo. For Region 5 and Region 7, we have Miss Mayruli Baloloy. Siya po yung ating host kanina, kasama po ni Barbie, siya po si May. And then for Regions NCR and 11, we have in the person of Mr. Vencel Concoles. Kanina siya po yung nag-guide sa atin doon sa action plan together with Ms. Bing. So ang kapartner po niya dyan si AG, Algilan Paraon. For CAR, Region 4B and Region 6, we have Ms. Fortunata Elbaco. You can call her Fortune. Yeah. Region 2, 8 and 10. Okay, we have Ms. Sarah Texon. Yan. For Regions 1 and 9 naman po, we have Mr. Paulo Sam Munoz. We have for Region 3, 4A and BARM, meron po tayo si Benedict Maayo. Si Dick Maayo lang po yan. Kaya lang kailangan ay full name. Next please. Meron din po sila, by the way, yung contact details. Andyan naman po. You can email them. Okay, you can get in touch with them anytime po.
Ayan lang.
Meron din po tayo na mga sectoral focal ship. Yung po mga hinahandle po very specific to the qualifications or the sector. No? Tapos meron mga qualifications po dyan. Like for example, sa construction, HVAC, and ref, auto and land transportation, electrical and electronics, visual arts and utilities. Yan po hinahandle naman po ni Vince. Again, yung partner din po niya, si AG. Sa human health and healthcare, agriculture, forestry and fishery, TVET, creative or traditional arts, pati po processed food and beverages, we have our ladies, si Miss Mai and si Fortune. For the ICT and BPM, methods and engineering, logistics, agriculture, forestry and fishery, social community development and other services, and of course, in creative or the non-traditional arts, no? Ito po si Dick at saka si Sarah, joint po sila dyan, joint forces. The last but not the least, yung team po ni na Jenny at ni Paolo will be handling the tourism, social community development and other services too, no? Footwear and leather goods, yung creative, which include the non-traditional arts, at saka po utilities, specifically yung waste management natin. So yan po. There you have it. Ito po ang inyong pwedeng matawagan kung kayo po ay may query But we are also, Marisa and I will be very glad to assist you also pag meron po tayong mga queries. You may also get in touch with us. Ganun naman po yung nangyayari ngayon. But maganda lang po ngayon, in-expand namin. So mas madali po, mas marami po kayong pwede ma-access na mga technical stuff po for your queries or may clarifications po or meron ko yung mga concern na we are always willing po to assist you po. Yun po, sir. Ma'am. Meron pa ba? Okay, yun lamang po. Pwede na ba ako magpasalamat on behalf of Marisa at saka po yung aming QSO team. Although si Sir Jojo, mas maganda may message naman po siya. So maraming po salamat and ingat po kayo palagi. Thank you, sir. Salamat po, sir.
Din na sana ko
sila at saka email ad po, ma'am.
Opo.
Yeah, we will provide. Yeah.
Thank you,
Hindi
sir.
na sana ko mag-message sinabi mo message pa ako. So, first of all, I would like to, on behalf of our Director General, Secretary Isidro S. La Peña, and our DDG for Policies and Planning, DDG Rose Ordaneta, I would like to express my profound appreciation and gratitude for their support and their assistance that they have extended in making this deployment activity a successful undertaking. The first time we are doing this with the new deployment framework. And I know you are all happy because you are now connected with us. Likewise, our experts, I would like to express also my thanks and gratitude to them for being with us. Yun yung palagi kong sinasabi na yung mga nagagawa namin sa QSO benefits the entire country in terms of standards and what do you call this, assessment tools. And we cannot do all these things without the help of the experts. Kaya laki ho niyang na ibibigay na support sa amin. And we are really doing our best that we will also be able to work something to recognize you and get you more meaningfully involved as we try to cope with the challenges that we face in this highly unpredictable, disruptive, volatile, ambiguous, and complicated environment now, especially during these times of the pandemic. Kasi kahit na ganitong panahon, tuloy-tuloy nyo pa rin kaming sinusuportahan sa mga ginagawa namin sa QSO. And of course, the staff in the Qualification and Standards Office made this possible. And that I really appreciate them and acknowledge them. In fact, commend them for their best efforts. And I could see that we still have a long way to go and we are leaving big footprints behind us for the next generation to follow. Of course, to all of you, maraming salamat po. And now you are connected with QSO kasi nga dati nung nasa field pa ko, feeling ko talaga sa QSO nandun sa itaas. Paano kaya makakapag-connect doon? Yun yung palagi ang tanong ko. Kaya now that I have been given the opportunity to be the steward of this office, we are doing our best. We are holding hands together, working with everyone, hand-holding, engaged in hand-holding mechanism to make you understand and to assure you that your concerns in the field are also our concerns. And we will do our best to address them to the best we can, so that we will always be able to deliver what whatever is expected of us. Sabi nga, let us always all be part of the solution rather than the... Meron mang bottleneck, di alisin natin yung bottleneck para tuloy-tuloy ang daloy ng maayos na pagsiservisyo natin sa mga mamamayang Pilipino. So to everyone, maraming salamat po. Of course, to our Divine Almighty for the inspiration and the guidance that He has given all of us through the years as we keep on performing our mission in life, that is to render the best service for the benefit of the Filipino skilled workers. Maraming salamat po and thank you for joining us, and we hope that we will be in touch with you, and you keep also in touch with us. Feel free to communicate with us, contact the sectoral and the regional focal persons. They have been instructed properly to provide you the technical assistance whenever you need one. Maraming salamat and stay safe, and God bless us always and protect us. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you po, Director Jojo.
Thank you, sir, Director Jojo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Salamat din po.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you po. And kay Director Jojo.
Thank you,
On
sir.
behalf, again po, on behalf of Director Lorenzo Emmanuel Guillermo and our QSO colleagues, we would like to thank everyone for making your time in your busy schedules to join
Thank you
our
to all.
newly promulgated training regulations, competency
God bless you
assessment
all.
tools, and assessment tools. Thank you po. And we hope you safe and may God bless us all. Ingat po.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir Director.
God bless po. God
Yeah.
bless.
Thank you. Let's have our closing song.
We hardly share a glance and greet and know each other. And now our time is up. Each one is backing up. We find another chance to meet again together and feel each other's call. I feel like breaking up. It's this time that almost always makes me cry. Before we say goodbye, I wanna let you know I love you. Thank you for playing my music. Thank you for singing my song. Thank you for sparing a moment, 'cause with you I feel I really belong. Thank you for keeping me company. Thank you for being my friend. And if our paths should cross somewhere, I'd like to sing this song again. Lord our God, richly bless and keep you. Together let us call and thank Him most of all. Somehow I'm feeling sad. I know I'm gonna miss you. I'm sure I will recall our friendship most of all. But there's one thing before the day is done, before the night is gone, before the curtain let me thank you for playing my music. for singing my song. Thank you for sparing a moment, 'cause with you I feel I really belong. Thank you for keeping me company. Thank you for being my friend. And if our paths should cross somewhere, I'd like to sing this song again. Thank you for playing my music. Thank you for singing my song. Thank you for sparing a moment, 'cause with you I feel I really belong. Thank you for keeping me company. Thank you for being my friend. And if our paths should cross somewhere, I'd like to sing this song again. And if our paths should cross somewhere, then I'd really be glad, yes, I'd really be glad that I can thank you once again.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sir Jojo.
Thank you, sir.
Hi.
Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Nakapaminaw.
Vivian.
Thank you.
Nakapaminaw, mananakanta.
Salamat, sir.
Touching song,
That,
matok-tok.
Amazon,
Ganda ng
Amazon,
song.
that's my signature ending song always.
Balit, mahusay
Yeah.
ba ya, sir? Very
Yeah,
touching.
yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Oh.
God
Oy,
bless, sir. God bless
Froni. Oh, Maria Froni
Yes, sir.
Dalid. Oh, oh.
Asa na
Oh.
imong kwan? Balbas wala na.
Oy, mag happy birthday na siya.
Sama, sir.
Oh, oy, happy birthday na. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
God bless, sir. God bless po.
God bless. God bless.